approved credit and end soon. So hurry into Earnhardt Buick GMC or find it all online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited to GM Financial. 0% for 60 months is $16.67 per month per 1,000 financed. Based on approved credit. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 4/30/25.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks took the first of 3 in Miami yesterday, 10-4, thanks to a high-quality start from Mel Kelly and long balls from Geraldo Perdomo and Corbin Carroll.
The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, hammered, deep right field, way back she goes. Oh, man, gone. Slam time for Carroll. He cleans the bases. It's his 6th home run of the season, and hang 10 for the Diamondbacks. They lead it 10-1.
Brandon Pfaadt will get the ball for the Snakes today as they look to make it 4 wins in a row. First pitch is at 3:40, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7. Who will the Arizona Cardinals draft when they're on the clock in less than a week? Head to ArizonaSports.com for the latest Cardinals mock drafts and more. And amidst finding a new head coach this offseason, the Phoenix Suns are expected to offer Devin Booker a 2-year extension worth $149 million this summer. This report is brought to you by The Window Depot. Make the right choice for windows and doors in your home. Visit thewindowdepot.com or one of their 3 Valley locations for the lowest prices and biggest inventory.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The Power Pack Morning Zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
Oh my God, he's from Chicago. That's amazing.
Vince Marotta,
Oh, wait, who's better than Van?
and Jerry Carlin.
It can only be Jerry.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings. Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy. Him and Vince. Okay.
Good morning. Happy Wednesday, Valley sports fans. How is everybody doing today?
Peachy.
Peachy. Speaking of peachy, I got to try the peach ice cream sandwich at Augusta, by the way.
Did you?
It was pretty fantastic. And by the way, I spent a lot of time yesterday reading Golf Writer's account of Augusta. There's a lot of great golf writers in the world, and it's interesting because if you love golf, as you know, courtesy of me, Golf Dork himself, you love it with a real deep passion. So the people that write about golf, the words jump off the page because they're bringing a passion to it. You don't always get in other sports.
True.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm reading the story.
I mean, nobody's writing about Chase Field that way. Is what you're saying.
No. They labor over every word, Vinny, is what I'm trying to say. Did you see Bryson DeChambeau whining about how Rory McIlroy didn't talk to him?
He wouldn't talk to me.
He wouldn't say a word to me.
He gave me the silent treatment.
Is that not the funniest thing you've ever heard? Does that not tell you everything you need to know about how LIV Golf has corrupted those players? They're not champions and I love Bryson DeChambeau. He's the one LIV dude that I can get down with.
I mean, he was pretty close to the top of the golf Delta Bravo list before LIV was even a thing.
That's a good point.
Let's be honest.
That's a good point.
But
there wasn't far for him to fall.
No,
that's a very, very good point.
I do enjoy some of his videos that he puts out on his YouTube channel.
Right, and the way he goes out to slap hands with every fan, you got to respect that, right? Mm-hmm. But the whining, the palaver.
Poor Bryson.
Can I, since we
Rory
might not,
was in the zone.
Since we might not talk golf for a while now, is LIV
on the show? We're talking
I know.
Golf, man.
I got my Masters pullover on now, man.
I was gonna say, is that brand new?
Yeah, you don't want to know the price of this?
No,
bad
that's
boy.
fine. All I know is that it looks good. So
3 digits.
Yes.
Oh
yes.
my
Oh
goodness.
no.
easy.
Yes.
Is LIV working?
No.
Like this whole forget about the whole goal of is it making any money? Is it changing any image of the...
It never was intended to. It's making absolutely no impact. It's dulling the competitive senses and makeup of the golfers who've gone over there. Look at John Rahm.
Yeah, it's a great example.
Here, Jared, I'll test you. Who won the last LIV tournament?
I mean, I couldn't tell you who won the last PGA tournament either before the Masters.
Patrick Reed had himself a really good Masters, and Bryson has been the one LIV player who has come over in the majors and been able to hang. But even Bryson fell apart midway through round 4. Yeah. He fell apart.
Is it something, like I know they have endless money in Saudi Arabia and stuff, but is it something that could just go away after a few years because it's not working?
Oh, wouldn't that be great? Look,
what now?
Maybe
listen,
after their contracts are up.
These initial contracts,
right? It's a good question. It's a very fair question. But listen, a lot of people are saying, "Hey, this is proof. We've got to get these two factions back together." I'm going to die on this hill. I don't want them anywhere near the PGA Tour.
Really?
I've said it before. Phil Mickelson's going to go down as one of the biggest traders in the history of sports.
But it's also not like the PGA LIV is not working, but the PGA Tour is not thriving either.
No, it's not. No, it's in big trouble. But only Bryson is going to come over and move the needle.
I don't know about that. I think before Rahm, even DJ, Brooks, those guys were, and Patrick Reed.
At one point.
I think if they come
Rahm
back
at one point.
Right. Let me explain to both of you. None of them will move the needle unless their name is Tiger Woods, unfortunately.
So when Tiger Woods
Jared Carlin has spoken.
You were a Tiger Woods fan. You would watch golf when he was playing.
Yes.
That's amazing.
Interesting.
And you would never watch a second of it without him.
I mean, I watch like the last round of the majors and stuff because I like all big events. But Tiger Woods,
here's the other thing.
A superstar is a superstar.
Yeah. Here's the other thing those Dorcases who went to LIV will never, ever experience. That thrill and that joy that Rory received on Sunday in Augusta. They'll never get that. There's not a well, I guess they could if they win a major. But they'll never be celebrated like that.
It'll always be a but.
Ew.
Bryson DeChambeau won the Masters, but he's got all that dirty money in his pants.
I don't know. I think the guys that went never had like the whole PGA or PGA just regular golf fan behind them. Like Brooks Koepka's fan base is going to be Brooks Koepka's fan base, and I think same thing with Rahm and even more now Bryson because he's taken over golf YouTube. But
yeah,
it's an interesting discussion.
All right, Vinny, did I stall long enough?
No, let's keep going.
What a bunch of impatient putzes.
What else did you buy at the gift shop? Can't wait to see the rest of the
What was the quirky?
Come on.
What was the quirkiest buy? Like the one where
I bought. Everybody has to buy the Masters gnome, right? Because some years they go crazy high in value. It costs $50. Already you can resell it for like $800.
Jeez.
That's crazy.
Should I do it? Should I sell it? Should I be that
guy? Yes.
Should I be Mr. Profiteer on sports? You know I hate that guy.
Why shouldn't you be that guy? Everybody else is. All right, now we've stalled.
Start the show.
We better break on time now.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
D-Backs cruised to a 10-4 win over the Marlins in the first of their 3-game series in Miami. The D-Backs jumped on the fish with 4 in the second inning, highlighted by a 3-run home run by Geraldo Perdomo. Josh Naylor had a solo shot in the third, and Corbin Carroll stayed red hot with 2 more hits, including a grand slam in the sixth. Mel Kelly, solid outing. He went 6 innings, allowed a single run on 3 hits. Struck out 9. That's 3 wins in a row for Arizona. That series continues today at Lone Depot Park. Brandon Pfaadt on the mound against Max Meyer of the Marlins. 3:30 first pitch on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 3. 2 NBA playoff spots were claimed last night. In the Eastern Conference, Orlando grabs the 7th seed with a 120-95 romp over the Atlanta Hawks. Cole Anthony led the Magic with 26 points off the bench. Wendell Carter Jr. had 19. Tight game going into the fourth, but Orlando dominated the final 12 minutes, outscoring the Hawks 41-22. Trae Young was tossed for, quote-unquote, making a mockery of the game.
Well, he did. What a petulant little...
Yeah. The Magic move on to face the Celtics in the first round of the playoffs starting Sunday. In the Western Conference, Golden State hangs on to beat Memphis 121-116 in San Francisco. Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry combined for 75 points in the win. Memphis down 3, 5.1 seconds left, but Santi Aldama couldn't inbound the ball. They get dinged for a 5-second violation, and the Warriors win. They'll start their playoff journey Sunday against the second-seeded Houston Rockets. Tonight, we've got 2 9-10 play-in elimination games. First, it's the Eastern Conference game in Chicago. It's an annual event now. The Bulls and the Heat in the play-in.
Yeah.
These teams getting together for the third straight year. Now, Miami has defeated Chicago in each of the last 2 years for the 8th and final spot in the Eastern Conference bracket. That game gets started at 4:30 on ESPN. That'll be followed by the 9-10 Western Conference matchup in Sacramento between the Kings and the Dallas Mavericks. That game also on ESPN at 7.
It's like when ASU was in the play-in every year in the NCAA tournament.
Seemingly,
the Bulls and the
Dynamite drop-in, Jerry.
Well, same.
Milwaukee Bucks will not have guard Damian Lillard when their playoff series against the Indiana Pacers starts on Sunday. Lillard has been sidelined since March 18th. He missed the last 14 games of the regular season, although the Bucks won their final 8 games to charge into the playoffs without him. Top NFL draft prospect Travis Hunter from Colorado, who won the Heisman Trophy last season while playing both ways, said that if an NFL team told him he could not play either offense or defense, he quit the game.
He quit the game.
Quote, "It's never playing football again," Hunter told CBS Sports, "because I've been doing it my whole life and I love being on the football field. I feel like I could dominate on each side of the ball, so I really enjoy doing it." Played 753 snaps on offense last year, 776 on defense, and 23 on special teams. Crazy. Veteran tackle Tyron Smith will sign a ceremonial deal with the Dallas Cowboys and then announce his retirement later today. Another member of that 2011 draft class. He was the 9th overall pick out of USC, played 13 years for the Cowboys before tarnishing his own legacy by signing with the Jets last year. There you go. There is your splash for Wednesday, April 16th. Coming up, what is the latest fallout from the Suns falling out of the playoffs, firing their coach? We'll get into all of it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-Backs Marlins.
The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, hammered. Deep right field. Way back she goes. Oh, man gone. Slam time for Carroll. He cleans the bases. It's his 6th home run of the season. And hang 10 for the Diamondbacks. They lead it 10-1.
D-Backs Marlins. Game 2 of the series. Coverage begins this afternoon at 3 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Watch all D-Backs games both live and on demand with the D-Backs TV subscription. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at D-Backs TV. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did a ton of research on this. And why is it such a good value at Aria Dental Implant Center?
One of the things I liked about Aria Dental is their wide range of plans that you can choose from. So it doesn't matter what your range of income is or what your finances are. are, they can make it happen for you. And I didn't find that in other implant centers. That was a key game changer for me.
The pricing, they worked with our pricing because, we all have bills. And everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they made it work.
You need to make one call to Ario Dental, and that's all you need to do. They will take care of the rest.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA Dental Implant Center.com.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YREFI34. That's 888-YREFI34. Or go to YREFI.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Every business has a purpose to inspire, a purpose to innovate, a purpose to serve. At SRP, our purpose is to power yours. From rebates for energy-efficient upgrades to money-saving programs, we help businesses of all sizes find reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy solutions. Discover the possibilities at SaveWithSRPBiz.com.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel walk-behind zero-turn and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
Hey, it's Gambo. When will the next big change for the Phoenix Suns happen? Plus, we'll get you ready for D-Backs and Marlins starting at 2 on the Burns and Gambo Show. It's 100% true, and it was at that time when the Phoenix Suns brass decided that, okay, this guy may not be the right guy. A lot of people have asked me, why didn't they do this sooner? Yes. What I can tell you, it was considered. They did consider firing Bud weeks ago. At that moment, they had. That's when they knew that this guy is probably not the right guy for us. When Coach Budenholzer called out Book and told him, you got to let my voice be heard. You got to stop being so vocal.
Oh, my goodness.
At that point, but I can tell you with certainty, because people are asking, why didn't they do this sooner? They did consider it. They decided against it, but they did consider firing Budenholzer over the last, 6 weeks or so.
That was Gambo a couple days ago when it all went down on Monday, dropping some info on the Wolf and Luke show on the Devin Booker Mike Budenholzer relationship, which has been talked about a lot, saying it's 100% true. I mean, that question, considering firing Mike Budenholzer and not doing it, if you were that convinced or that concerned at that point, there's no reason not to make the move at that point.
Well, that's where I'm at with this video. The more and more you hear and the more the words are being said, the more you realize they are really angry at Mike Budenholzer, and they are firmly targeting him, rightly or not, as a big reason for the failure here, for no culture, for all that stuff. And if that's the case, then man, their radar should have given somebody else a chance to save the season. And look, it's water under the bridge now. But to me, if the problem was that acute, and this is something that's been going on for months, and you and I have been hearing rumblings for quite a long time, I don't know what made them hesitant. And maybe it was the fear of look at those amateurs in Phoenix. They're not even letting a guy get through a season.
Yeah, but at that point, and the reports that came out, and I'm trying to line it up, but people pinpointed the Thursday, February 27th game. That was the first of 2 back-to-back games against the Pelicans. The Pelicans weren't exactly at full strength. They beat the Suns by 8. But that seems to be the date when everybody was like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, right.
They were 27-32, so that's 59 games. They had 23 games left to maybe turn something around and catch a spark. And I don't know if the thinking was, this is too far gone. this team isn't really busting it on the defensive end. How much is David Fizdale's messaging going to get through? A guy who's been trying to get a message through to this team for 2 years as an assistant. Maybe they thought it's not worth it.
I see.
Let's just talk to Bud, and maybe he can make things better. It didn't get any.
Maybe
It got only worse.
Yeah,
and I'm just spitballing, but I can't get past the fact that I don't understand if they were that concerned or that dissatisfied with the job performance of Mike Budenholzer,
right?
Why they didn't try to save the season.
That's it. Because it sounds like his performance. They view his performance as borderline egregious. That's what it sounds like to me. And if that's the case, they should have pulled the plug a long time ago. But onward and upwards. I'm real curious to see where the organization goes perceptually from this point forward. Are they going to attempt to have a sit down with the local media? To have an exchange of questions and answers and sort of kind of reset their vision and their philosophy and their beliefs. Are they worried about that? Because like you said, Matt Ishbia does a lot of things well. Press conferences aren't one of them.
No, but I don't see them doing anything right now. Because they got criticism, and rightly so, for having a press conference immediately after the end of last season, and it was weird. And it wasn't the message that ultimately became reality.
Right.
Wouldn't it benefit
if
them?
all these front office changes that Gambo is hinting at are coming, it doesn't make sense to do it now.
Then it doesn't. Then it doesn't.
But
That's
you're right. When it does happen, Matt Ishbia does need to be on the podium.
Yeah.
And there does need to be an airing out of things.
Yes.
And I think if the tone is the same as it was last May when he talked about being, the envy of 26 other teams in the NBA, I think it's going to fall on deaf ears.
Yeah,
again.
I think, and maybe even worse, it might even compound the issue because, listen, Stephen A. Smith went in about as hard on Matt Ishbia as a major network media dude can go in on an owner with very, very little track record. And again, Matt Ishbia certainly doesn't deserve that level of criticism, but so this has got to be something very, very new for him.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm real curious to see what his response is. Does he dig in further? Does he get even more defiant? Does he kind of realize, you know what, there's some stuff here that I didn't see coming, and I need to kind of, course correct a little bit? I'm real curious to see what this is going to be. But like you said, they did it prematurely last year when they had nothing to say. In fact, they hadn't even made up their mind about things. So I think at that point in time, there's really no rush to do it, but it does have to be done at some point in time.
Stephen A. Smith yesterday on ESPN said Matt Ishbia is on the verge of being the worst owner in the history of professional basketball, which we both kind of dismissed as ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
A ridiculous claim.
It's ridiculous.
Because there's been just a history of owners who had no interest in winning or doing anything good for the organization. And were horrible people at their core.
Yeah.
So that's a ridiculous take. It's a hot take. It's an in the now take. But he also said this about Matt Ishbia.
Your team goes to the finals. Since that time, you come along, got rid of Chris Paul, got rid of DeAndre Ayton, got rid of Cam Johnson, got rid of these guys. Ultimately, Mikal Bridges, he's gone too. Got rid of Coach Monty Williams. Not only did you get rid of Coach Monty Williams, you hired Frank Vogel, got rid of him after 1 year. You got rid of Mike Budenholzer 1 year after signing him to a 5-year deal in excess of $50 million. You spent $214 million in salary this last season, about $152 million in luxury tax dollars, which was both tops for the NBA. Yes, you got Kevin Durant. Yes, you got Bradley Beal with $111 million left on his deal. But in the process, you've given up the farm, like damn near 8 first-round picks for crying out. I don't even know what number it is, okay? You've just depleted your assets along the way. No one is more culpable for this particular question than the ownership.
Yeah, again, there's a lot of revisionist history there.
Yeah.
Where were all of these people in real time when the Suns executed the Chris Paul for Bradley Beal trade? Many of these same national talking heads were lauding the Suns for being aggressive. Wow, how could this not work? How are you going to defend the Phoenix Suns? The same thing with the Kevin Durant trade. I don't have a problem. I was in favor of both of those moves in real time.
So was I.
They didn't work out. The reason why I was in favor of them is because the Suns were very, very close to the top. And if an owner sees that and wants to make that extra push and be aggressive financially and with his personnel and roster and sacrifice a lot of money in luxury tax, who's to say that that's a bad thing? It was supposed to be the final nudge to a championship. It didn't work.
Well, that's the problem, is we made the same problem that they made, and we're only fans, so it's okay if we make it. But the problem was, what happens if this doesn't work?
Well, yes, and that the downside risk of it all is very, very severe, and we're going to be paying. We as Suns fans are going to be paying probably a heavy price for it. But I agree with Vinny. In real time, the swing of the bat that Matt Ishbia took, all things considered, most of us were all on board with that. Because it's Kevin freaking Durant, first of all. Second of all, Monty Williams had quit coaching the Phoenix Suns. And he didn't even attempt to coach the Detroit Pistons when he got that job. So you can't go back and say you got rid of him. And that's a no-brainer. The Chris Paul thing. How many times did we see Chris Paul's game fall apart once the postseason got here?
Or his body falls apart.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
And his body falling apart. And it's so that in real time, there was real rationalizations behind almost every one of these moves. Now, the one that I really look back and think is just really stupid is throwing in Toumani Camara in the DeAndre Ayton deal. I mean, did you really need to do that?
No. Did you really need to attach a first-round pick to get rid of Yusuf Nurkic
No.
because Mike Budenholzer wouldn't talk to him?
Yeah, no.
He should have been fired then.
See, there you go.
Because that first-round pick was the good, unprotected first-round pick turned into 3 first-round picks, one of which
we thought they were playing 4D chess, too, by getting those 3 picks because it was going to turn into something else. And now you just have 3 worthless or less valuable picks.
I know.
They only have 2. One of them they traded in the Nurkic deal.
No, but you're right. You're right. We thought that they were like 4D reverse engineering genius at the time. Yeah, it's really all kind of lamentable, and getting out of this is going to take a Herculean feat, Vinny.
Oh yes. Are they going to name Hercules as their next head of basketball operations?
That'd be fantastic.
Join Kyler Murray and friends for the first annual Kyler Murray Foundation Celebrity Softball Game. It's happening May 17th at Salt River Fields at Talking Stick. If you want to be there, register now for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets. Just head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for all the details and for your shot at winning that 4-pack of tickets. Coming up next, the Diamondbacks, very impressive in their series opener against the Miami Marlins. We'll relive it in D-Backs Daily. Next, Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Coach Bud has been relieved of his duties, as the Phoenix Suns press release says. 36 games, man. The Suns won 36 games. But maybe it was asking a guy that needs to be a team leader to quiet down that really was the fait accompli that made this thing a done deal. Maybe it was asking Devin Booker to quiet down out on the floor and in team huddles that made this firing something that has already been done.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Okay, sometimes what was once in style just doesn't make any sense anymore. Like those outdated jeans. Oh, you know they look good at one point. But they no longer fit.
Hi, I'm Michael Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Just like fashion, your estate plan can become outdated over time. Whether it's new family members, changes in your financial situation, or shifts in your personal goals, your estate plan should reflect your current life. Think of it like spring cleaning. There's no point in keeping clothes that no longer fit. Much in the same way, key components of an estate plan can easily become outdated, like beneficiary designations, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives. These elements need to be periodically reviewed to ensure they align with your current circumstances. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help.
It's time to update your estate plan with Morris Hall. Schedule your complimentary consultation today at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
For a limited time only at Santan Ford. Santan Ford is employee pricing, saving you thousands. You can buy new 2025 Ford Explorers for as low as 2.9% APR, or take up to $8,700 off brand new 2025 Ford Escapes. And Santan Ford has hundreds of Escapes to choose from. Let's recap: employee pricing, financing options that are good for your wallet, and selection galore. It's all going on now. From America for America. See you at Tim Hovick Santan Ford in Gilbert.
Hey, as homeowners, our closer is America Roofing. Yep, out of the bullpen, save 12% while it lasts with tax and tariff relief courtesy of Arizona's #1 roofing company, America Roofing. You know what? We had a leak in the garage. I'm like, it's all good. And then the monsoon hit, not good. Big leak in a bedroom. I should have gotten the free inspection right away, especially right now when you can save 12%. It's tax and tariff relief at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC 186438CR42.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker and Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks took the first of 3 in Miami yesterday, 10-4, thanks to a high-quality start from Mel Kelly and long balls from Geraldo Perdomo and Corbin Carroll.
Swung on, high fly ball, deep to right field. That ball is way gone. Perdomo, upper deck tank shot, and tack on 3 more for the Diamondbacks. They lead it 4-0.
Brandon Pfaadt will get the ball today for the Snakes as they look to make it 4 wins in a row, and first pitch is at 3:40, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7. Who will the Arizona Cardinals draft when they're on the clock in less than a week? Head to arizonasports.com for the latest Cardinals mock drafts and more. And amidst finding a new head coach this offseason, the Phoenix Suns are expected to offer Devin Booker a 2-year contract extension worth $149 million this summer. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602 Blue Sky. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
That baby is gone!
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-Backs Daily. Brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
D-Backs making their annual trip to Miami for a 3-game series against the Marlins. And much to Dan Bickley's delight, even though he wasn't there, the roof was open, the panels were open. It was outdoor baseball in Miami, which apparently never happened.
No.
Mel Kelly on the mound. He will join us later today on the show, by the way. Facing Miami rookie Connor Gillespie after a scoreless first inning, the D-backs got to work in the second. With 2 outs, Alec Thomas got things rolling with a single to right field. Thomas then stole second, took third on a throwing error from catcher Liam Hicks. Garrett Hampson drew a walk. That put runners on the corners for the red-hot Corbin Carroll.
Here's the 1-0. Carroll swings, lashes a base hit into right field. That's going to bring home Thomas. Hampson heads to third. Carroll's trying for 2, and he will get in there. An RBI double for Corbin Carroll. D-backs lead at 1-0.
Yeah, Arizona draws first blood. 5 pitches later, Geraldo Perdomo would tack on in a big way.
Swung on, high fly ball, deep to right field. That ball is way gone. Perdomo, upper deck tank shot, and tack on 3 more for the Diamondbacks. They lead it 4-0.
Yeah, 2-2 cutter. Perdomo launched it 407 feet to right field, just like that. 4-0. Miami would get 1 back in their half of the second. Otto Lopez led off with a double against Kelly. By the way, just looking at the roster of these names, this is the most anonymous baseball team in the history of Major League Baseball. There's like no recognizable names. Sandy Alcantara, that's it.
That's it.
Jeff Conine? No, isn't that still?
Jeff Conine's son is on the team.
Yeah.
2 batters later, Hicks would hit a comebacker to Kelly, but Lopez scored from third to make it 4-1. Didn't stay that way long. Josh Naylor leading off the 3rd inning for the D-backs.
Here's the pitch. Naylor swings, sends another fly ball out to deep right field towards the corner. This ball is gone. Sneaks it inside the foul pole for his 2nd Diamondback homer. And the D-backs get that run right back. It's a 5-1 lead.
Yeah, the lead back up to 4 runs. Gillespie settled down at that point. He retired 9 straight D-backs after the Naylor dinger, but things got messy for him in the 6th. Lourdes Gurriel Jr., Gino Suarez led off with singles. Gabby Moreno, the hitter, with a chance to increase the lead.
Now the pitch swung on, ground ball up the middle, past the dive of Edwards into center. Gurriel rounding third. He's going to score. Sanchez bobbled the ball, and an RBI knock for Gabriel Moreno. It's now a 6-1 Diamondback lead.
Just Moreno's 2nd run batted in of the season, but did make it a 5-run lead. That would end Gillespie's night. Miami went to right-hander George Soriano, who struck out Thomas for the first out. Garrett Hampson reached on a fielder's choice. That loaded the bases for Carroll.
The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, hammered. Deep right field. Way back she goes. Oh, man, gone. Slam time for Carroll. He cleans the bases. It's his 6th home run of the season. And hang 10 for the Diamondbacks. They lead it 10-1.
Yeah, 3rd career grand slam for Carroll. 10-1, as you heard Chris Garagiola say there. Miami would get 2 runs off of Joe Mantiply in the 7th, 1 in the 9th off of Bryce Jarvis, but the D-backs left the park with a comfortable series opening 10-4 win over Miami. Here's Torey Lovello on what stood out to him.
A few things stand out for tonight's game for me. First, it was Merrill just going out there and dialing it up and giving us 6 unbelievable innings, and then the offense creating opportunities and then slugging. And the right guys in the right spot came up. It's a 3-run home run by Perdomo. It's a grand slam by Corbin. It's a solo home run to give us an extra point by Naylor. But there's a lot of really quality approaches, and I think those are the things that stand out to me today.
Yeah, much needed win in that style again. We talked about it last week when the Diamondbacks wrapped up their series against Baltimore with the solid win on Wednesday afternoon. Then went into the weekend, lost that first game to the Brewers. But since that 9th inning outburst on Saturday night, this looks a little bit like a different baseball team.
They've been a different baseball team. I think yesterday was their most complete game to date, albeit against a team, like you had said, that doesn't have a lot of oomph in that lineup. But still, the Diamondbacks look like a juggernaut that was just taking care of business and swatting about an inferior team. I was very encouraged by all of it. Mel Kelly was fantastic, but I want to dwell, first of all, on Corbin Carroll, watching that double where he just obliterated the baseball and then just rounded first with impunity and just took second. And then the grand slam was just vicious. The exit velocity and the way he is hitting baseballs on the screws right now, it's unbelievable.
The offseason batting stance change worked this year.
And it's a profound change. It's a marked change in where his hands are and what it looks like, but you talk about being dialed in. Then Geraldo Perdomo. Here's a guy, he's put some muscle on, and he's got as many home runs now this year as he had all last year.
He's already got 3 home runs. Here was Corbin Carroll kind of having a giggle on Perdomo's increased power while he was talking to Jody Jackson after the game.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch. Even in the cage, he's hitting the ball a lot harder this year. And that combined with his other skills, being able to just his eye for the ball, I'm excited to see what this year ends up with him.
Not that I'm promoting this sort of behavior, but if you want to play a fun Diamondbacks drinking game, take a swig every time Geraldo Perdomo's batting helmet comes off.
Wow.
Or Josh Naylor's for that instance.
Well, yes.
Maybe that's the key because those
Aren't those
two.
supposed to fit?
Maybe it depends on the hair that you have underneath it. Believe me.
I don't know.
But it's amazing how hot the hot guys on the D-backs are. Like how the top
All
of
right,
that.
calm down, Jared. Calm down.
I'm sorry.
They're human beings.
It's been a while.
Are you going to start talking about tight ends again, Jared? Come on.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well,
but
the top of the D-backs lineup.
No, that's the question you've got to ask. Is Corbin Carroll and Geraldo Perdomo hot right now, or are they just both stars? Because we know Corbin Carroll has that trajectory and has been predicted for this. But Geraldo Perdomo and what he brings to a baseball field, we might be looking at something pretty darn special here.
But I mean, Pavin Smith and Alec Thomas aren't going to hit 340 for the whole year.
Okay,
also,
all right. I wasn't talking about that. If
but
you're
I'm just talking about
them,
like this
fine.
group of like really hot hitters. They have 5 guys on their team hitting like 330 or better right now.
Good because
the bottom of the order is not doing
right.
And Ketel Marte is still not in the lineup.
Yes.
So you need
Gurriel and
guys
Suarez
like that.
are really struggling.
Here was Torey Lovello on Perdomo as a hitter.
Well, I don't want him to think he's a power hitter because I think that gets everybody into some problems, but he's just a good hitter. He's a good hitter that's following game plans. He understands how pitchers are working him. The pitcher, I think, made a mistake. The same pitches that got him out in his first at-bat, he was hunting for and waiting for, and he got it, and he didn't miss it. So credit to him for having a high baseball IQ, but then going out and executing and doing some damage against it. So that's hard work. It's him getting grounded, creating some force, and then not missing the pitch he wants.
Back to the exit velocity point on Corbin Carroll. The home run he hit, the grand slam, 107.8 miles per hour off the bat, which has been, some of the exit velocities he's put up this year are near the top of Major League Baseball. But it is only fair to point out, in the 9th inning, Griffin Conine, son of Jeff Conine, hit a baseball 117.4 miles per hour.
Wow.
10 miles per hour faster off the bat than Corbin Carroll's home run.
Wow.
That's a ridiculous number.
And that's like the difference between you and I on the 51. Isn't it? It's kind of the difference.
You're way off. I'm going the speed limit.
Now, come on now.
To Dan Bickley in his German automobile, treating it like it's the Autobahn.
To Corbin Carroll's like exit velo and all that stuff we've been talking about, he's top 10 in average exit velo, percentage of hard hit baseballs, and barreled swings this year.
It's crazy. And the guy's 5'9".
Yeah. The guys above him are Shohei Ohtani, Pete Alonso, Aaron Judge, and Gunnar Henderson.
That's quite some company to keep.
Good company to be in right there.
It really, really is.
D-backs going for their 4th straight win.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can count.
Yeah.
Today, 3:30 first pitch with Brandon Pfaadt on the mound from Miami. And, of course, you can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Coming up, last night, the Warriors got their first look at playoff Jimmy. And I think they like what they saw. We'll get into that and more NBA talk next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Wednesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've been listening to D-Backs Daily, brought to you by America Roofing. Save 10% on any repair or replacement with Arizona's largest roofer. Online at americaroofingco.com. Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Shane Doan never left, and he had plenty of opportunities to, and he probably should have. Larry Fitzgerald never left, and he had plenty of opportunities, and maybe he should have. One day, I'd like to sit here and say Devin Booker could have left, and he didn't, and it worked out. And he won an NBA championship, and he brought it to the Phoenix Suns. Because we know damn well that this ownership group is committed to winning at all costs, and I would like to see Book be the guy that stayed, and it paid off.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope.
TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey, Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
New Harley-Davidson motorcycle starting at $99 a month at Desert Wind Harley. Right out today for only $99 a month at Desert Wind Harley-Davidson. Over 300 bikes in stock and the largest inventory in Arizona at Desert Wind Harley. Get on a new Harley today for only $99 a month at Desert Wind Harley-Davidson. Finance specialists on site to help get you approved. Good credit, bad credit, no credit. We can help. Visit DesertWindHarley.com.
Payments based on Nightster models and base color with 30% down, 84-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, this is Dave Burns.
And John Gambadoro.
And every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children in water.
Please take 2 seconds out of your day to help prevent these tragedies.
Learn life-saving water safety tips and enter to win swim lessons from the YMCA and a pool alarm from Life Buoy.
Go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And never forget that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Why'd you duck it? Right in his face.
Curry will be on the inbound. He's the most dangerous guy to get it back. And he gets it out to Morant. 5 seconds. 5-second violation. They could not inbound. 5 seconds. Oh, my goodness.
That was everybody in Memphis saying that. Oh, my goodness. Kevin Harlan, Reggie Miller on the call on TNT. The game situation, the Grizzlies are down 3, 5.4 seconds to go. And watching that replay 3 or 4 times, Bick, Santi Aldama is going to get all of the blame.
Yeah.
There wasn't a whole lot of effort by people getting open either.
That has to drive you crazy if you're a fan of that basketball team. Now, I think John Morant's got an excuse because he rolled his ankle early in the game, but you're right. There wasn't a lot of busting backside to get to shake free.
He could have, early, right after he got the ball, there was a player, I think it was Bain, it was open in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
But at least get it in. But, it was like the situation at the end of the NCAA championship game. You got to get a shot off there. You got to get the ball in to get a shot off.
Yeah, I'm kind of torn about this. I went into last night's game thinking that if the Warriors can't handle the Grizzlies at home for a chance to be the 7th seed, they're not going to make a run. But last night you got playoff Jimmy. The first time that he is really kind of, that's his best game as a Warrior.
Yeah, 38 points.
Yeah. So now I don't know what to think. I think the Warriors got a big reprieve with that victory. I think this is a very good matchup for them. Talk about teams that meet each other a lot in the playoffs. Those two teams have met a lot. Warriors and Rockets.
Yes. Here's Jimmy Butler after his big game.
It feels great. I want everybody to be happy. For sure, Steph, he deserves it. What he's done for the game of basketball, not only this city and this organization. He's in it for the long haul. He wants to win. He wants to win every single game, every single possession. And I know I want to win a championship, so he needs this would be number 5 for him, so he needs one more.
Yeah, and Draymond Green with a reminder for everybody who says the Warriors a little too old at this point.
We're not senior citizens. We're high-level basketball players. If we had to play tomorrow, we'll be all right. You train all year for this. So, yeah, this no disrespect to the senior citizens, by the way. We love our senior citizens. Just throw that out there. But we ain't there yet. So we'd be just fine.
Draymond's voice kind of sounds strained like a senior citizen.
But they're too old to be like the number 1 seed anymore in the West. But they're not too old to play well for 2.5 months.
This is a fascinating playoff matchup. You mentioned it. They move on into the real bracket against the Houston Rockets. 2 seed, young, inexperienced when it comes to playoff basketball. The difference. And when you add Jimmy Butler, the Jimmy Butler factor to it, I think it's even a bigger difference in playoff experience.
Without
and that's on top of having Draymond and Steph, who've won 4 championships together with the same coach. This is polar opposites in this playoff.
Without
matchup.
a doubt, I expect the Warriors to win this series. I admire the Rockets. I admire their fight, their spirit. I think their head coach is really good at what he does, but I don't think this is a good matchup for them. I really don't. What's weird though? I'll tell you what's kind of weird about the Warriors is so that game that they recently played against the Clippers, that game went to overtime. Last night's game was also a high intensity game. Jonathan Kuminga hasn't gotten off the bench in the last 2 games.
No. Not 1 minute. But he's a guy who's been featured and then removed from the rotation all season long and seemingly in his entire career with Golden State. But also a guy that's near the trade deadline when all those rumors were floating around. It was a guy that the Warriors were hesitant to part with.
Yeah. Yeah, listen, I'm real curious to see what this is going to look like. Like you said, adding Butler to them, I think, takes away Houston's ability to kind of try to impose their physicality on the Warriors. And what Jimmy does in the postseason, I think, obviously gives this team a lift. So this is going to be interesting. That Clippers-Nuggets series is fascinating because you could make an argument right now, and some people have, that Kawhi Leonard and James Harden right now are playing better than Luka and LeBron as duos go.
Yeah, but do you trust Kawhi Leonard and James Harden?
I trust Kawhi Leonard, but
in the postseason?
To stay healthy.
To stay healthy, that's the key.
Yeah,
that is the key.
You're asking trust questions about both of those players for different reasons.
Yeah.
Is bad playoff James Harden going to show up, or is Kawhi's knee going to take a vacation?
Yeah, that's it.
But so Memphis now has to wait until Friday. They will play the winner of the Dallas-Sacramento game tonight. The Eastern Conference playing it. Atlanta's always in it. Chicago's always in it. Miami's always in it. There's very little intrigue. The other story that's out, Dallas does play tonight against Sacramento. Nico Harrison spoke to the media for the first time since making the Luka Doncic trade. Basically after that first press conference, that really weird press conference where Jason Kidd looked like he was being held hostage. And he's using terminology like no regrets on making the trade. And here was the response, the reaction from Tim McMahon of ESPN.
Nico doubled down, he tripled down, he quadrupled down. I could go on. I ran out of fingers counting how many times that he said defense wins championships. So he's sticking with that. Now, that logic maybe doesn't necessarily add up. Neither does this. The Mavericks owe their first-round draft capital for deals they've made to successfully build around Luka in 27, 28, 29, and 30, either outright or swaps. Nico Harrison created what he calls a 3 to 4 year time frame to be a championship contender. Obviously, year 1 ruined by injuries. I pushed back on the logic of that. He just kept going back to the defense wins championships mantra. Quite frankly, a lot doesn't make sense, but Nico made it clear he does plan to be the general manager of the Mavericks for the rest of his contract, which has 3 years left.
There's no more vitriol towards a single person in the NBA right now than the Dallas fan base to Nico Harrison.
Who would have ever thought that in April of 2025, the sports world would be dominated by 3 players named Nico? Nico Horner tripled for the Cubs, beat the Padres last night. Nico Imaliava, the center of all the NIL. Right. I mean, it's incredible what that story is all about.
Yeah, we haven't even touched on that. It's a mess.
Yeah, and then this dude in Dallas who continues to take all the bullets for an owner who did not want to pay Luka the money.
Yep. And Nico Mannion,
former
say. Great. Not really. But
Nico Noga, former middle linebacker of the Phoenix Cardinals.
I should point out also that press conference was called last minute, and they were not allowed to bring cameras or phones in with them.
Yeah.
So that's why there's no audio from it.
So yesterday after the show, I attended a memorial service for a family friend.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a reception afterwards, and there was talk about, people know what I do for a living. So the subject of the Suns came up. Everybody wants to talk about how dysfunctional the Suns were this year. And there was a woman there from Texas who said, well, at least the Suns didn't trade Luka Doncic.
Listen, I'm going to repeat this story. I've said it once, but for people who weren't listening then, I got a heads up from a high roller friend of mine in Dallas who runs in that circle with some of those people in the Mavericks. And he sent me what he heard was the story. And the story was this new owner of the Dallas Mavericks came up to Luka's agent and said, we want to sign Luka, but not at the Supermax. We want you to sign for this much. And the agent laughed. The owner circumvented the agent, went to Luka and said the same thing to Luka. And Luka had the same reaction, laughed in his face. And Luka said, aren't you a billionaire? And apparently the new owner of the Mavericks was so angry, he stormed into Nico Harrison's office and said, trade him. Stunned, Nico called in Jason Kidd, whose jaw hit the floor. And it was Jason Kidd who said, all right, go get me Anthony Davis. Make the best of a bad situation, go get me Anthony Davis, which is why there's all that smoke right now between Luka and Jason Kidd.
Notice he didn't say get me Anthony Davis and Austin Reeves. And more than one first-round draft pick.
Right? Insanity. Insanity.
We are months removed from that, and it is still in the insanity realm.
And the Lakers are benefiting from it. It's just our luck in regards to that couldn't be worse.
I can't wait to see what Nico tells the press after the Lakers championship parade in June.
Defense wins championships, Vinny. Wow.
Coming up next, back to the local front. What do the Phoenix Suns need to look for in their next head coach? We'll get into some qualities. We'll get into some names. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Patrick Peterson retiring in Arizona. Calais Campbell back on the D-line. Brings back some good Cardinals memories.
Into the end zone, the shovel pass for the touchdown of the win. The Cardinals advance to the NFC Championship game.
We're looking forward to the NFL Draft in less than 2 weeks.
You're sitting in the war room watching the draft unfold and trying to determine, do we stay where we are? Do we move up? Do we fall back?
We preview the prospects and what Monty needs to complete the roster on the home of the Arizona Cardinals. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples prints it all.
Oh, you bet. Posters, banners.
Can you print it all for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course. Photo gifts like canvas prints, photo puzzles.
Can you print it all for graduation?
Sure can. Custom cards and invites.
Can you print a huge banner with the grad's picture?
Oh, definitely.
Even an embarrassing baby picture?
Oh, those are the best kind.
I know, right?
Print it all for moms and grads at Staples. And right now, get 40% off custom cards, invites, and photo gifts. N75 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Shane Company engagement rings are expertly crafted to fit both your style and your lifestyle.
My wife's an artist and works with her hands. Shane Company helped me create a ring that's beautiful and sleek. She loves it.
Shane Company rings are crafted with care using high-quality materials, and we set each center stone by hand in our jeweler's workshop right here in our store. We also protect your ring, including the center stone, with our unmatched free lifetime warranty. Let us help you find your perfect ring, in-store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
2 words we've been waiting for: employee pricing. Yep, employee pricing right now at our Desert Ford dealers. From America, for America. Paul Calvisi here. Hey, Ford has been part of our country's story for more than a century. That's why Ford is offering employee pricing. That means we pay what Ford employees pay, and we're talking the full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Take that 2024 Ford F-150. If you're looking for a perfect work truck or a powerful weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. Besides, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus 5.9% APR financing for 72 months and $3,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. But employee pricing won't last forever. Click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2024. Terms and conditions may apply. See your local Ford dealer for details.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our energy support program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks took the first of 3 in Miami yesterday, 10-4, thanks to a high-quality start from Mel Kelly and long balls from Gerardo Perdomo and Corbin Carroll.
The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, hammered, deep right field, way back she goes, oh man, gone, slam time for Carroll, he cleans the bases, it's his 6th home run of the season, and hang 10 for the Diamondbacks, they lead it 10-1.
Brandon Pfaadt will get the ball for the Snakes today as they look to make it 4 wins in a row. First pitch is at 3:40, and you can listen on Arizona Sports 98.7. Who will the Arizona Cardinals draft when they're on the clock in less than a week? Head to arizonasports.com for the latest Cardinals mock drafts and more. This report is brought to you by Presidential Pools. Presidential Pools is Arizona's #1 pool builder by volume in Arizona and proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Build value in your home with the pool of your dreams online at presidentialpools.com.
Hey, it's Luke. What is the single most important trait the Suns should want in their next head coach? We'll get into that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Largely, these are guys who played in the NBA before, or these are young and up-and-coming guys. And so it's kind of the list of candidates in which they bring in is kind of going to tell you the direction they're moving forward. Like, I think a lot of teams feel like, look at the Lakers, feel like they probably need a voice that's not too far removed from playing. or an assistant coach, a young up-and-coming assistant coach who has the ear of the players. And if you listen to, detail the kind of the issues that I talked about with Bud and the players on this Suns team, that communication was key, or that lack of communication was key. So bringing in somebody who has the ear of the players and who can communicate and relay a message properly, where it's going to be received in the right way, that's going to be very important.
Chris Haynes with his reporting on Monday. The type of candidates the Suns are going to be looking for. Can you communicate with your players?
Is that the baseline now for being an NBA head coach?
Now that it's done and they've moved on, I have to ask the question. If this is the way Mike Budenholzer conducted himself in Milwaukee and Atlanta, how the hell did they ever win games?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Was this a transition, a change in him as how he was going to handle things? Because he actually had longevity in both of those places.
But it did end badly in Milwaukee after they won a championship, so something changed.
Yeah. But this profoundly, again, all you have to do is juxtapose opening press conference with any of the other press conferences after December, and it sounds like a different guy. So
remember the times we had him on this show?
Oh, wait.
Remember when he was on Burns and
wait?
Ooh.
Yeah, no, he didn't do any of that. Right? So, and at one point in time, as somebody who wanted to see the best in Mike Budenholzer, because I really bought into the, local kid, dream job, I thought maybe this is a 4D chess way of keeping the focus off of me and all on the players. And it wasn't. Because those press conferences, they almost became laughable in the phrase I use is their autopilot comatose nature.
Is it possible that he just didn't know what he was getting into, having to coach Kevin Durant and Devin Booker and Bradley Beal?
Is it possible he threw up his hands and said, I can't
exactly.
Yes, it's possible.
And just sort of gave up early?
It's possible. But there's a lot of anger. The fact that he was this kind of jerkish at times, if you listen to the stories about Yusuf Nurkic.
Jerkish with Nurkic.
With Nurkic.
That was a fresh rhyme.
That rhymes like Jarrett and Ferret.
You're spitting over here,
I am.
On the not knowing what he got into, though, there are now stories about him having bad interactions with Devin Booker, with Bradley Beal, and we saw Kevin Durant.
And we saw the Kevin Durant stuff.
So we could say that he didn't handle any of those situations right, potentially, but he was trying to coach them, and maybe that he just didn't work.
Tyus Jones came out after one of the recent games and said he was very disappointed to lose his starting job. I don't know if these guys were communicated with properly. And if you're looking at the baseline, communication obviously needs to improve, and it will. There's no way it can improve. But I don't know. Maybe hire somebody that one person in the organization likes being around, apparently. That might be a good place to start.
Uh-huh. So listen, I think I don't know. I'm really hungry for details that explain what we just witnessed, right?
I am too, and we saw it in the Memphis situation, in the Denver situation, in the Dallas situation earlier in the year. Very detailed reporting about what happened, where it went wrong, all of that. I don't know if we're getting that takeout piece on the Phoenix Suns.
I don't know. Yeah, it's a great question, and it's to me, because we've had a couple of seasons like this. What in the heck happened to this basketball team? We had that after the Dallas Game 7. What in the heck happened to this crew? It seems to be a recurring thing here. Look, and it continues to be beyond absurd. Gamble the other day pointed out about the drain that for all his greatness, stand trigger alert, stand trigger alert, stand trigger alert, that Kevin Durant's a drain on an organization. Whether that's true or not, yesterday he started fighting with people on X about his leadership skills, and he was quite literally saying in social media that he is a great leader. And I'm like, this guy, he must be exhausting.
Well, for years, wasn't he just trying to push away at the leaders? I just want to play ball.
Remember when he said Frank Vogel's the leader? You remember that?
Yes.
How awkward and weird that was? So there's a chance that Mike Budenholzer said, I ain't reaching these guys, so I'm just going to turn into a jerk. I don't know. I don't know what else explains it.
Or I'm going to at least give up trying to not be a jerk. and I'm just going to
get fired?
Yeah. Well, we're going to get more into the Kevin Durant part of things later on in the show.
Yeah, okay.
But the list of names, there's a lot of names out there. Gambo has shot down some names. He hasn't shot down some names. There is a blend of fired coaches. Taylor Jenkins is on a lot. I did an aggregation of all the lists that are out there.
Okay.
Taylor Jenkins, Michael Malone, which have already been shot down. I don't know if those guys would work here, quite honestly. I don't know if they want to get back into the rigors of coaching after they were shown the door in their respective places.
Yeah.
There's a lot of assistant coaches. The most common names that come up from assistant coaches, Jared Dudley, no experience as a head coach. Chris Quinn, the assistant in Miami, no experience as a head coach. Micah Nori from Minnesota, I think is a pretty intriguing name. Does have a little bit of experience because of what happened with Chris Finch in the playoffs last year.
Yeah.
He had to coach that team after Finch got hurt in the Phoenix series. Jarrett Jack, his name comes up a little bit. No head coaching experience. I mentioned Sam Cassell, didn't I? Or no, I didn't.
No, you have.
Sam Cassell. David Fizdale shows up on a lot of these lists. No offense to Fizdale, but I think this needs to be a complete house cleaning.
Yes. So I don't think
he's the one guy that's been here during the last 2 disappointing seasons.
Yeah, right. And so to me, I think that this is something where if you are really putting everything on Devin Booker, I think you've got to dial him in and get his thoughts on this matter. I like Michael Malone a ton as a basketball coach. But the problem is it's going to feel exactly like the last 2 hires, right?
Yes.
Older white dude with the championship ring.
And then you look at what happened with Michael Malone, and you read the details of the dysfunction between he and Calvin Booth, and they were both shown the door. But, if that happens 10 years down the road, if you hire a Michael Malone and you have a championship in your trophy case, that's fine.
That's fine. Yeah, no, I agree. So I really do like Michael Malone a lot. But I don't think he's going to fit what they're looking for here. I don't know whether they want to go younger, maybe find the next J.J. Redick if you can. I don't know. People have mentioned Steve Nash as a possibility. The Jared Dudley thing is intriguing because Jared Dudley has got a great personality, and I could see him being really good at the job, but...
Again... Look, experience hasn't mattered, so maybe it shouldn't matter on the other side either.
I guess.
I mean, you're not bringing in a coach now to coach Bradley Beal, Kevin Durant, and Devin Booker anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So maybe you don't need that experienced, respected guy. You could take a chance on an out of the box hire or a young up and comer.
Here's one interesting nugget from this aggregate list I put together. Kellen Olson's list of candidates that appears on ArizonaSports.com includes a Dan Hurley, might be pie in the sky. It includes a Vincent Collet from France.
Oh, my God.
It includes a Jarrett Jack from Detroit. And it includes a Sam Cassell from Boston. How weird is that?
That is so great.
That is outstanding.
I don't think any of those guys is getting the job.
Certainly not the Jared one.
Coming up next, Corbin Carroll is one of the hottest players in baseball. Is this the year he puts together a full MVP season? We'll get into that. More D-backs talk next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A D-backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke this morning at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, by now, you know Sweet James, official accident attorney for the Phoenix Suns. You've probably seen the television commercial of him dunking the basketball. I do not know if those hops are real or artificially enhanced, but I do know this. Sweet James and his stable of accident attorneys, they are great at dunking on the opposition, primarily the insurance companies you're going to be battling if you're ever injured in an accident. Here's what they're going to do for you. They're going to get you the medical treatment you need so you can heal. They're going to get your car fixed. They're going to get you the most amount of money possible in the Justice justice you deserve, and they're going to treat you with compassion every step of the way. What sets them apart is they have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, which gives them great amounts of leverage when dealing with those insurance companies. And as a result, insurance companies know they can't play games or nickel and dime the attorneys at Sweet James, not when they're willing to tell your story in a court of law. It's why they don't just win 98% of the time. They win big. They win the most. They recover more in a year than the most firms do in a lifetime. And you pay nothing until they win your case. Call them for a free consultation. 1-800-9-MILLION. 1-800-9-MILLION. Online at sweetjames.com.
Hi, I'm Carol Rice with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many homeowners move out of necessity, which is why I developed my Guaranteed Multiple Cash Offer program, giving you up to 6 of the best offers, including at least one at 100% of market value, or I'll pay the difference. A fast sale doesn't have to mean settling for one lowball offer. To get multiple offers, call me, Carol Royce, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, I have so many friends that invest and have financial advisors, and they tell me they hear from those guys like once a year. What makes you different?
I have a very simple rule. Communication is everything in a financial relationship, because if you can't communicate, things are going to be missed. I think it's really important. All of my clients have my personal cell phone number. It's important that they reach me when they need to reach me.
Now, how can you do a great job for somebody when you're only contacting them once a year? You can't, right?
Listen, we are in an evolving world. Things are changing quickly. We don't know what's going to happen with the Tax Cut and Jobs Act. We need to have a plan, but we need to be ready to call an audible if things change.
Now, if you have a financial advisor that only contacts you once a year, you need to find out about Stuart Willis and Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Call 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review, or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here. Don't wait another year wishing you had custom shades. Do what I did and call All Pro Shade Concepts. They're celebrating 20 years in 2025 with free estimates, complimentary installation, and they will cover your sales tax. I use roll-down shades to keep the cold air out and turn my patio into another room. And when summer comes, their retractable awnings block the sun and add backyard shade. Visit allproshadeconcepts.com and tell them Wolf sent you.
Phoenix, get ready for an action-packed soccer Saturday. Phoenix Rising takes on rival Sacramento Republic in a special matinee showdown on Saturday, April 19th at 1 p.m. Arrive early for the Valley's biggest Easter egg hunt, packed with unique and fun prizes for the kids. Plus, score an exclusive Phoenix Rising Croc Charm free at the gate while supplies last. Tickets start at just $15. Get yours now at phxrisingfc.com. Big stakes, bigger rivalry, be there.
Are you looking to find more fairways, hit more greens, and lower your scores? Then a custom golf club fitting from a Shields certified master fitter is your answer. Learning from the world's top fitters at Titleist Performance Institute, Callaway Performance Center, and the Ping Proving Grounds, we're equipped to fit you with the right clubs to make your game more consistent. Go to shields.com/expert fitting to schedule a custom fitting today.
Hey, it's Luke. Should the Arizona Cardinals make sure they don't let any other teams draft Cam Scadaboo? We'll talk about it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Merrill threw a great game. It's great to see Domo hop on their pitcher early and get us way out there and keep adding on after that.
Corbin Carroll last night, 2 more hits, a double, run scored on that. Grand slam. D-backs beat the Miami Marlins 10-4 in the opener of that series. And Corbin Carroll is one of, if not the hottest players in Major League Baseball right now. And it really hasn't been any kind of peak and valley situation.
No.
Since this season started, he has been dialed in.
Yes.
6 home runs. We talked about his massive struggles at the beginning of last year. and couldn't really figure out during the course of those daily discussions, Bick, why there was so much tweaking with what Corbin Carroll did well, because obviously it took him a while to get used to the tweaks or retweak the tweaks to get back to a level of comfort. And if you would have told me at the end of last season when Corbin Carroll did find himself in the second half of the season that he was going to tweak everything again, I would have said, oh, no. Don't do it.
And yet
he tweaked it.
Yes, and now he has changed his batting stance where his hands are located, and it looks dramatically different, and the results are unbelievable. So the question really becomes, is this just a hot streak, or is this a baseball player becoming one of the best in the game? Because that is possible as well. Corbin Carroll has 6 home runs and 14 extra base hits in 17 games. His slugging percentage is now .735 for the season. But this is the number I like the best. He is in the 99th percentile of exit velocity at 96.3 miles per hour, which means this is the hardest he has ever hit a baseball as a baseball player. And so the question now becomes, what is his ceiling?
He has the #1 WAR in all of baseball right
according
now.
to Baseball
Whatever
Reference,
that means.
WAR for position players 1.6. He's topping that list. And when you look at what some other guys are doing, and some of the other players, Aaron Judge, Shohei Ohtani, it's an amazing. It's amazing that at any point.
The downside of it is the National League West might be the toughest division in the history of baseball.
And the Rockies.
Oh, right. And the Rockies might lose 140 games this year.
They are
because of the company they keep.
But at least they got new City Connect uniforms.
Well, there you go. There's that, right? I mean, the Padres are 14-4. The Giants are 12-5. The Dodgers are 13-6.
17 games into this season, the Rockies are 10.5 games out.
How do you pull
Remember
that
when
off?
opening day hit and it's that feeling of, oh, it's a new season. And then the day after opening day in places like Denver, Colorado, you're like, ugh, when do the Broncos start?
Yeah, right. Exactly. I was, for one, I was very worried when Ketel Marte went down when he came up lame on that double. Because I thought taking that bat and what that bat represents out of the lineup is really going to just lessen what this lineup looks like to the opposing pitcher.
And you don't have Christian Walker. You don't have Jock Peterson this year.
Corbin Carroll plus Geraldo Perdomo right now are making that point moot. They have both been otherworldly, but just watching Corbin Carroll last night, it's the way the ball is jumping off his bat. It is stunning.
Yeah, here's Torey Lovello after the game talking about Carroll being so dialed in right now.
It's fun when he's coming up to the plate. He's locked in, and this is who he is, and the hard work is paying off. But you're right, it's loud contact. He's on every pitch. He's checking off the pitches that he doesn't want to swing out or he's not looking for. And very, very limited swing and miss. He's getting after it real well.
Yeah, and Bick's point to the Ketel Marte factor, this is very reassuring because Ketel Marte is almost at the point where he is slump-proof. He'll have a little bit of a lull, but he has been very consistent for the last several years in that lineup. And you take that bat away, who's going to be the consistent force? It's been Corbin Carroll. And to Jared's point, you don't have Christian Walker, you don't have Jock Peterson. Those guys are in early season hell at the plate right now.
How about it?
Christian Walker's hitting like 160 with 2 runs batted in. Jock Peterson is 3 for 43. 070 is what he's hitting. And he struck out 12 times.
Whereas Josh Naylor and Pavin Smith, their replacements are each hitting like 330.
Yeah.
So that's at the moment that's working is what that's doing. So listen, it's only the Marlins, but I felt like yesterday was a continuation of these last couple of games. Not even the last couple of games. The 9th inning Saturday plus Sunday's game plus today. They feel like they've stepped into a different realm as a baseball team. They look like the team we want them to be right now, and they're doing it without one of their best players.
Yeah, and this got to keep the wave riding as long as they can. Because I with Ketel, you think, and the vagueness of the language about the timetable kind of gives you pause that it's going to be a little bit longer than initially thought. And when Torey came out and said a series of weeks, that doesn't give you a great feeling.
No. And again, I've got it's. I know these injuries are you can't predict them. And there's really no cause and effect. But again, I wasn't sure Ketel Marte's level of in-shapedness, if you will, when the season began. And I don't know if that played a part in kind of blowing up that hamstring or what. But when he gets back, I think this pitching rotation, they're about to also go on a roll and start stacking really good quality starts one after another after another.
By the way, the competition, you said it's only the Marlins, and they've actually won some games. They're about a 500 team right now. And I made the point that they're the most anonymous team maybe ever. This is what we do. We follow sports on a daily basis. The Marlins this year have used 15 different position players, of whom before yesterday I had heard of one.
Wow.
Xavier Edwards is the only one I had heard of. I'd heard the name Conine, but I didn't.
Now, Jarrett, when you asked about Jeff Conine, did you know his son played for the Marlins?
No.
Griffin Conine.
He was just the first Marlin, the old school Marlin that I could have just as well said Gary Sheffield or
Craig Counsell.
They've already used 17 pitchers this year. Of that list, I've heard of 2. Sandy Alcantara and Cal Quantrill. Why is Cal Quantrill on the Marlins? Doesn't seem to fit the mold of what they look for in a player. I know people have heard of him, and he's 30 years old.
To me, it is unbelievable that a franchise as bad as the Marlins, and they have been a terrible sell off all the assets kind of regularly kind of franchise, that they've got 2 World Series titles.
It's been a long time now, though. That was like a funny thing for a while because like they came into the league, won a World Series, sold everything, won another World Series, sold everything. It's been 20 years, more than 20 years, 22 years now since they won that second World Series.
That is true, but they do have 2.
But they do have 2.
And then you watch them play, and in South Florida, you're blessed with a night like last night, and
there's 6 people there.
There's nobody there.
It's dreadful.
There's people in Kansas City Royal jerseys in the stands. Like, it's a joke.
Yeah, it is a joke. And there's a lot.
Not even Marlins man goes to Marlins games. He goes everywhere.
The other games, right? I was going to say the other team in Florida is drawing more fans in a minor league stadium than.
Well, that minor league stadium probably represents an upgrade over what they're used to.
That's true too.
Good point too.
It's a better experience.
That's
for
a
the
bad
fans.
state for baseball right
until
now.
the summer.
Tampa's
going to be miserable
my goodness.
in those summer games.
Florida in the summertime.
No,
my goodness.
Thank you. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories of this Wednesday morning in the reboot. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
He's up for a 2-year extension after this season that would tack on 2 more seasons. That would be 5 years of Devin Booker that he'd be under contract for that extreme amount of money. And who knows? They might want to do it. They might want to do it because if the salary cap keeps going up and up, that might be a bargain for a guy like Devin Booker a couple years from now. As crazy as it sounds.
$70 million a year is a bargain.
As crazy as it's made, a bargain might be worth thinking about.
I mean, if he wants to do a 2-year extension and you're going to build around him,
it would show their commitment to him and his commitment to them.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, a couple real-life stories courtesy of Life Change Alone. One of our listeners, self-employed single mom in the landscape business, far from wealthy but very responsible with her money, owed $490,000 on her home at 2.75%. Switched over to a Life Change Alone. That home is getting paid off in just over 4 years. She's going to save $110,000 in interest. Another one of our listeners in the pool business, far from wealthy, very responsible with money, owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. Switched over to a Life Changer loan. That couple is now going to pay off their home in 8 years. They're going to save $490,000 in interest compared to a traditional mortgage. Truly a life-changing event for that couple. Life Changer loan, an innovative program that combines your banking with your mortgage. You pay all principal first. You get 24/7 access to your equity. You will pay off your home in a matter of years, not decades, which gives you a lot of time to build personal wealth. It's not for everybody. You've got to have the right financials, but I guarantee you this, if you are a good fit, you are going to love the results. Find out more at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-On-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-on-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-on-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-on-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Okay, sometimes what was once in style just doesn't make any sense anymore. Like those outdated jeans. Oh, you know they look good at one point. But they no longer fit.
Hi, I'm Michael Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Just like fashion, your estate plan can become outdated over time. Whether it's new family members, changes in your financial situation, or shifts in your personal goals, your estate plan should reflect your current life. Think of it like spring cleaning. There's no point in keeping clothes that no longer fit. Much in the same way, key components of an estate plan can easily become outdated, like beneficiary designations, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives. These elements need to be periodically reviewed to ensure they align with your current circumstances. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help.
It's time to update your estate plan with Morris Hall. Schedule your complimentary consultation today at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
We have big news from Sanderson Ford. Listen to this.
This is David Kimmerly, president of America's most awarded Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Ford just announced From America, For America employee pricing. Now you pay what I pay on the full lineup on new Fords with no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense, and no added markups.
Employee pricing levels the playing field for Ford dealers as everyone gets the same set price. However, other dealers will still add addendums and add-ons. Sanderson Ford will not. Choose Sanderson because they have the inventory and a 70-year reputation of treating you right. Ford is undeniably the most America-first automaker in the world. 80% of the vehicles Ford sells are assembled in factories located in America, and they will be less affected by the tariffs. Now is the best time to buy a new Ford with From America, For America employee pricing from Sanderson Ford.
Excludes 2025 Expedition, Super Duty, Raptor, Mustang, and Bronco specialty vehicles.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker and Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks took the first of 3 in Miami, 10-4 yesterday, thanks to a high-quality start from Mel Kelly and long balls from Geraldo Perdomo and Corbin Carroll.
Swung on, high fly ball, deep to right field. That ball is way gone. Perdomo, upper deck tank shot, and tack on 3 more for the Diamondbacks. They lead it 4-0.
And Brandon Pfaadt will get the ball for the Snakes today as they look to make it 4 wins in a row. First pitch is at 3:40, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7. Who will the Arizona Cardinals draft when they're on the clock in a little over a week? Head to arizonasports.com for the latest Cardinals mock drafts and more. And amidst finding a new head coach this offseason, the Phoenix Suns are expected to offer Devin Booker a 2-year extension this summer. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. With over 400 employees statewide and Arizona's largest roofer, they can get to you fast. Save 10% at americaroofingco.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Billy and Barada Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
It's 7:31 on a Wednesday, and that means we are ready for the Rush Hour Reboot, and we start in Miami, where the Diamondbacks beat the Marlins 10-4 yesterday. And Mel Kelly, who we have on the show at 8:30, gave the Diamondbacks their 6th straight quality start, their longest quality start streak since 2017. Can you guys name that starting rotation off the top of your head?
2017?
Yeah.
Zach Greinke, Robbie Ray, Patrick Corbin.
Ooh, there we go. The last 2 would be great polls.
Josh Colmenter?
No.
No, he wasn't on that team.
He's on the Phillies now. Taijuan Walker.
Oh, yeah?
I forgot Taijuan Walker.
And a blast from the past, Zach Godley.
Okay.
Yeah, so since 2017, they've had their longest quality start streak. And here's Torey Lovello on Mel Kelly's performance yesterday.
He's so good at making adjustments. He just toggled a little bit, made some tiny adjustments, lifted the ball up a little bit. He was missing down. And then as soon as you start to put the ball on the plate, I think he got very, very tough.
So 4 wins, looking for 4 wins in a row. They've won 5 out of the last 6. Is this team starting to look like the team we all expected to see before the season started?
Yeah, they starting in the 9th inning against the Brewers, and now they sure do. Yeah, I was I enjoyed every moment of yesterday's game. It was a beatdown.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. And they had sharpened things up a little bit. We had talked about the first week and a half of the season, Sammy, about just making mistakes and not really reacting well to the mistakes that they were making, the situations they were putting themselves in. The defense has been a lot more solid. They're not making those base running errors or sloppy baseball, but then the bats slowed down for the first 17 innings of the Milwaukee series. I think since Saturday night, this is becoming the team that we expected to see. Doesn't mean they're going to win every game, but they're playing a more competent, professional brand of baseball.
Sure, and back at it today at 3:40, and tomorrow at, what time do they play tomorrow?
Early morning.
Early morning.
That's all I care about.
We're off at 8:30 tomorrow, folks.
I think it's at 9:15 a.m.
Get your stamps and your tongues ready because we're mailing it in tomorrow.
Yep. So since we have a short show tomorrow, I thought I'd give you a Wednesday edition of the trade machine. Because since Kevin Durant is going to be, his name's going to be tossed around in article after article until he gets traded. Today's trade machine, we look at the Oklahoma City Thunder. Assuming maybe they flame out in the playoffs or want to make some changes, they call up the Phoenix Suns. So the Suns would be trading Kevin Durant to Oklahoma City for Isaiah Hartenstein, Luquez Dort, Nikolai Topic, the 2024 draft pick, and 2 first-rounders of their 1,000. What do we think about it?
Are we talking about Lou Dort to Phoenix?
Yep.
What a Dort! Vinny,
By
you
the
want to
way,
assess
last
that
time
trade?
Lou Dort was in Phoenix, he didn't play. And on the bench, he was wearing this awesome ASU baseball
It was
jersey.
sweet.
It was
Really?
nice, yes.
Is that enough for Kevin Durant?
Yeah, I believe not specifically to that possibility, but that is what it's going to feel like. That's what it's going to look like, I think, when it's all said and done. You said 2 first-round picks?
2 first-round picks.
Might not
2
even
picks,
be
2
that.
players. 1 pick, 2 players.
It's going to be rotation players.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to be all-stars.
No.
I mean, I've done, and Jarrett might 100% be right, I've done a lot of reading of just speculation, what teams can do, and it's still kind of all over the place in that I've read a lot that Houston could be willing to give up Jalen Green, who's more than a rotation player, but then we wouldn't be getting as many picks back. There's still a lot.
If Devin Booker is here, I want no part of Jalen Green.
Yeah, you got to be real careful now with that
Right.
position overlap. You've got to be real smart in how you construct this next team.
And so that's why I think you get Hartenstein, who is a high-quality center. Dort is going to play hard for 82 games. We don't know what that Topic kid is, but he was a high 2024 draft pick, a point guard.
How bad could he be? His first name is Nikola.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
The track record there
Nico, for
checks
sure.
out. So that's your edition of Trade Machine Wednesday
Okay.
today.
All right.
And we talked about the play-in a little bit today and the playoffs getting underway Saturday. And in the East, you got the Knicks, Pistons, Bucks, Pacers, Magic, Celtics, and then the 1-8, which we'll figure out. Nuggets, Clippers, Lakers, Warriors, or Lakers, Wolves, Warriors, Rockets. Which of these series are you most interested to watch? I know we touched on the Warriors, Rockets a little bit, but do any of those first-round matchups catch your eye?
I'm really interested in the East and the Pistons-Knicks series.
Yeah, me too.
That one is, I think, the most intriguing of the matchups in the East. In the West, that Warriors-Rockets series, I think, is
That's going to be interesting, and I really think this Clippers-Nuggets series...
Clippers-Nuggets, too, you're exactly right.
A lot of people, in their mind's eye, can't imagine this Clippers team beating Nikola Jokic in the playoffs, but they've been playing at a really high level. Kawhi Leonard is playing about as good as he's played in 5 years.
If you had to guess who's favored in that series, Nuggets, Clippers. A Nuggets with home court.
I would say the Nuggets are favored. They're not?
Wow,
No.
Clippers are favored?
Clippers are favorites.
Wow. Clippers are like 19-3 in their last 22 games.
And in that Warriors-Rockets series, Warriors overwhelming favorites. The 2 seed in the West has been a dying man's seed lately.
Yeah, but I also think that
years.
adds intrigue because the Rockets are a team that I think they got a bunch of scrappy guys and borderline dirty guys and Dylan Brooks. They go in there with a chip on their shoulder as being the underdogs. That could get a little testy in that series.
A game 7 would be in Houston too. And the NFL draft is fastly approaching. We had Mel Kiper Jr. on yesterday, and we do know that the Cardinals used one of their top 30 visits on Cam Scadaboo. So here's Mel Kiper when he joined us yesterday talking about the former ASU running back.
Hard one to project because what is Cam going to be in the NFL? Is he going to be a guy you can work in and get a lot of mileage out of and a lot of production out of, but not going to be the focal point? How is he going to be utilized? I like the kid. You got to love the way he played and just the way he attacks everything and goes about his business. I think he's probably, to me, a late day 2, early day 3 type of guy.
So he said late day 2, early day 3. Where do you see Cam Scadaboo getting drafted in a little over a week?
I totally disagree with Mel Kiper, who's devoted his life to following.
We talked about it earlier today. He's been doing it since he's 19 years old, covering the draft.
Yeah.
That sounds about the right territory for me.
Yeah, I continue to think that to me, I thought the tepid nature of his 40-yard dash might scare off some people. So I predicted early 4th round, late 3rd, early 4th round is what I think he's going to go.
It doesn't
I don't
matter.
think he's going in the 2nd round. No.
And it doesn't matter when he goes so much as where he goes, right? He needs to have the right opportunity.
Yeah.
Like everyone's saying that the Cardinals should draft him. The Cardinals have like a good running back room right now. They wouldn't really get an opportunity.
Unless they're in love with Scadaboo, the prospect over one of those guys. But I mean, they just invested in Trey Benson last year. They got James Conner.
The thing about Cam Scadaboo is I think people are sleeping, not us, because we know his game very, very well. His ability as a pass catcher out of the backfield, I think it's already elite.
Yeah.
He's got incredible hands.
Yeah.
So he can be a Christian McCaffrey type in the passing game.
And I think whatever team drafts him, it will be a reboot to the backfield.
Oh, I see what you did there.
There you go. I had to on the way out.
Sammy.
Thank you, Sammy. Rush Hour Reboot every morning at 7:30. Coming up next, one NFL draft prospect has some pretty stern words for any team who may be thinking about selecting him. We'll get into that and some possibilities for the Cardinals next as we near the NFL draft. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-Backs Marlins.
The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, hammered. Deep right field. Way back she goes. Oh, man, gone. Slam time for Carroll. He cleans the bases. It's his 6th home run of the season. And hang 10 for the Diamondbacks. They lead it 10-1.
D-Backs Marlins. Game 2 of the series. Coverage begins this afternoon at 3 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Never too early to start thinking about pizza for dinner. Hey, it's Vince Murata back to tell you about Spinato's Pizzeria, a Valley favorite for over half a century. They started with a single location in Phoenix in 1974. And now Spinato's has 6 convenient Valley locations, and everything they do is great, but their pizza lineup is legendary, regardless of which one you choose. Could be the Chicago, the Spicy Italian, the Red Zone, the Courtside Classic. You can make your own pizza with all fresh ingredients and a choice of 4 different crusts for your own personal taste. But for a limited time, there's another heavy hitter on the pizza roster. It's the State 48 pizza. It is a collaboration between Spinato's and State 48. Unique Southwest-style margarita pizza with olive oil, mozzarella, pico de gallo, feta, lime crema, cotija, and cilantro. It is light, it is delicious, and you can also get limited edition State 48 Spinato's t-shirts and stickers, and a portion of proceeds of all those State 48 sales go to the State 48 Foundation, helping local entrepreneurs thrive. I mentioned Valley locations all over. Yep, Spinato's has got them. Central Phoenix, North Phoenix, Tempe, Scottsdale, Ahwatukee, Gilbert. They're also the official pizza of the Suns and Mercury at PHX Arena, and the official pizza of the Cardinals at State Farm Stadium. For info, events, and menus, check out SpinatosPizzeria.com.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel walk-behind zero-turn and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
For a limited time only at Santan Ford. Santan Ford has employee pricing, saving you thousands. You can buy new 2025 Ford Explorers for as low as 2.9% APR, or take up to $8,700 off brand new 2025 Ford Escapes. And Santan Ford has hundreds of Escapes to choose from. Let's recap: employee pricing, financing options that are good for your wallet, and selection galore. It's all going on now. From America for America. See you at Tim Hovick Santan Ford in Gilbert.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Spring cleaning isn't just for clutter. Let Benjamin Franklin Plumbing take care of your appliances. From water heater replacement or repair to advanced water filtration installation, Benjamin Franklin Plumbing is here to provide a worry-free summer for you and your family. Visit BenjaminFranklinPlumbing.com to schedule. You can count on the punctual plumbers, where your comfort and safety come first. Book now. Visit BenjaminFranklinPlumbing.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Did you know the average roof in Arizona only lasts about 15 years? Most homeowners don't know how old their roof is and often wait until it's too late to replace their roof because they can't visibly see the damage that the sun, wind, rain, and elements cause. What could have been a repair for a few $100 turns into thousands of dollars in damage to insulation, floors, drywall, baseboards, and more, which is why I want you to know about my friends at JLC Roofing, a third-generation family of roofers right here in Arizona. Right now, JLC is offering our listeners $1,500 off a full replacement if you need a new roof. A $1,500 discount just for mentioning my name. JLC Roofing also offers free estimates, and they service the entire valley. A roofer-owned roofing company. They specialize in tile, shingles, foam, and rolled roofing. So if you need a repair or a new roof, go with the roofing company that's roofer-owned for generations. JLC Roofing. Call 602-ROOFING for free estimates on your roof and give your roof some TLC with JLC. Call 602-ROOFING or jlcroof.com.
Starting May 8th, the D-Backs host Shohei Ohtani and the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field for a 4-game series. Secure your tickets for the matchup at dbacks.com.
I'm giving you some outside-the-box, unexpected, non-talked-about scenarios.
Bickley and Murata talk NFL draft now.
We are 8 days away from the beginning of the NFL draft. Of course, we'll have complete draft coverage the night of the draft next Thursday here on Arizona Sports with the whole crew getting involved. And near the top of the draft pick, this is a pretty interesting story. Travis Hunter is one of the most talked about prospects in a very long time. He's one of the most unique prospects the NFL will welcome to the league in a very long time because of the workload he carried on both offense and defense in his entire college career, going back to Jackson State. I mean, played over 700 snaps on both sides of the ball last year. Yep. Rarely came off the field, won the Heisman Trophy. In an interview with CBS Sports, Travis Hunter said, and this has been talked about a lot, what team is going to allow him to play both ways? He says, every team better be willing to play me both ways. What would happen if they made you pick offense or defense? Quote, it's never playing football again because I've been doing this my whole life. I love being on the football field. I feel like I could dominate on each side of the ball, so I really enjoy doing it.
All right, so
does that sway anybody?
Listen, I've got a lot of questions about this. For people who think Travis Hunter is being disingenuous, keep in mind he went to Jackson State for this very reason, that when he was going to college, colleges didn't want to allow him to play both sides of the ball. And so he ended up at Jackson State. Would he really blow off the NFL?
Well, he also went to Jackson State because he was the top recruit in the country, and Deion's like, come here. Let's put this on the map.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And Deion was also like, yes, you can play both sides of the ball because I once did it. Okay, I think I'm real conflicted on this because we've seen with Isaiah Simmons, we've seen other examples that in the NFL, it's so complicated. It is so detailed, the preparation, the meeting rooms, the playbooks, all that stuff. To do both well, it's a real hard league to play both sides of the ball on a full-time basis. Yet at the same time, I don't know whether you draft Travis Hunter that high if you're just going to have him play wide receiver. Is he that great as a wide receiver? Yes, he's really, really good. But 2, 3 overall? Kind of, I don't know. So I think you do, but you're going to have to hope that you're going to have him go off with the offense and go to all those meeting rooms and learn the playbook and get and you're going to have to hope he can just play cornerback without a lot of the other stuff.
Well, it's not just like the quality of play, but it's also obviously the threat of injury the more you play. What's a 17-game season playing both sides of the ball going to look like for somebody like that? Mm-hmm. It's like all those factors you have to have.
I mean, I think the possibility, or I think it will be a reality that whoever drafts him will play him both ways. The number of snaps, I think, has to be lessened.
I think the biggest thing is you want him on offense or defense for the biggest snaps of the game. So in the first half, if it's a couple snaps on offense, mainly defense or whatever, but if you need a drive and you need a score, you need Travis Hunter on the field. So, or vice versa, if the offense is going down the field, you need Travis Hunter on the field. How can you get him on the field in the biggest moments is what I think Vinny's and I are agreeing on in there.
Yeah, but we had Matt Miller on last week when you were gone, Big, and he told us, look, he would be a top 5 prospect if he was just a receiver.
Just as a wide receiver?
And he would be a top 5 prospect if he was just a cornerback. That's how special a talent we're talking about. But he's also not the biggest guy in the world. I mean, he's like 6 feet tall, 188 pounds. So wear and tear could be something as well to watch for him. But he is an unbelievable talent.
He played more than 300 snaps of his nearest competitor in college football last year. That's insane.
That is insane.
That's really, really insane. And the thing is, too, and there's still a lot of reverberation from the dual retiring the numbers deal at Colorado. I'm not sure Colorado's doing Shedeur Sanders any favors by doing this because it really does look like this is just nepotism. And the corresponding message is, okay, this is a guy that needs preferential treatment. I don't know. It's really I totally get doing it for a Heisman Trophy winner.
But I mean, again,
but a quarterback that wins 9 games,
and Shedeur was good. His statistics were really good. There's no questioning he is a top flight prospect going into the NFL, regardless of what his last name is. It just I don't see what Colorado gets from this. It's just
attention, I guess, and they get to make Deion Sanders happy, which is, I think, in the back of their mind every season where he stays there an extra year. You know,
it's probably. I'm sure that's factored into the calculus. But
I, for one, I'm not going to use the word shocked. I'm more than mildly surprised that Deion Sanders is still currently the head coach of Colorado.
So am I.
I thought it was going to be, when his sons were done and Travis Hunter was done, he was gonna tap out. And I thought there would be a heck of a lot more smoke around the Dallas Cowboys possibility.
Same.
And because there's smoke around every Dallas Cowboys rumor, and that one never really took off.
No.
Even though he acknowledged that, heck, I'm going to talk to Jerry Jones. It is strange. The Arizona Cardinals, we had Mel Kiper Jr. On for a segment yesterday, previewing what the Cardinals could do, and Travis Hunter is going to be the first wide receiver off the board. Wide receiver is a spot that seems to be getting linked to the Cardinals a lot more with their first-round pick at number 16. Matthew Golden is a player from Texas that Sun Devil fans are all too familiar with, unfortunately. Here's Mel Kiper Jr. on what Matthew Golden could bring to the Cardinals.
Yeah, he gets open. You got to get open and get separation in college. I mean, this is against I call them AOGs and other occupation guys. You get in the NFL, these are the best in the world. So when you see a guy like Golden getting open and finding ways and burst out of your break, that was the old, then back in the day, it's just burst out of his break. That creates separation. It creates windows. It creates an opportunity to make plays after the catch. So to me, Matthew Golden, that was really astonishing to me. I mean, 4.29 when we went into that combine, I think it was going to be Isaiah Bond, his teammate, running 4.29. Bond ran 4.44 and was supposed to be the guy in the transfer portal coming in, and ended up being Golden coming into the portal, not Bond. Remember, Golden came from Houston. Really 2 solid years at Houston. Not spectacular, but good. This year he was great. He had a couple concentration drops, but overall he was the go-to guy for Quinn Ewers and when Arch was in there. So, yeah, Matthew Golden really emerged quietly, I think, guys, quietly, because he was under the radar.
Yeah, so Matthew Golden, a possibility. The Teteroa McMillan stuff is still out there. He seems to have fallen from the early mock drafts. Early in this process, McMillan, at least through my lens and viewing these, was a surefire top 10 pick. There's some mock drafts now that are projecting him to fall all the way into the 20s.
You've brought this up. Are wide receivers going to become the new running backs in the way that they're viewed? Because, you could sort of interchange them a little bit more, just get a young one, and then when their giant contracts come up, that teams don't want to pay them anymore.
I don't think so.
You don't?
No. And part of me says that because of the trend of what these receivers are making now at the top end. They're certainly getting paid differently than running backs still are. But I also think wide receivers, to me, don't have the same level of interchangeability as running backs do. It's, you find a great wide receiver, you can milk it for 8 to 12 years. You find a good running back, that window is still very short. So
but that great wide receiver.
I know why you asked it, but I don't think that trend is. I don't think there's much meat on it.
I think the list was 6 of 8 or 7 of the 9 most highest paid wide receivers missed the playoffs last year. So there's a belief that even the really great ones don't make a difference for you in December and January when the scoring goes down. I don't know. I've heard football people discuss this. So there is merit to the question, but you're also right. The shelf life of the player is exponentially great.
And then look at
wide
the team
receiver.
that won it all. The Philadelphia Eagles have a great wide receiver combo.
Yeah.
And not based on and they're not an offense that's based on the passing game.
No. And so listen, I think there's quite a difference in viewpoints about whether or not the Cardinals have enough at wide receiver. I've heard people say, they've got enough. Kyler Murray seems to think he has enough. There's an assumption that Marvin Harrison is ready to be that wide receiver 1 in full. Can we all make that assumption? Is that safe?
Do they have a wide receiver too?
Yeah, I mean...
Again, I look at the room and I'm like, I don't see enough here.
All due respect to Kyler Murray, he's got to say that.
Yeah, that's true.
Because those are his guys.
I mean, you certainly have
definitely want another wide receiver because these guys aren't cutting it.
You certainly have enough tight end. We know that.
Don't get Jarrett started.
Oh, come on, Jarrett.
Coming up next, Big's going to kick off the second half of this Wednesday show with
Fire
the Blast. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Okay, what's the justification for keeping him? Because it felt like the only justification, and it wasn't the Suns coming up with this. Obviously, they waited like 3 hours to let him go. But the national justification, the only thing you come up with was, well, they just fired Frank Vogel. Like, okay, that may have been a mistake. That doesn't mean you keep this guy if it's not working. And the more we hear it wasn't working on any level, it doesn't sound like.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamond Dave Cantor here. Do you do anything the same way you did in 1989? In 1989, you went to the library. Now you Google it. In 1989, you went to a payphone or the kitchen to make a call. Now it's in your pocket. In 1989, you wrote and mailed a letter. Now you email or text. And in 1989, you went to the mall or an old-timey jewelry store and paid full retail. Oh, wait, some of you are still doing this? In 1989, my dad sold his 22-store chain to the big guys, so I decided to use our worldwide connections and production capacity to serve clients. But in person, one-on-one, later adding online, later adding text, and later adding Instagram. Importing and working in professional offices, I turned the industry upside down and cut out 5 layers between you and the diamonds. So you can stop by Orange Julius and the arcade on your way to pay 3 to 10 times what you should at the mall or a traditional store, or you can come see me and our diamond experts and buy the right way, the new way, the Desert Wholesale Diamond way.
Call 480-397-2450 or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Welcome to Scorpion Speed Dating, where spring flings can turn into full-blown infestations.
Hi, I'm Sheila. I like long walks on ceilings, snuggling up in empty shoes, and stinging people on bathroom floors.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Spring officially kicks off scorpion season. They're out scouting for romance and a midnight snack. But that doesn't mean your home needs to play host. For proven scorpion control, call 602-BLUE-SKY. We'll shut the door on scorpion season. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hey, it's Wolf from Presidential Pools, a long-term partner of ours over a decade, and they built my pool. They're also now an official partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Starting this season, Presidential Pools, Arizona's largest pool builder by volume, is teaming up with the Diamondbacks to bring you even more excitement on and off the field. Go with my pool builder and the Diamondbacks' new partner and see how they can help you at presidentialpools.com.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. Before you know it, the temperatures will be rising into the 100s. Is your AC system ready? For a limited time, we are offering AC tune-ups for just $59.95. Plus, we're including a free 1-year maintenance membership at absolutely no charge. Don't wait until the last minute. Make sure your AC system is up to the task for handling Arizona's scorching desert weather. Call Precision Air and Plumbing today at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Okay, sometimes what was once in style just doesn't make any sense anymore. Like those outdated jeans. Oh, you know they look good at one point. But they no longer fit.
Hi, I'm Michael Halliday, attorney and partner at Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Just like fashion, your estate plan can become outdated over time. Whether it's new family members, changes in your financial situation, or shifts in your personal goals, your estate plan should reflect your current life. Think of it like spring cleaning. There's no point in keeping clothes that no longer fit. Much in the same way, key components of an estate plan can easily become outdated, like beneficiary designations, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives. These elements need to be periodically reviewed to ensure they align with your current circumstances. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help.
It's time to update your estate plan with Morris Hall. Schedule your complimentary consultation today at morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker and Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks took the first of 3 in Miami yesterday, 10-4, thanks to a high-quality start from Mel Kelly and long balls from Geraldo Perdomo and Corbin Carroll. Brandon Pfaadt will get the ball for the Snakes today as they look to make it 4 straight wins. First pitch is at 3:40, and you can listen on Arizona Sports 98.7. Who will the Arizona Cardinals draft when they're on the clock in a little over a week? Head to arizonasports.com for the latest Cardinals mock drafts and more. And amidst finding a new head coach this offseason, the Phoenix Suns are expected to offer Devin Booker a 2-year extension worth over $149 million. This report is brought to you by Native Grill and Wings. Great food, cold drinks, and nonstop sports action. Visit nativegrillandwings.com to find a restaurant nearest you.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
As a duo, the Kevin and Devin show was a flop. They racked up 3 head coaches fired and 1 playoff series victory. Their collective failure has turned up the heat on the man who believed in them the most, placing their free-spending owner in the media crosshairs. Yet, just like last season, Book is going to get a summertime reward. Last year, it was a gold medal in Paris. This year, it will be a $150 million extension that will temporarily make him the highest paid player in basketball, and that money will also put a giant target on his back. It is no secret that Book has regressed in the 2 years he spent with Durant. Coincidence or not, it is a fact. His key metrics are way down. There were times when it looked like he lost a step, times when long and lanky defenders shut him down completely, and his regression on defense was profound. Today, Book's replica jersey has fallen to number 14 in the NBA. One analytics service said his chances of making the Hall of Fame have dropped to 6%, and he's about to become a $75 million a year player. Now, I told you yesterday, I am reassured by Book's vibe heading into the offseason, and I really hope I'm right about this, because for the Suns to have a chance moving forward, Book has to prove he has not peaked, and at the very least, he can no longer be chillin' and no longer unbothered. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW. Make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
You said vocalizing a lot of this that's on your mind. Are you saying more of that with regard to your teammates, or maybe the people around the organization that are making decisions?
Everybody.
That was last week, Devin Booker. Vocal with everybody. And now, with the Mike Budenholzer situation taken care of, a lot of light shining on that particular report and the fractured relationship Devin Booker had with Mike Budenholzer. And look, Devin Booker's never really struck anybody as difficult to get along with from a coaching standpoint, from a teammate standpoint. So that's another indictment of just how bad a fit Mike Budenholzer was for this team. But yeah, Booker is right now. The plan is for him to be the centerpiece of this team moving forward.
That's right.
With Kevin Durant moving on, and in some capacity, some way, somehow, Bradley Beal moving on.
Right.
You mentioned the financial ramifications. He's eligible for another $149 million contract extension this summer. I think that's a no-brainer that the Suns reward him with that. But what does it all mean? And what is going to be around Devin Booker? And I think there's got to be, Devin Booker talked about being more vocal. He talked last week about things that he feels that he needs to improve on as an NBA player.
I don't think I shot the ball well this year. Just win games, at all costs, try and power my will on, on the other team and, my teammates at the same time, being a leader, using my voice more. Yeah, pretty much everything when you fall this short.
Now, Devin Booker has to be, the viewpoint is he's going to be the center point. He has to take that role on himself.
Yes.
Because Devin Booker early in his career got the label, and it was highly unfair. He was an empty calorie stats guy. Well, they didn't have anybody on the team that was really capable of aiding the winning process. He went through a period of his career, 4 to 5 years, where he had players that helped win or ideally could help him win. It's not like Devin Booker's not going to have any help. The help is going to be different. Is he capable of being the guy?
That's the question.
That is one of the big burning questions.
That's the big question. So I referenced this story yesterday, and to make my thoughts clear on the matter, I am perfectly fine with this pivot and reload approach because I believe Devin Booker is going to approach this offseason the way he approached the first 8 off seasons of his NBA career, hell-bent on getting better. And I hope that I'm right about this, and I hope that as a player he hasn't already peaked. But there are people who disagree with this. Sam Quinn and CBS Sports headline, the Suns need to trade Devin Booker, and they're lying to themselves if they keep pretending otherwise. And his point basically is, and he throws all these advanced analytics and statistics at how he's dropped and how his how he ranks 80th in win shares per 48 minutes and never is ranked higher than 18. And he lists a bunch of these things, and he's painting a picture that Devin Booker isn't that guy anymore. And it's fair to say that when you back it up with numbers like this, but at the same time, as Suns fans, I think we're much more comfortable with this as our next shot than burning the whole thing down.
Yeah, and this might be a two-pronged thing. I mean, this contract extension could come this year. Devin Booker was asked last week, too, was this season so bad that it makes you want to get away from the sport for a while? Which I think is a fair question, because this thing went horribly awry. And he was kind of incredulous at the question and said, no, I'm not getting away from the sport. I love the sport. No, I'm going to do exactly what I've always done. It's going to change because he has to feel affected by the history. And he said it very clearly a couple weeks ago. I never thought I would be in this situation again. And he shouldn't be in this situation. But how much does that weigh on him moving forward, or how much does it fuel him? That's kind of the fork in the road for Devin Booker. And I still have faith, and I'll read that piece from Sam Quinn, and it's hard to deny the analytics that are attached to those things. But I still have faith in Devin Booker that he can be the man.
So do I.
And I might be completely wrong on that. And
I mean, he hasn't shown that.
This might be a two-pronged thing where they do this year and then realize next offseason, okay, or Devin Booker might have that realization. Gave it a go. I got to go somewhere else if I want to accomplish my goal of winning a championship.
After he gets a super max.
Yes.
And again, let's not be naive here. This is part of why I'm sure a return to Phoenix is much more palatable to him.
Yes.
Because this is, as I've said repeatedly, this is something that Luka Doncic didn't get. So it's going to be incumbent on Booker to play to that level. All but 3 of the NBA champions crowned in the 2000s, so 25 years, have either employed a reigning or a former MVP winner. Devin Booker has one 4th-place finish to his name. So he's going to have to take a step up in class and get back to being that guy.
I mean, we don't know that he is good enough to overcome a bad situation, because so far he's shown that when he sort of adapts to the situation that's around him throughout his career.
But the thing is, there's like 4 dudes in the NBA that can do that.
I know, but what is his ceiling? That's what we still don't know.
Well, I mean, it's not quite a clean slate. It feels like it's going to be close to a clean slate, and maybe that reinvigorates him, because I think Devin Booker was dragged down from day one this year. And I think it happened.
I think so too.
Very early, and he was very discouraged with the situation because we talked about it early in the season, Vic. He just didn't seem like the same guy, let alone player.
He didn't. And so, and that is why I'm taking solace in the words that have come out of his mouth. He sounds serious. He sounds like, okay, I get it. All of this has led to this moment now where I'm going to have to do this. It's not going to be Kevin Durant. It's not going to be Chris Paul. It's going to be Devin Booker that's going to have to lift this team. So Devin Booker is going to have to go back to being a fringe top 10 player in the league, which he is not at the moment. He's probably 15th at best.
I think that's fair, based on performance and results. I think that's definitely fair. Coming up next, the Suns have already taken care of their coach situation. What is the next bit of messaging or direction we're going to get from this team? We'll explore that straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-Backs decision maker from the team's front office joins Wolf and Luke this morning at 11:45 for D-Backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Vince Murata back to tell you about some exciting news happening at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, the Ford Motor Company from America for America employee pricing event. This is a big deal for you. This means you pay what Ford employees pay across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs with few exceptions. If you are considering a new vehicle, give Earnhardt Ford a chance to prove why they've been a trusted name in the Valley for over 73 years. They are a local, family-owned dealership. Those don't exist very much anymore. They offer a noble way of doing business. That's why generation after generation of Arizonans return to Earnhardt. Stop in now at Earnhardt Ford. Take advantage of employee pricing. They are conveniently located right off the I-10 at Ray Road in Chandler, or check out their fully digital shopping experience with No Bull Express at EarnhardtFord.com. Employee pricing across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs. You pay what employees pay. Ford Motor Company, from America, for America. Find more information at EarnhardtFord.com.
Moving Team 6 proudly supports and hires veterans.
Entrepreneurship, that was always the dream, right? The American dream. I guess I instilled that in my boys.
My name is Gary Lee. I'm one of the owners at Moving Team 6. I would say my dad taught us dedication and discipline. If you have these attributes, you're going to be successful at no matter what you do.
I'm JT Lee. I'm owner of Moving Team 6 too. We want to make you successful. I heard this ad about Moving Team 6. They take care of our vets. That's what we want.
MovingTeam6.com. Your move is our mission.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Gambo. Summer is coming and you got to get your air conditioner ready. My friends at Christian Brothers HVAC are doing an AC tune-up only for the month of April. This full 22-point AC inspection also includes the condenser coil cleaning plus a condensate drain line cleaning. All this for only $129 per unit. I just had it done at my house and you should too. Call my friends at Christian Brothers today and ask for the AC tune-up at 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings. Plus over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
USDA Choice Bone-In Ribeye Roast is on sale for only $5.97 a pound with your digital coupon. Limit 2. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
Hey, if you're thinking about selling your home, do what I did and call Carol Royce with your home sold guaranteed realty. Hey, it's Mike, and I'm an actual client of Carol's. For the longest time, I've been hearing that Carol got her clients the most money for their home with the least amount of hassle. And after multiple transactions with her, I can say she exceeded my expectations. When it comes time to sell your home, join me in the thousands of Valley homeowners who have called on Carol Royce. Call today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com.
Hey, it's Dave Burns. When it comes to Kevin Durant trades, what teams are we watching when the playoffs start? We'll tell you today on the Burns and Gambo Show starting at 2.
There's going to be significant changes this offseason in Phoenix. And from a roster perspective, that's going to likely start with Kevin Durant. Unlike the NBA trade deadline, though, when there were conversations to potentially move Durant to the Golden State Warriors, I am told that the Suns will work with Durant as well as his business partner Rich Kleiman on a potential trade home. Multiple teams pursued Durant at the deadline, and there was mutual interest with some of these teams: Houston, New York, Minnesota, San Antonio, and Miami. I expect those teams and potentially others to revisit the situation, but in a lot of ways, the playoffs are going to determine where Kevin Durant could end up. Which team believes they're a Kevin Durant away from winning a championship? We'll know the answer here in the next couple months.
Shams Charania from ESPN yesterday talking about what could be on the table with Kevin Durant, Rich Kleiman, and the Phoenix Suns working out a trade this summer. Seems like a foregone conclusion. The point in playing that soundbite right now, Bick, is that we're hearing a lot about the Suns from the Shams Charanias, the Chris Haynes, the John Gambadoros. We're not hearing a lot about the Phoenix Suns from the Phoenix Suns. And I think there's a regrouping period going on.
Yeah.
We got a very terse 24-word multi-sentence statement about Mike Budenholzer that didn't mention Mike Budenholzer, but it was strong.
Yes.
There is a great, I think this is past frustration. I think this is anger at this point. But when do we hear from the powers that be? And we know for a fact there's one power that be that will be in force next year, and that's Matt Ishbia.
Yeah.
Mike Budenholzer's not part of it.
Nope.
We don't know if James Jones is going to be part of it. We don't know if Josh Bartlestein's going to be part of it.
Here's the question, though, and this is the semantics part about it that I get a little stuck on, because I've heard Gambo say there's major changes coming to the front office. Well, not if Matt Ishbia is still making all the decisions. Then nothing is changing. Just the faces.
The faces are changing, yeah.
And so those are not major changes then. They're cosmetic changes. So, and again, I think that we don't know that. That's why this press conference, when it does happen, I really am real curious to see and hear what Matt Ishbia has to say about this, because the framing up they tried to do after last season was ridiculous. The idea that 26 of 29 other NBA teams would trade everything they have for what we have, and the house is not on fire, and it was reflective of who Matt Ishbia is. Aggressive, optimistic. I've got this. We're going to do this. We're winning championships. I promise. Multiple. I promise.
Well, at that time, the Suns were of the belief, and the Mike Budenholzer thing hadn't happened yet, but they were of the belief that they were a head coach and maybe a point guard or two away from correcting those issues of last year.
Right.
And it was misguided confidence. They were dead wrong on that front.
Again, because they had a bad fitting roster. They didn't anticipate the positional overlap. They didn't utilize the point guards properly. Their level of heart and competitive spirit was really an abomination. Now, how much of that is tied into whatever dysfunction was around or was created by Mike Budenholzer, that's open for interpretation. But still, I really think there needs to be a real hard look in the mirror, and there needs to be a real coherent approach to building this next roster.
So you said when we hear from Matt Ishbia, are you expecting to?
I would think so.
Before they hire a head coach and stuff?
No. I would hope that whatever changes are coming start with the front office. Because if you did the head coach and then the GM, then a new GM, that doesn't make any sense.
No.
But I'm saying, are you expecting a similar, end of year, wrap it up press conference?
No,
and if so, wouldn't that have already been, scheduled?
It should have, but what puzzles me is that we didn't hear any, exit interview availability from Suns players on their way out. You know, cleaning out the locker day is a thing that happens in every sport, and it didn't happen.
No.
It's a thing that happens, such a thing that it was a big deal when Devin Booker didn't participate in it last year.
Yeah, and to complicate things, the Suns' last game of the season was in Sacramento. They knew the season was ending that day. There was no hope of extending it. But Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, the three main players on this team, weren't on that trip. They didn't have to talk to the media after that game. They talked on Friday, or at least Booker and Beal did after the Friday night game against San Antonio. That adds another level of weirdness to it. But and there's a lot of people saying massive changes are coming to the front office, the basketball operation. You're right. They can't be cosmetic changes, but there's also been reports about James Jones and his contract status. That contract runs out at the end of June. That is 2 months away.
So is that going to be it then? You think they'll just let it run out without making a forward-in decision? He's not returning?
If James Jones is not going to be here, this needs to be pretty swift.
I would think so, right? Yeah. You wouldn't just wait for 2 months and say, your contract's up.
So what are they evaluating then? Wouldn't that have been a move you make on the same day as you make the Budenholzer move?
I think they're probably actively looking at other GM-type candidates.
Yeah,
Don't you?
I think so, but it's all another level of complication.
Uh-huh.
Gambo's report that Mike Budenholzer got fired in a meeting with Josh Bartelstein and James Jones. Matt Ishbia is not in town every day.
Mm-hmm.
He's got other business interests that keep him busy in the state of Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
But, hey, James, would you do me a solid? Fire Bud.
And, yeah.
And then we'll talk about you later.
Listen, James Jones has done a lot of good things here. He's made a lot of real smart moves. He's made a handful of very serious mistakes. He has been asked to do a lot of dirty work, from showing up at Fry's to pacify the masses who were there to see Josh Jackson to...
Come on, be honest. Everybody was there just for free Dos Equis.
Look, of the three, of those three names, Matt Ishbia, Josh Bartelstein, and James Jones, only one of them has proven that they can put together a championship-level team.
That is true.
That's true.
That is very
That's
true.
very, very true. Very, very accurate.
So the clock's ticking.
And don't you think Matt Ishbia on some level wants to respond to what Stephen A. Smith just said about him? I mean, that's going about as deep as you can go.
They've been, for a guy who is not in any way silent, he's been strangely quiet over the last week.
Some members of the organization have already taken the time to respond to what Stephen A. Smith said about them. We can hit on that a little bit later on. I mean, your point, Bick, on the messaging has to be different. And I've said this to you off the air. We can have this discussion on the air. Matt Ishbia is a very consistent public persona when he talks about the Phoenix Suns and Phoenix Mercury.
Yes.
And in saying that, I mean, he says the same things. He makes the same points. His confidence is unwavering. His stubbornness, and I don't mean that in a bad way, is unwavering. But again, if that does occur whenever it occurs, and it's this air of superiority over the rest of the league, knowing what we know and seeing what we've seen for the last 2 years, you will, in my opinion, alienate a big portion of this fan base. That cannot be repeated.
Maybe
that's the reason why we haven't heard anything.
And that could very, very well be. And I think what you said is 100% accurate. I think that you remember all the flack that Joe Lacob took in Golden State for the light years ahead of the competition comment?
Mm-hmm.
He got that flack even though he had the championship rings to show, to prove it.
Mm-hmm.
So you can only imagine how some of Matt Ishbia's most confident projections have been received across the league, which is why, like I said yesterday, the clapback is so severe.
Well, and people talk about it, and Bill Simmons talks about it, and other ESPN personalities talked about it this week especially, new owner syndrome and how that's plagued the Phoenix Suns. But you don't think there's a great deal of glee among other NBA owners who have looked at the situation and said, wow, this guy's pretty brash. He's pretty aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
They're loving the fact that there's been no success for a guy like that.
I think Dan Gilbert feels right now.
Oh, my goodness.
He's got the #1 seed. He's watching Ishbia.
His whole life is in Comic Sans right now. He's so happy.
Yep.
Coming up next, Diamondbacks got a win over the Marlins today. They're playing good baseball, and the man who pitched that win for the D-Backs, Mel Kelly, will join us straight ahead here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Patrick Peterson retiring in Arizona. Calais Campbell back on the D-line. Brings back some good Cardinals memories.
Into the end zone, the shovel pass and a touchdown to the win. The Cardinals advance to the NFC Championship game.
We're looking forward to the NFL Draft in less than 2 weeks.
You're sitting in the war room watching the draft unfold and trying to determine, do we stay where we are? Do we move up? Do we fall back?
We preview the prospects and what Monty needs to complete the roster on the home of the Arizona Cardinals. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Southwest Gas supports the lifestyle of Arizonans. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for invigorating showers and baths, or creating the ambiance for family gatherings, Southwest Gas proudly fuels our homes and our communities with a safe and reliable natural gas service. But natural gas not only supports lifestyle, it supports economic development as well. Many large-scale businesses that have expanded operations into the valley are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Choosing Southwest Gas means choosing an energy provider committed to trust and excellence. Southwest Gas Holdings has been recognized on Newsweek's list of the world's most trustworthy companies, ranking in the top 2% among publicly listed companies worldwide. Time has recognized Southwest Gas Holdings as one of America's best mid-sized companies for its commitment to employee satisfaction and sustainable transparency. Southwest Gas is an energy partner that prioritizes trust, community, reliability, and safety. You can learn more about these recognitions and about how Southwest Gas is dedicated to excellence in the community by visiting swgas.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, why is right now the perfect time to get a GMC Sierra 1500?
What's up, Dave? Whether you're hauling, towing, or cruising, the 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 delivers. It's powerful, loaded with tech, and built for any job. And right now, we have some of our best discounts of the year, like $12,250 off, or take advantage of 5.9% financing for 84 months.
Visit Liberty GMC or shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
What's it like to study at Northern Arizona University? Good question. The smell of pine trees and crunch of fresh snow? That's NAU, all right. An affordable, quality education guided by seriously dedicated faculty? That's NAU, too. An inspiring, welcoming community that turns goals into impact? That's definitely NAU. When you get your degree as a lumberjack, your passion becomes action, and that's NAU. Learn more and apply today at nau.edu/join.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey, if you're thinking about selling your home, do what I did and call Carol Royce with your home sold guaranteed realty. Hey, it's Mike, and I'm an actual client of Carol's. For the longest time, I've been hearing that Carol got her clients the most money for their home with the least amount of hassle. And after multiple transactions with her, I can say she exceeded my expectations. When it comes time to sell your home, join me in the thousands of Valley homeowners who have called on Carol Royce. Call today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com.
Listen up, Gen Xers. Elizabeth Banks here. The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the way. We've done this before. Music videos, fanny packs, even the World Wide Web. So let's do it again and get vaccinated. We're at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults under 50. Gen X, this is our shot. Visit vaxassist.com to schedule. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
I'm Sammy Savolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker and Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks took the first of 3 in Miami yesterday, 10-4, thanks to a high-quality start from Mel Kelly and long balls from Geraldo Perdomo and Corbin Carroll.
The 0-1 pitch, swung on, hammered, deep right field, way back she goes, oh man, gone, slam time for Carroll, he cleans the bases, it's his 6th home run of the season, and hang 10 for the Diamondbacks, they lead it 10-1.
Brandon Pfaadt will get the ball today for the Snakes as they look to make it 4 wins in a row. First pitch is at 3:40, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7. Who will the Arizona Cardinals draft when they're on the clock in a little over a week? Head to arizonasports.com for the latest Cardinals mock drafts and more. And amidst finding a new head coach this offseason, the Phoenix Suns are expected to offer Devin Booker a 2-year extension this summer. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall Estate Planning. Major estate tax increases are coming. Don't regret not planning ahead. The attorneys at Morris Hall can help you maximize what you leave behind to your loved ones. For a complimentary consultation, visit morristrust.com today.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Can Corbin Carroll make a push for an MVP award? We're talking Diamondbacks baseball right before today's game on the Burns and Gambo show starting at 2 o'clock.
Yeah, he started to make some quality adjustments, I think. He felt like they were checking off of certain zones and certain pitches, and he's so good at making adjustments. He just toggled a little bit, made some tiny adjustments, lifted the ball up a little bit. He was missing down, and then as soon as you start to put the ball on the plate, I think he got very, very tough. And there was some swing and miss in there, but there were some also quality pitches that he threw that were taken. And I think he was just following a really good game plan as well, and that's what he's good at.
Torey Lovullo, manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks, following last night's 10-4 win by his team over the Miami Marlins to open up that 3-game series in South Florida. He's talking about Mel Kelly, who started that game. He's scheduled to join us in just a couple minutes here. Merrill went 6 innings, gave up just 3 hits, 1 run, only walked 1, struck out 9 through 88 pitches, was very much in command. And you hear Torey Lovullo talking about the adjustments. Mel Kelly's already got 3 wins in his 4 starts this year.
He does.
I know wins are not the biggest stat for pitchers anymore, but he's putting his team in position to win games, and he's had a couple of laughers in those 3 wins too. So last night he looked like vintage Mel Kelly.
Yeah, he did.
Just completely in control.
Yeah, he did. And I think Mel Kelly, when he's on, is every bit the talent of almost anybody on that staff. Maybe not Corbin Burns in terms of elite status, but I'm a huge fan of Mel Kelly. I think he's going to have a monstrously good year this year, and I think yesterday was sort of an indication. His ERA is still pretty high based on that one real rough start he had to begin the year.
Yeah, that was the second start in New York. Yeah.
Right. And so he's kind of saddled with that. So I think his ERA is a bit deceiving right now, but this is kind of what I hope the season is going to become now. I hope it's now going to become just routine for the Diamondbacks to stack quality starts.
Yeah, we talked about how the team itself is seemingly finding its footing, and whether or not that 9th inning on Saturday night had anything to do with it remains to be seen. But you hit on something there. Stacking quality starts. Mm-hmm. That seems like it's happening for the first time.
Yep.
Because Mel Kelly was great in his first start, not great in his second start, got battered around a little bit. And I think every pitcher in that rotation has kind of had that same trajectory early on through 3 or 4 starts.
Yeah, I believe the number is 6 consecutive quality starts from the rotation. It began with Mel Kelly's performance against the Baltimore Orioles. He was very good in that game. 3 hits, I think, in 6 innings, 2 earned runs against a really good baseball team. And so the outings, this quality starts, they all haven't been outstanding, but quality starts means you've given your team a chance to win.
Yeah.
And there you go.
Yeah, it's one of those stats that I think when you got a bunch of quality starts, you kind of diminish the importance of them. Mm-hmm. But when you can't find that mix of 6 innings, 3 runs or less, it really does dampen your chances.
Well, and it's weird because for whatever reason, Mel Kelly had struggled previously with the Marlins. 0-2 with the 6.56 ERA. He was in total command yesterday. And when you combine Mel Kelly's performance with that offensive display, you had what looked like a dominant baseball team. And that's what I think the Diamondbacks can be.
And speaking of Mel Kelly, he has joined us right now here on the Arizona Sports Line. Merrill, good morning. Thanks for calling in. We appreciate it.
Yeah, sorry I'm late, guys. We're down here at the pool in Miami trying to get my daughter put some sunscreen on. So I'm here. Thanks for having me again.
That is way more important.
That takes priority,
man. You got to take care of the skin. We were just talking about your game last night, going 6 innings, and you looked like you were in complete command and got a lot of offensive support. Is that about as good as you felt so far early this season, Merrill?
Yeah, I would say so. Just the way the ball was coming out of my hand, the movement on everything, the location, I think overall if I had to pick one game to kind of hang my hat on this year, it would definitely be last night.
Now, I've predicted huge things for you this year as somebody who marveled at your postseason run a couple years ago. What do you think about the ceiling of this rotation in general if you guys continue to stack quality starts?
Yeah, I mean, I think, just going into the year, I think on paper, I would put I'd put our rotation up against anybody in the league, to be honest with you. Obviously the beginning of the season, the numbers can look, a little deceiving when I look up and I have a 7-something ERA. Other than the Yankees game, I don't feel like I've thrown that bad. And I think that kind of is just like everybody else. We didn't get off to maybe the start that everyone thought we were going to, and probably not the start if you would have asked all of us that we really wanted to. But I think as we get more into the season and, like you said, keep racking up quality starts, I think that was, 6 in a row I think I saw last night. So I think, we start settling into the rhythm of the games and the rhythm of the season. I think we're going to be just fine.
Mel Kelly of the Arizona Diamondbacks, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Through the 4 starts, one thing that popped out on me is the pitch counts, Merrill, and I mean they're all on sub 90 right now, right around 90, very consistent numbers. Is that due more to just game situations than anything else? And if you were called on to do more at this early stage, could you?
Yeah, I think we could always do more if we're asked upon. I think just in general, the last couple of years, not only in the beginning of the year, but just how bullpens are run and how pitching staffs are run. I think that's kind of a trend that you've seen more in the last couple of years is once we start getting around that 100 number, I think managers in general, not just ours, but just around the league, I think you see those pitch counts come into play a lot more than they used to. The days of guys throwing 120, 130 pitches are long gone. I think with the medical staffs and all the data that we have out now, I think that's kind of the 100 number has kind of come out of all the equations that they have. So I think moving forward, you're going to start seeing a lot more of those lower pitch counts, and just the way our high-powered bullpens are run this day and age, I think that's kind of what you're getting these days. But I think we could definitely push the envelope if we were asked to, for sure.
From your vantage point, how are you continuing to evolve as a starting pitcher? Is there anything different about your game or your arsenal or your repertoire this year? Anything different you're focusing on?
Sorry, breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, no. Is there anything? Tell us about your evolution as a starting pitcher. Is there anything different about you this year? Anything that you tweaked or different that you're focusing on?
Yeah, I think this game is all full of evolution, right? This is my 7th year, so I think there's that saying, adapt or die. There's always things to be tweaked. There's always things to be improved, and I think like I touched on earlier, with the amount of data and the amount of numbers that are out there, the hitters have a pretty good idea of what I like to do and when I like to do it. So that just becomes the chess game, right, of how can I keep them guessing and how can I reinvent certain pitches or certain locations to show them something new. There's a couple things this year, not necessarily pitch-wise. I think my repertoire is right where I like it. I think if I tried to add more pitches right now, I think it would take away from some of the other ones. But there's definitely locations and executions of certain pitches that I've really been focusing on to really try to expand the strike zone a little bit from the hitters.
Mel Kelly, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from Miami, where he pitched a win last night against the Marlins. Talked about the addition of Corbin Burnes, obviously a huge addition to the rotation. And not as a pitcher. I mean, we know what the resume says, Merrill, but how is Corbin fit in with a staff that and a team, quite honestly, that does have a lot of continuity on it?
So far, so good. He's very focused on his craft, so I think he fits in with our rotation really well. Both me and Zach and Fott, and Eduardo, we're still learning his routine and kind of getting used to what he likes to do and go about his business in between starts. But as far as, me and Gallon, I've obviously, I know my routine and I've seen Gallon work for, 7 years now as well. We both like to do a lot of homework and we both like to approach hitters a certain way. And Corbin is no different. He takes his job very seriously. And he's in the books, as they say, every day, looking at his next opponent. And trying to get every edge that he can. So I think as far as the rotation-wise, he fits in. And as a guy, he's been great. He brings a different perspective. Me and Gallon specifically, you'll hear me talk about him a lot just because we've been together for so long. I don't really know a different perspective for different organizations on how they do things. So anytime you bring somebody in from a different organization who's had the success that they have, you like to pick his brain and see kind of how about they go about their business over there, if there's anything different that we could implement in our game. And so far, it's been great. So far, he's been a great addition to not only the rotation, but the team as well.
All right, my last question, I want to ask you about a different Corbin. For a guy that went through a really severe sophomore slump last year, Corbin Carroll is nuclear right now. Are you guys having a fun time watching him up at the plate?
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad he's on our team. I'll say that. The sophomore slump, I think, is there's a saying for a reason. I think when the pitchers start adjusting to you, and you see guys in AAA, you see numbers that they put up in AAA are just off the charts, and then all of a sudden they come up to the big leagues and it's not even close. And that's for a reason, right? There's the level of the big leagues is unmatched anywhere else. And I think once the book starts getting out on you, and they continue to execute those pitches, it's going to be tough. But, he made some adjustments in the offseason with his swing, and I'm sure, he takes his job extremely seriously as well. He doesn't like struggling. I know he didn't really have much fun last year, and I know he wanted to do everything in his power to make sure that wasn't the case. But this is probably, even with how good he was in 2023, being the Rookie of the Year, this stretch right now is as locked in as I've maybe ever seen him. Every ball he hits is 110 plus. Obviously, the ball's flying over the fence. He looks extremely confident up there, and it's been a lot of fun to watch. And I don't expect it to, I don't expect that to go anywhere.
I got one more for you, Merrill, about another teammate, Justin Martinez. People are just going nuts over this splitter he's throwing that has the spin of a knuckleball at 90 miles per hour plus. I know the answer to the question when I ask, have you ever seen anything like this? But what's your reaction to just a guy being able to do that?
Yeah, he probably has. I marvel at him every day. Just watching him play catch, even just do simple, PFPs, just simple pitcher drills. The way the ball comes out of his hand just over to first base is something like I've never seen before. He's a well-built guy. He's a big guy. He's got a rocket for an arm. I'm glad to see him having success. I think when he first came up, things were moving a little fast for him. He was struggling to throw strikes, but if he throws strikes and he's in the strike zone with his fastball, he's dang near unhittable. You can't cover the 101, 102 mile an hour sinker and the unbelievable splitter that you talk about. So as far as arms go, he's one of the more freakish, velocity and just movement that I've ever come across in my career, for sure. We're excited to have him. I know he's excited for his extension. I know the organization's pumped to have him for a while, and as they should be. I think as he gets older, I think people forget how young he is as well. Yeah. He's one of the younger guys on the team, so I think with age and as maturity, he's just only going to get better and better.
Merrill, always good to talk to you. Thanks so much for joining us today. We appreciate it.
Yeah, always, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Mel Kelly, Diamondback starting pitcher. He joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. Yeah, just go watch the pitching ninja stuff that he put out on Martinez.
Oh, yeah.
It's ridiculous if you haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Coming up next, is Kevin Durant an oversensitive diva who can't lead an NBA team, or just a great player who loves to troll people on Twitter? We'll get into that next. Again, I didn't write that. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You can't use the old excuse about not having enough storage because we know you've got the cloud. Download the Arizona Sports app and keep it on your home screen for breaking sports news, all the Arizona sports shows and podcasts, plus listen to the Suns, D-Backs, ASU Athletics, and more on your phone. The Arizona Sports app is presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, if you're a homeowner in Arizona, chances are very good that you've had a very bad experience with a contractor or a landscaper. It happens to everyone in this state, and this is one area where my friends at Turf Monsters knocks it out of the park. They're a one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams no matter what you're looking for. From fire pits to barbecue pits, from patios to pergolas. If you've always wanted a beautiful green sparkling lawn, they're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley. If you're a golfer, they can build you a state-of-the-art putting green no matter what you're looking for, no matter what the project. They love helping customers create personalized outdoor retreats. They also believe in professionalism, staying on schedule, sending a devoted crew to your house so you're not dealing with different different workers, and they believe and want you to be extremely happy with the finished product. You can give them a call, schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com, or give them a call, tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
For a limited time only at Santan Ford. Santan Ford has employee pricing, saving you thousands. You can buy new 2025 Ford Explorers for as low as 2.9% APR, or take up to $8,700 off brand new 2025 Ford Escapes. And Santan Ford has hundreds of Escapes to choose from. Let's recap: employee pricing, financing options that are good for your wallet, and selection galore. It's all going on now. From America for America. See you at Tim Hovick Santan Ford in Gilbert.
Hey, it's Luke. What is the single most important trait the Suns should want in their next head coach? We'll get into that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
98% of their problems falls on ownerships and the decisions that they have made. But we got to leave the 2% for Kevin Durant. When you look at Kevin Durant, we know what a baller he is. The issue is that, as I reported in the past, leadership. When we talked about Jimmy Butler wanting to go to Phoenix, why did we say that? It wasn't just because Jimmy Butler was going to give you 20 a night. It's because you knew that in that locker room, there was going to be somebody in there that wasn't considered soft, that wasn't considered somebody that, you know what, they're vulnerable. You can get up in them. Nobody's going to stop Kevin Durant. I'm not calling Kevin Durant soft. Please don't get me wrong. The brother's a Hall of Fame, one of the greatest players to have ever played basketball. But Kevin Durant, if you sit back and talk to him and watch his interviews and listen to him talk to people, what does he do? Hoop, man, get on the court. Hoop, hoop, hoop. That's all it takes. No, it's not. Not when you're assembling a team. Not when you're nurturing a team. Not when you're trying to elevate a team to championship caliber potential.
Stephen A. Smith yesterday on ESPN with the reaction to the Mike Budenholzer firing, and he started it by saying 98% of the blame goes to Matt Ishbia on ownership, 2% goes to Kevin Durant. That's not an accurate pie chart, but Kevin Durant responded to that yesterday and said, "Yo, Steve is running for president, and this is called propaganda."
Wow.
But then he spent some time yesterday in saying to somebody on Twitter, "I think I'm one of the greatest leaders of all time. It's a shame you can't see it."
Yeah, I saw that, and that had me puzzled a little bit because, again, I think there are we've had this conversation now probably 15 times over the span of 2+ years that Kevin Durant's been in town, and there are different forms of leadership. Kevin Durant is not devoid of leadership. Kevin Durant's leadership is in his commitment to basketball, and his commitment to practicing very, very hard, and his commitment to work ethic, and his commitment to taking the games very, very seriously and being very, very dependable on a basketball court. But the other stuff, he's not into it. He never has been. And that is one of many of the flaws of this team, is they just didn't have that alpha to pull everybody together, to put down their foot. You know what I mean. I don't have to elaborate on it. Yeah. But I found that to be very, very interesting how he continued to say, I'm a great leader. It's a shame you can't see it.
Well, I don't think the world saw it this year. And what I mean when I say that is we have had these discussions about leadership and different forms of leadership. And it's impossible, in my opinion, Bick, to be one of the greatest players in the sport and so revered and so respected and not have leadership thrust upon you and have leadership qualities just from your status. That is a form of leadership. But when we talked about Mike Budenholzer not being the answer for the Phoenix Suns when it came to the head coaching position, we go back to fit. It wasn't a good fit. Sometimes your leadership style doesn't fit. And I think we can say beyond the shadow of a doubt that these past 2 seasons, and especially this year, and I'm not pinning this all on Kevin Durant, they needed all kinds of different forms of leadership that fit better. Because the leadership they were getting from their top players, the leadership they were getting from their coach and their assistant coaches wasn't working. So, yeah, I mean, it's way more nuanced to me than a black and white. They sucked, and Kevin Durant's the best player, so he's a terrible leader. I'm not willing to go there. But the leadership styles that were on display and employed by this team obviously didn't work. Now, Kevin Durant might take the same attitude to a different team next year, and the fit might be better. And those around him might respond to his style of leadership, as great as it may be. They might respond to it better. But nothing fired for this team this year.
No.
Nothing.
No. Yeah, I agree with that. So I think that, and to continue to fight the battles, I mean, KD can do whatever he wants, but I think it just reinforces the idea that he's overly sensitive.
I mean,
and if he's just doing it for entertainment, that's fine. And like Jared said, if he's just doing it to troll everybody, maybe that's fine too.
And look, Stephen A. Smith said that yesterday. Kevin Durant responded pretty quickly on Twitter. Stephen A. Smith came back on with his platform on ESPN and wondered this out loud.
Are we allowed to say anything, Marcus? I mean, come on, man. But we just talked about his greatness, the Hall of Fame, and all of this other stuff. But there's a residue of crumbs all over the place about things that have transpired in the career of Kevin Durant. We might question something here or there, but nobody disrespects this man. I love the guy. I don't disrespect him. I'm simply saying elements of leadership that other people may have had to galvanize a team is something that he hasn't seen to have. I either put 98% of the blame on Matt Ishbia, the owner. So obviously you can't say anything. Former players, present players, coaches, teammates, media. Nobody can talk about this guy. I got nothing but love for KD. I know that's a good brother. He's just a bit sensitive at times.
Yeah, so kind of saying what you said. And look, you said it months ago when things really started to go south and the criticism towards Kevin Durant, and he seemed to be deflecting a lot of it. Hey, it's not my fault.
Right.
And you asked the question, what are we supposed to just sit back and be privileged to watch you play basketball? And a lot of people are.
Yeah.
But people that are real fans of the team and have a real rooting interest in the Phoenix Suns' success, that was not enough for them.
No, and again, and for us, for the diehard Suns fans who have put decades of investment into this team, it's not enough. It's about the championship. That's what we want. We've seen great basketball players. We're not a bunch of rubes who are like, wow, we've never seen one of these. Oh, wow, a Hall of Famer playing for us? That's not us. That's not us.
If it makes you feel better to prove anyone's point, just within the last hour, he's sent 9 tweets going back and forth with guys named Eat My Kebab and Chef Mitch.
Look, and in one way, we've talked about this before too. In one way, it's really cool that one of the best basketball players on the planet is that accessible and that communicative on social media.
Right.
In another way, you're like, what the hell are you doing?
But he never communicates in the positive. It's never engaging in the good stuff.
It's always defensive.
It's always defensive.
I disagree. I saw an exchange between he and Shane Young yesterday, who he had on the show last week.
That was a rarity.
That was
okay.
That was kind of heartwarming.
Okay.
Coming up next, we hit the 9 o'clock hour. Social Studies with Sammy Sabalka. Straight ahead here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Why Refi. I'm Tyler Drake. Kellen Olson takes us through the complicated, bleak future of the Suns' NBA draft capital. Corbin Carroll continues to crush the ball with Grand Slam and win versus Marlins. And Suns reportedly expected to offer Devin Booker contract extension this summer. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Why Refi.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Walt's TV and Appliance, where you'll find more than big screen televisions. They've got appliances, computers, refrigerators, washing machines, dryers, security cameras for your home, all kinds of audio components from speakers to headphones. But if you want a big screen television, Waltz has everything you need to take your fandom to the very next level. You will get the best selection, all the major name brands you're looking for. You will get great prices. In fact, they'll price match any price you bring to them and give you 30 days of protection to prove it. And they will offer and give you red carpet service. You'll get your electronics delivered and installed correctly. This is a company that's been serving the Valley since 1957, and their expertise is unparalleled. Go visit Waltz. While you're there, drop my name or drop my name over the phone. You'll get a further 10% off installation labor or a 3-year warranty for free. Go get game ready. Visit Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA, or call 480-968-4999. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings. Plus, over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
You can save more with our weekly digital deals. Select boxes of Nabisco Ritz crackers are only $1.99 each with your digital coupon. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
At Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, they go the extra mile for their customers. They're your home of the no-fee emergency. Plumbing issue, drain trouble, or AC problem? They've got you covered 24/7, no emergency fees. Their skilled technicians are ready to tackle any issue promptly, saving you time and money. Choose Ready Services for reliable solutions without breaking the bank. Online at ReadyServices.com. Ready Services, where emergencies come with zero fees and your satisfaction is guaranteed.
Say it with me, Basinonians. It's the big spring refresh at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through April 29th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. That's right, I said it. 25% off everything. Head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations. Grab a knowledgeable sleep expert who will help you find the perfect sleep solution. And tell them Wolf sent you. And remember, shipping is always free. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist, because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
We have big news from Sanderson Ford. Listen to this.
This is David Kimmerly, president of America's most awarded Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Ford just announced From America, For America employee pricing. Now you pay what I pay on the full lineup on new Fords with no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense, and no added markups.
Employee pricing levels the playing field for Ford dealers as everyone gets the same set price. However, other dealers will still add addendums and add-ons. Sanderson Ford will not. Choose Sanderson because they have the inventory and a 70-year reputation of treating you right. Ford is undeniably the most America-first automaker in the world. 80% of the vehicles Ford sells are assembled in factories located in America, and they will be less affected by the tariffs. Now is the best time to buy a new Ford with From America, For America employee pricing from Sanderson Ford.
Excludes 2025 Expedition, Super Duty, Raptor, Mustang, and Bronco specialty vehicles.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks took the first of 3 in Miami yesterday, 10-4, thanks to a high-quality Mel Kelly start and long balls from Geraldo Perdomo and Corbin Carroll.
Swung on, high fly ball, deep to right field. That ball is way gone. Perdomo, upper deck tank shot, and tack on 3 more for the Diamondbacks. They lead it 4-0.
Brandon Pfaadt will get the ball for the Snakes today as they look to make it 4 wins in a row. First pitch is at 3:40, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7. Who will the Arizona Cardinals draft when they are on the clock in a little over a week? Head to arizonasports.com for the latest Cardinals mock drafts and more. And amidst finding a new head coach this offseason, the Phoenix Suns are expected to offer Devin Booker a 2-year contract extension worth $149 million. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-Backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock hour is here. Time for some social studies. Sammy Sabolka here to take us through it. Take it away, Sammy.
Yeah, let's start off first and foremost. Be sure to follow us on X at Bickley_Murata, on Instagram, Facebook, and Blue Sky at Bickley and Murata if you want to get in on the action. And our first question, we've talked a little bit today about what type of head coach the Suns should hire, who the head coach should be. So we asked our followers, what type of head coach should the team target and why? Our 4 options are experienced veteran coach, young up-and-comer, a hot college coach, or an out-of-the-box hire. Out of those 4, which one would you guys lean towards?
In the spirit of answering the question, I'm going to vote B.
Young up-and-comer?
Yeah. But it's not exactly the way I would frame what they should be looking for.
I mean, it's so weird because we could have asked this social studies question a year ago, and maybe we did when the Suns got eliminated and they fired Frank Vogel. I think it was imperative that it be an experienced veteran coach.
Right.
I feel exactly 100% opposite of that this year.
Yeah, I think it's got to be somebody with a very engaging personality and somebody who believes in bringing a certain identity, irrefutable identity to the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah, identity and culture, I think, are 2 words that need to have value in the next coach. Our results, 246 votes, 66% of them say young up-and-comer, 16.7 say out-of-the-box hire, 9.8 say another experienced veteran head coach, and 7.1% say a hot college coach. And some of the responses, an at Arizona Sports 1001 fan says, only one man for the job, and he lists the Ted Lasso meme. I don't even think he could fix the problem.
That would be out of the box.
That would be out of the box. I'm curious, putting the question together, Jared and
yes.
Sammy. Give me an example of an out of the box hire.
Chris Paul.
Okay.
I even think Steve Nash is an out of the
And
box
I even thought
hire.
Jared Dudley, just because it's not like he's linked to a lot of other teams.
He would, I think, fall up to a young up-and-comer. I mean, Becky Hammond's name has popped up on a couple people's list. I think that would
Becky
be out of the
Hammond,
box.
that's a good one.
But I think, too, a young up-and-comer can still be an out-of-the-box hire. Like a Jared Dudley would be kind of out of the box, but he is young and up-and-coming.
Okay.
Same thing with, like, a hot college coach. Like, if Dan Hurley gets the job, like, that's an out-of-the-box hire, and he's a hot
Or
college
Kevin Young or Todd Golden or any of those guys that have
Okay.
some kind of connections
All right.
to Arizona.
That makes sense.
Yeah. JJ says Suns season ticket holders will want some excitement, so I'd imagine the hire will win the local press conference, and I think would be a former player. A name that he says that nobody has thrown out would be Thunder Dan. I don't know if he's willing to take the Phoenix Suns head coaching job.
No, we just talked to Dan. He sounds like he's very happy.
Sounds like
on
he's
the golf
content.
He's playing golf 6 days a week, man. He's good.
Yeah.
Talk about unbothered.
For real. Our next question revolves around Jimmy Butler and the what if in the Suns trade. So, considering what it may have meant going forward, extensions with KD, Butler, Booker, that being the core for the next 3 years, do you wish a Jimmy Butler trade would have gone through, or are you ready for a necessary rebuild/reset of this team and franchise?
No, I think I'm going to regret that for some time. I think Jimmy Butler and what he's done in Golden State, I think he would have done that here and then some. And it's really, really a shame. I don't think I've ever seen a situation where an NBA superstar wants to be in one place and that one place will do anything to get him and they can't get it done.
Yeah, I mean, when you put it that way.
Because of an apron.
There is certainly always going to be that latest example of Phoenix sports what if. Mm-hmm. And I downplayed what Jimmy Butler could have done for this team because I thought it was broken even back before the trade deadline.
Yeah.
Obviously would have had a positive impact on this team. I just don't know how far gone it was.
Right, and I think it's important to note that we're talking about a Beal trade with Butler in it. That's something that I think any Suns fan would have gotten behind, but if it's Durant involved in that trade, it's a little harder to pull that.
And
trigger.
again, I wanted to factor everything in because it would almost certainly then include an extension to Jimmy Butler and Kevin Durant, and that would be your core for the next 3 years. So, what do you think the results are, by the way? The poll.
I think the trade, I haven't checked them. I think the trade possibility is leading the voting. That's what I would guess.
You're correct, but it's only by 1%.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
So really 51% of the votes say yes, do the trade, and 49% say yes to the rebuild and reset. And let's see, we had a response. Zerby J19 said, unfortunately, Bud appears to have been a considerable problem as to why the team failed. I'm not convinced at all that the trade would have made much of an impact, as well as Beal's attitude if it were Durant leaving the team. And then this one's good too from Justin Prestigard. He said, the reason I wish the trade had gone through is because Jimmy Butler wouldn't have put up with Bud's demeanor for a second. He would have put up a stink so loud and so dramatic, it would have forced them to fire Bud right then and there.
Can you imagine? The trade goes through, Butler gets bothered.
Fire
Butler
coach.
gets bothered, they fire Bud. That
would have been a mess.
That's a thinker of an answer right
Sure
there.
is.
Yeah.
No doubt. Our last quick question, we talked about who were we talking about?
Phil Mickelson.
Phil Mickelson being a massive trader in the golf world. So we asked, who is the biggest trader in sports history and why?
Ooh, the biggest trader in sports history. I'll tell you who it wasn't. Major League Baseball just celebrated him yesterday. The story about Jackie Robinson at the end of his career.
Yeah.
The Dodgers wanted to trade him to the Giants, and he was like, "Nope, I'll quit. I won't play for them."
I think some old-time football fans will say Robert Irsay, who moved the Baltimore Colts in the middle of the night.
Yep.
That's a good
That's
one.
a good one.
Yeah.
We have
Better
some
than anything
Art
I got.
Modell.
Art Modell, the Browns to the Baltimore.
Some people might vote for Lane Kiffin a couple different times.
A lot of Roger
Johnny
Clemens.
Damon, maybe.
Roger Clemens.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Brett Favre.
Wade Boggs get mentioned?
He did once. We had Stephen Ruiz said Tanya Harding.
Recapping a fellow American during the Olympics is a
height of sports treason.
That's a pretty good example.
But,
all right,
but Phil Mickelson is actually a pretty decent recent answer.
That's clearly my vote.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you're very, very set in your thinking on that. Thanks, Sammy. Social Studies every morning at 9 o'clock on social media. We are everywhere. Coming up next, we are getting closer and closer to the NFL draft. Some possibilities for the Cardinals, and there's a bunch of them. Coming up next, Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-Backs, Marlins.
The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, hammered. Deep right field. Way back she goes. Oh, man, gone. Slam time for Carroll. He cleans the bases. It's his 6th home run of the season. And hang 10 for the Diamondbacks. They lead it 10-1.
D-Backs, Marlins. Game 2 of the series. Coverage begins this afternoon at 3 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking for a brand new life with a brand new smile, got some great news for you. New Life Dental Implant Center, giving people their dignity and their happiness back, and that is because they offer amazing quality, great convenience, and unbeatable prices. The amazing quality part stems from the fact that everything now is 100% digital. It means your new implants and your new smile, they're going to turn out absolutely perfect. Great convenience. Everything done in one location. You're not bouncing around to different offices. They've even got their own in-house laboratory, which means everything you need takes care and happens under one roof. Unbeatable prices, truly vibing on their ability to offer the lowest prices you are going to find anywhere. New Life Dental Implant Center wants to make their dental implants available to people of limited means, to people without insurance, and they are putting their money where their mouth is. Go check out their great prices where that brand new smile just one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
Get 5 quarts of O'Reilly Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $29.99. In-store only. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents... Picture this. Picture your favorite DQ treat. Is it a blizzard treat? Maybe a cone? Are you feeling a shake? Could be a dilly bar kind of day. Or a peanut buster parfait. I'll wait for you to pick. Okay, now picture your favorite treat right where it belongs. In your hand. Or your car cup holder. Your bike basket. Or your special treat fanny pack. Wherever it is, stop picturing it and get your real hands on a real DQ treat today. Only at DQ. Happy tastes good.
Hey, it's Gambo. Summer is coming and you got to get your air conditioner ready. My friends at Christian Brothers HVAC are doing an AC tune-up only for the month of April. This full 22-point AC inspection also includes the condenser coil cleaning plus a condensate drain line cleaning. All this for only $129 per unit. I just had it done at my house and you should too. Call my friends at Christian Brothers today and ask for the AC tune-up at 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So it's the new year. W-2s are out. It's tax time, and soon we'll be getting our tax return checks. Oh, and I know what I'm using mine for. How about you guys? Well, whatever you decide to do with your tax return money, don't forget about your car. You know, getting your taxes done can be confusing, but where to take your car when it needs repairs isn't. That's us at AMCO. Now, you all know it can take 8 weeks or more to get your check back. And no, don't wait till then to get your car fixed. This is the best time of year to get all the things done that you've been meaning or wanting to get repaired on your car. Why now, you ask? Well, that's easy. AMCO has the Fix It Fast, Pay It Slow plan all year long. But at tax time, it works the best. You can get your car or truck all fixed up now and drive away, and then pay for it when your tax money comes in. I know that's pretty awesome. That's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO. AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Bickley and Murata talk NFL draft now.
Barron is a guy can play anywhere in your secondary and can help you in a lot of ways. Can wear a lot of hats. He's played, slot corner. He's played wide. He's played safety. He's done it all, and he ran great. Like his teammate, former team Matthew Golden, he ran great. There are people in the league telling me, Mel, if he runs 4.5, he's a second-round pick. Gets in the 4.45 range, he's going to be a first. He ran better than that. So in the 4.3. So at the end of the day, he and Golden, wide receiver, defensive back, really moved up a lot from where they were. I mean, if there was any question about speed, both answered it definitively with an exclamation point. So that's for me, it's the versatility of Barron made sense, especially with Golden off the board.
Mel Kiper, he meant to say board there. He was rudely cut off at the end. Off the board. We had Mel Kiper Jr. on yesterday to talk NFL draft and talking about possibilities for the Cardinals. And we focused on the wide receiver position, but then I asked Mel about, hey, I'm seeing Jahdae Barron, the defensive back from Texas, come up in a lot, including the Mel Kiper Jr. Field Yates mock draft that they participated in and released yesterday morning. Before we give our thoughts, do you want to learn more about Jahdae Barron?
Absolutely.
Jahdae Barron, cornerback, Texas.
This hard-hitting defensive back out of Texas absolutely lights it up on the gridiron. The 2024 Jim Thorpe Award winner specializes in redirecting routes and deflecting passes in coverage and spends most of his snaps in the nickel. Barron, the ball hawk, led the SEC in interceptions, and although he may not have the high-end speed for a DB, his awareness and eye for the ball makes up for it. NFL comp, Tampa Bay Buccaneer safety, Tyke Smith.
Yeah, so there a little bit more on Jahdae Barron, who had 11 tackles against the Sun Devils in the Peach Bowl, had a tackle for half a tackle for loss. He's starting to show up in more mocks to the Cardinals late in this process, and again, that means nothing. But he has a possibility at 16, and all the comments are talking about the versatility and what kind of versatility a secondary with Barron and Baker, Buda Baker, would have together.
Right.
It would be such a coup for the Cardinals. Kind of gives you some things to think about heading into the draft because, corner is you always use corners. And the Cardinals' corners, I think, have overachieved the last 2 years, and there's some reason to be excited about some of those young guys. But you add a guy like that to the secondary, you have another playmaker, a ball hawk.
I wouldn't be against it.
Yeah.
I'm of the opinion you can't have enough quality cornerbacks, and I think there's enough questions about the depth of the Cardinals room where I wouldn't be against that. The kid is a terrific player, and he brings everything you want in a quarterback, so I wouldn't be against that. But anyway, Chance, do we have a draft capsule on Colston Loveland by any chance?
Oh, absolutely.
We did that one already,
I was just curious. I really wanted to hear more about Colston Loveland.
You wouldn't think that he'd be connected to the Cardinals. They have a great tight end, but, you never know.
Right.
Here, I had this one with that.
Colston Loveland, tight end, Michigan.
Hello to all the fine men and women in Radio Land. This is your draft conductor. You're on the most erotic train in football, and it only makes one stop. Love Land. I'm referring to Colston Loveland, of course, the young, talented, athletic Michigan tight end. Oh, tight end. He is an elite pass catcher, has strong hands, and has great body control and grace. He doesn't have the greatest footwork and may struggle dealing with the strength of NFL defenders at the point of attack, but is expected to be a productive offensive weapon at the next level, despite not being much of a blocking tight end. NFL comp, Sam Laporta. Oh, baby.
All right, sorry. Just had to do that.
Now, I'm looking through the list of draft capsules because we had a lot of different people. Sammy did some. We heard Jamal do some. I think Mitch has done some.
Yeah, Mitch.
Jesse did
Lauren.
some. Lauren. I'm looking through the length of these, and I think the ones that stand out lengthwise are the ones that Jared
did.
Yeah.
Are they longer or shorter?
Longer. That one was over 50. That might be the
Well, it
longest
depends
one.
on some of them. You know, it's hard to come up with stuff to say about these people you've never heard of.
No, don't pull back the curtain. You're an expert on all of these guys.
Of course. Jared's done his research.
Yeah.
I want to know what Jared said about one of the most talked about players in this draft.
Yeah.
Shedeur Sanders.
Shedeur Sanders, quarterback, Colorado.
Shedeur Sanders is the little-known, barely talked-about QB son of former Saturday Night Live host and Colorado coach Deion Sanders. Now, I know what you're thinking. Ugh, Nepo baby alert. But no. Shedeur proved he was not just worthy, but was a superstar. Sanders possesses the poise, confidence, and accuracy of an NFL starter, is a master of the big play, and is quite mobile in the pocket. Scouts say he may take too many chances and only has average arm strength, but you can't argue his success on the field or pedigree off the field, as the son of a man who once released a rap album on MC Hammer's record label. NFL comp, Geno Smith.
Not bad.
Nepo baby alert.
Nepo baby alert.
A lot of it. Look, I'm not going to sit here and say the draft starts at 3 because there's uncertainty in the top 2 picks with Tennessee and Cleveland what they're going to do. But Shedeur Sanders is right at the heart of this because the Giants have been sniffing around. We talked to Mel Kiper Jr. about it yesterday. They did invest a lot in their quarterbacks this offseason with Wilson and Winston. They have Tommy DeVito there, but they could throw a wrench in everything and draft a quarterback and Shedeur Sanders at number 3.
Wouldn't that be
I don't
odd?
think it will happen.
Yeah.
But there's some that believe that maybe it's a smokescreen, maybe there's legitimate interest.
Yeah, I think the Giants are going to be an inflection point for this. I think the Saints at 9, right? They're at 9, correct?
Yes.
I think they're going to be very, very interesting at what they
if
do.
Sanders doesn't go 3, I think he doesn't get past 9. Because the Derek Carr story is weird.
It's bizarre. It's bizarre. Suddenly a shoulder injury that a lot of people think is pretty fishy.
Yeah, here's Adam Schefter on the Saints and the Derek Carr injury news.
This did not catch the Saints by surprise. They were aware of his shoulder issues. Any developments that occurred within the last week don't all of a sudden alter or expedite the Saints' need at the quarterback position. It's been there all along. It wasn't like they found out over the weekend, okay, we may not have Derek Carr and we need to do something in the draft. Like they were there all along anyway.
Still, the timing of it's weird. It's April.
There are people who think that maybe Derek Carr's camp is worried about the Kirk Cousins treatment. That with what happened with Kirk last year, went to Atlanta, told he was the guy. They drafted Michael Penix Jr., and by the end of it, Kirk Cousins has no spot.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a very, very weird deal.
But they might be starting a rookie quarterback.
Yep. And there's even people who think that the Saints might be wanting to tank the entire year because the last time they drafted a quarterback in the first round, if I got this right, was Archie Manning. And now his grandson will be in the draft next year.
Do we have a draft capsule on Archie Manning?
You got one on Archie Manning? Do you?
We don't. How about Archie Manning's nephew's teammate who was in this draft?
You just want to play more of your stuff, don't you?
Quinn Ewers, quarterback, Texas.
Quinn Ewers can be described as a QB full of raw talent and potential that showed flashes of greatness in his career starting at Texas. He has tremendous arm talent, gets the ball out quickly, and showed impressive mobility, but is not great at reading coverages and often struggles with timing, going through his progressions, and throwing the ball downfield. He also has trouble scoring points. And you may also know that he spent much of his time at Texas with Arch Manning and was overshadowed by the QB son of a football family. Luckily, nothing like that will happen in this draft. NFL comp, Kelly Holcomb.
That's the NFL comp?
Wow.
I know, not that encouraging.
No.
Quinn Ewers scored a lot of points when he cut the mullet. I'm just saying. That mullet, when he first got to Texas, was embarrassing. Coming up next, we have a short show tomorrow, so we're bumping up this week's edition of Mock My World. We'll do it straight ahead here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Okay, what's the justification for keeping him? Because it felt like the only justification, and it wasn't the Suns coming up with this. Obviously, they waited like 3 hours to let him go. But the national justification, the only thing you come up with was, well, they just fired Frank Vogel. Like, okay, that may have been a mistake. That doesn't mean you keep this guy if it's not working. And the more we hear it wasn't working on any level, it doesn't sound like.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's always a great day to shop at Chapman BMW this week, especially true. You need to know that every BMW on the ground at Chapman BMW is tariff-free. If that is a worry of yours, don't let it prevent you from heading down to Chapman BMW, and you go there for a whole bunch of different reasons. Number one, 2 great locations, which means you are going to get the best selection you're going to find in the Valley, no matter what you are looking for. Family-run business for 58 years, a rarity in today's corporate automotive world, and they are different in all the best ways. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years, which is unheard of. It's a great family, a family that cares about their employees and their customers alike. And at Chapman BMW, every listener of Arizona Sports, you have a friend in the business. His name is Shane O'Hanrahan. He's the GM of both locations. He is going to give you the very best deal. Make sure you ask for him by name. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
If you're ready to build your dream home, let the Window Depot help. Our expertise spans more than 20 years helping contractors provide custom windows built to last. Our in-house design team works closely with you and your contractor to create the perfect windows. From design to delivery, your contractor will have exactly what they need when they need it. And with the largest inventory and unbeatable prices, your dream windows are just a step away. Visit us in store to get started or find a location near you at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot. Best prices, biggest inventory.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish Funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more. And as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to swishradio.com and use code GROW. SwishRadio.com, code GROW.
Hey, Ron Wolfley from my brothers over at DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. As a football player that suffered a lot of damage, Dr. Chris at DISC has helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. DISC treats all patients, from the professional athlete and the weekend sports enthusiast to those just trying to get back to their normal life. DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures and their reputation for results. People from all over the world come to DISC for their treatment. Disc's catchphrase is enjoy life again or get back to living. Wouldn't that be nice? Disc's website is www.sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 to schedule an appointment today. Go to Disc, Desert Institute for Spine Care.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks took the first of 3 in Miami yesterday, 10-4, thanks to a high-quality Mel Kelly start and long balls from Geraldo Perdomo and Corbin Carroll.
The 0-1 pitch, swung on, hammered, deep right field, way back she goes. Oh, man, gone. Slam time for Carroll. He cleans the bases. It's his 6th home run of the season, and hang 10 for the Diamondbacks. They lead it 10-1.
Brandon Pfaadt will get the ball for the Snakes today as they look to make it 4 wins in a row, and first pitch will be at 3:40, and you can hear it on Arizona Sports 98.7. Who will the Arizona Cardinals draft when they're on the clock at number 16 in a little over a week? Head to arizonasports.com for the latest Cardinals mock drafts and more. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Spring is in the air, and that means home improvement projects need a roll-off to haul that trash and debris away. WasteConnections.com/Phoenix.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford. With the Suns eliminated from the playoffs, what do you root for during the NBA playoffs? Our options are certain players. Do you latch on to another team? Do you just root for the best content? Do you root for good games? Or do you just stare blankly at the television?
My choice is not on there.
What's
I will
your
be
choice?
rooting for the Lakers to lose in horribly painful fashion.
Okay, we can say best content there.
That would be the best content for me. Are you staring blankly at the screen?
I look for the best content. I enjoy it a lot. But I'm with Vinny. I wouldn't mind seeing the Lakers get pummeled.
Guys, the results are staggering. 53% of the vote, they just stare blankly at the television.
Which is understandable after this local basketball season.
Exactly.
I'm not gonna lie.
I feel like a lot of Suns fans are not going to get that excited about the NBA playoffs just because, like you said, it was such a painful season. You just kind of want to get away from basketball for a while.
Yeah.
Just turn on White Lotus or Severance or something else.
Especially since everything in the, like, Jimmy Butler's on one team, Luka's on another team, like all these things that just like feel like needles to the gut of Suns fans.
Yeah, next, good games at 31%, latch on to another team 8%, certain players 5%, and best content 3% of the vote.
All right.
Needles to the gut. What a weird What are you taking, Ozempic?
A knife to the gut, I guess. I have lost weight. I don't know if you noticed, but it just naturally.
Have you really lost weight?
I have. Since I've lost
I
the sandwich.
I noticed it in your sandwich picture. Yeah,
I've lost 23 pounds since my heaviest I've ever weighed after that cruise last year.
Oh.
Just from exercise, though, and eating healthier.
Good for you.
Well, Jared, you nearly sank the cruise ship.
It was me and me and orcas are the biggest culprits.
That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now at arizonasports.com.
Bickley and Murata. Mock My World.
Are you mocking me? Are you mocking me? Stop it. You just didn't do it again.
Are you mocking me?
Mock My World is back a day early and $1 short. What? We got a short show tomorrow, so we're not going to do it on Thursday. We moved that up to Wednesday. Jared, I cannot find the results of last week's Mock My World.
Well, we didn't do one last week because I believe Sammy was not here on the Thursday.
That is right.
Tim Ring was in for Dan.
And we played, you know what we brought back? We brought back your favorite, Connect 4, last week.
Oh,
Yes.
did you?
And it's still
Slightly new format.
It was even worse.
And nobody was good at it still.
It's a hard game to play on the
It
radio.
was,
It's a great idea.
But
you need time to think with it.
All right, so we're going back 2 weeks. Now I
yeah.
did find it. 2 weeks ago, we tackled the topic of best sports innovations. And Jarrett Carlin's team ran away with it. 40.4% of the vote. Jarrett's team of the 3-point line, instant replay for TV viewers, the first down line for TV, and Hawkeye technology. The winner. Sammy finished second with 28.3%. Bick, you were in third, 17.7% of the vote. And I brought up dead last.
Wow.
24-second shot clock was my first pick. I got 13% of the vote. You guys want to see Four Corners basketball? Go right ahead. This week, we, for no apparent reason, just one of those random topics that popped up, we are exploring the biggest mistakes in Arizona sports history. In reverse order of last week, it'll be me drafting first. Bick, you got the second pick. Sammy will go third. And Jarrett, the defending champion, will have the fourth pick, 4-round snake-style draft. I got all the mistakes.
You got it. Yeah, you got your pick, man.
Ooh, where do I want to go with this? I'll go recent. Passing on Luka.
Wow.
Dang,
for a guy who fought me for 3 years on DA.
It was longer than that. Look where we are.
Wow.
DA's in Portland.
Yeah.
Luka's in LA.
I got
and
you.
we're in hell.
Yeah, we are. It's a good point.
And out of all they have left of it now is Grayson Allen, right?
Well, Nick Richards.
Yeah.
They turned Yusuf Nurkic into Nick Richards.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, my first pick would be the Coyotes moving to
Actually,
Glendale.
that was
that was a different deal.
That was the Josh Okogie
Cody
deal.
Martin and the guy that looks like me.
Vasa Micic.
So they got Micic, Cody Martin, and Grayson Allen.
Can I share a real
instead
quick
of Luka.
stat on Vasa Micic?
Sure.
I think he refused to shoot the basketball. He played 19 minutes of garbage time. Didn't
just
take
wouldn't
one
do it?
shot. He was so disinterested. It was alarming. Anyway, what was your pick, Vic?
Coyotes moving to Glendale.
Ah, man, I
dang
thought that
it.
was going to sneak.
So did I. That's a great one.
It's a really good pick.
All right, Sammy.
I'm going to go the Josh Jackson experience.
We could have had De'Aaron Fox.
Oh, man.
And it kind of trickled down to it wasn't your stand-up Phoenix Sun.
No. Although I always enjoyed talking to Josh Jackson. He was great on the radio, wasn't he?
I don't remember.
Really?
Neither do I.
No, you don't? He was a great radio interview.
I went to meet him once, and he wasn't there.
And all I got was this bottle of beer.
Oh, it's Dos Equis. Yeah.
Share it. Your next.
I got two picks here. I am going to go with these Sun Devils hire Herm the Worm because of all the fallout that led to. Although, I guess it eventually left to Kenny Dillingham. But then I'm going to go with the Suns draft Jalen Smith instead of Tyrese Halliburton.
That's a good one. I also had that.
Halliburton could have been the point guard of the present and the future for them.
All right.
All right, I'm going recent as well. I'm going the Bradley Beal contract and trade.
Well, they weren't responsible for the contract, so it would be just
the Bradley Beal trade.
Trade for Beal.
I guess letting him keep the no trade in the trade.
All right, Beck.
Oh, it's my turn?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. How about here's one that I definitely agree in. Not paying Joe Johnson.
Oh, that's
$5 million
That's a good one.
kept this team from winning an NBA championship in the early years of Robert Sarver's reign.
That is a good one. I'm going to go to the world of baseball for my next pick. Madison Bumgarner. And look, I could say it now. Hiring Mike Budenholzer.
Yeah, most definitely.
All right, Bick, back to you already.
For the Coyote, let's go. I got to pick this one. Drafting Josh Rosen.
Dang it. That was mine.
Josh Rosen.
Dang. Okay. We're talking mistakes. I'm going to go on the floor mistake. Danny Ainge double teaming Horace Grant.
There you go. Leaving
What
John
are we
Paxson
doing?
open. What are we doing?
Horace Grant hadn't made a field goal in 2 games.
Well, that's true.
Gosh.
It all
It's a good
started
pick.
with Barkley, though, Sammy. Barkley went for a steal at midcourt.
True.
I've never mentioned that to Charles, and nor will I. Jarrett, you got 2 picks.
All right, I'm going to go a little bit outside the box, but just for the long-term effect it had, the Diamondbacks or Jerry Colangelo decide to put 48,000 seats in Chase Field instead of making it smaller.
Okay.
And then I'm going to go with the Coyotes hiring Wayne Gretzky and letting him run wild over the franchise.
That's a good one.
And just hire a bunch of his friends and stuff.
Hiring Gretzky. All right, Sammy, your last pick.
Yeah, my last pick is just going to be losing the Coyotes in general. That's a mistake. Losing the Yotes.
Does that qualify?
I have another one if it's too.
It's too vague,
Okay.
I'd say.
Then
You agree, Jarrett?
Yeah, I would say
Okay.
it's too vague.
Then I'm gonna go with the D-Backs uni switch from purple to
Sedona Red.
Sedona Red.
That's a good one.
That's a good one.
All right. Vic, your last pick?
Not letting Randy Johnson finish his career with the Diamondbacks.
That's a great
Got his 300th win with
You might
somebody
get
else.
100% of the
No,
vote.
I won't. No, I won't.
I think the Bradley Beal thing is going to get him,
Yeah.
Sammy, some.
All right. My last pick is Cardinals trading down and passing on Terrell Suggs.
Oh, that's a great one. Forgot about that.
Yeah. All right. Biggest mistakes in Arizona sports history.
Is it, the Jarrett Mock My World news dump? Is it coming?
No, you actually did all the ones that I had on my
Got
list.
Did anybody on social media suggest letting Jarrett do updates?
Whoops. That was Arizona. That's literal Arizona sports mistakes there.
Coyotes alienating Shane Doan, hiring Dave Stewart as a general manager.
That's a good one.
the
Oh, the
Goldschmidt
Shane
trade.
Doan. But the
Tony La Russa.
Squib kick at the 97 Rose Bowl.
this wasn't a mistake. Somebody suggested the Steph Curry trade falling through. That just fell through. It wasn't like the Suns passed on it.
Well, yeah, the Warriors pulled out of that.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, so I got passing on Luka, Madison Bumgarner, hiring Budenholzer, and passing on Terrell Suggs. Bix got Coyotes moving to Glendale, not paying Joe Johnson, drafting Josh Rosen, and not letting Randy Johnson finish his career here. Sammy's got the drafting of Josh Jackson, the trade for Bradley Beal, Ainge helping off of Grant, and the switch to Sedona Red. And Jarrett's got Herm Edwards, passing on Halliburton, making Chase Field too big, and hiring Wayne Gretzky. That's a very vast collection of mistakes.
And believe me, there were so many more.
There were. We'll get this up on social media and allow you to pick the winner. It's Mock My World. We do it every week here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Was there any consideration to firing Mike Budenholzer before the end of the season? The answer is yes. Now, they didn't do it. I'm not sure if it would have made a difference or not. Maybe it does, but a lot of people are going to want to know, like, did you think about it? And the answer is yes. They did consider it, and I think if you go back around the late February New Orleans game when the book thing came down, I think that was, one of the final nails in the coffin for Mike Budenholzer.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
As I learned a few weeks ago, Parker and Sons is great in your time of emergency. They'll be there in minutes, not days, no matter what time you call them. A live person will be on the other line. Even if you call them at 4:30 in the morning like I did when I had a plumbing emergency, you will never need to leave a message. But they can also make your everyday life better. For instance, if you want to improve the air quality in your home, highly recommend the Captura Air Scrubber. Cleans the air in your house 24/7, makes a huge difference. Most people don't realize all the gunk you are breathing in the comfort of your own home. They can also help you lower your water bills and enjoy clean, pure water with the Parker & Sons water softener. Their reverse osmosis system can purify water for clean, great-tasting water right out of your tap, and water softeners that result in spot-free dishes, calcium-free water fixtures, lower water bills, and lower electrical bills. No matter what you need, Parker & Sons is the firm you trust with your most valuable asset. They have been serving the Valley 50-plus years. Reputable, highly decorated, fast, and reliable. Parker & Sons, 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Dave Burns here with Jimmy V, founder of V's Barbershop, where you can always count on a great haircut or a hot lather shave. 25 years, and you walk into any of the V's now, nothing's changed at all, in the sense that they're all aligned the same. They all look like old-fashioned barbershops. It's the best barbers in town. The smell of the tonic, you talk about nostalgia. Every time I smell the tonic, I think about being inside a V's Barbershop. It is amazing how when you walk into one, it's almost exactly the same experience as you would have gotten back in 1999, and that's a real testament to what you've built.
The barbershops were in a bad place when we started, and we changed the model completely in 99, and we're proud of that. We did our part in dusting off the barbershop model and making it better. I want it to change with the times, but I want it to be something that's so familiar that people just look at it and go, yes, that's a V's.
It's true. The more things change, the more things stay the same at V's. Book your appointment today at vbarbershop.com.
2 words we've been waiting for: employee pricing. Yep, employee pricing right now at our Desert Ford dealers. From America, for America. Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford has been part of our country's story for more than a century. That's why Ford is offering employee pricing. That means we pay what Ford employees pay, and we're talking the full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Take that 2024 Ford F-150. If you're looking for a perfect work truck or a powerful weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. Besides, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus 5.9% APR financing for 72 months and $3,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. But employee pricing won't last forever. Click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2024. Terms and conditions may apply. See your local Ford dealer for details.
Say it with me, Basinonians. It's the big spring refresh at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through April 29th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. That's right, I said it. 25% off everything. Head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations. Grab a knowledgeable sleep expert who will help you find the perfect sleep solution. And tell them Wolf sent you. And remember, shipping is always free. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the day. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Listen to that bass line, dude.
Oh, yeah. This song has held up remarkably well.
It has.
Got some funky synthesizer in it.
Yes. It was the soundtrack to a very important scene in the original Karate Kid.
Was it really?
This should be a new segment on the show also. Has Sammy ever heard this song before?
I have no idea what this song is.
The resident young person on the show.
Yes, exactly.
I agree with Vic. This is, I have a love-hate relationship with 80s music. I love a lot of it. I think a lot of it is absolute garbage that should be removed from Earth. But this song this is a jam. This is a bop. And it's by Bananarama as we celebrate National Banana Day, Jared Corlett.
Yes.
We could have played that Gwen Stefani song, but she had a potty mouth in that song.
Oh, right.
We couldn't play it.
That's right.
Bananarama, Cruel Summer, today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
It's been a while since we've had a good tennis story on Off the Grid.
Oh,
got a good
okay.
tennis story. Are you familiar with the battle between Harriet Dart of Great Britain and France's Lois Boison?
Boison?
I am.
No, I'm not.
So Dart is losing pretty badly, is getting frustrated. There's a changeover. Dart is sitting down, and Boison walks by to take her other side of the court. Dart gets up, Harriet Dart, and says this to the chair umpire.
Can you tell her to wear deodorant? It's smelling to wear deodorant. She's smelling really bad. Very tough.
Can you tell her to wear deodorant? She smells really bad.
Wow. Holy cow. I've never heard that before.
Dart went on to lose the match 6-love, 6-3. I've never heard of anything like that before in competition. That's like the one place on earth where you pretty much have to deal with it. But she walked like 20 feet away from it. She must have smelled really bad if she was making it up, or she was just really pissed that she was losing. Dart did come out and say, I made a comment in the heat of the moment, and I truly regret it. It's not the way I want to behave, and I take full responsibility. I have a lot of respect for Lois, and the way she competed today. I'll learn from this and move on.
Never said she didn't smell, though, still.
She never
just said she shouldn't have said it.
Fine. Boison gave a lighthearted response to the incident on her Instagram page. She posted a picture of her on court with a Dove deodorant edited into an image above her hand.
Wow.
Tagging the company and writing that they apparently need a collab.
They stink!
This is stink time. I can't say I was exactly a sportsman-like person on the tennis court when I was playing semi-competitively. I was a maniac.
At the opponent or at the ref or just at yourself?
I would talk. I was always playing with friends, so there was a familiarity. If I didn't know the person, I was not as mouthy, but I would talk trash to my friends playing.
Okay.
Breaking rackets. The language. Oh, the language.
The language.
But how did you smell?
By the way, our guy Seebacher, 44, had some great ones that we missed, by the way.
Ooh.
The ASU blitz against Texas. Calling heads and not getting Kareem.
I thought about that, but
that's not a mistake.
It's not a mistake. Yeah, it's like
it's a mistake in retrospect, but it's a 50-50.
Yeah, that's more of a what if to me than a mistake.
And then the Suns leaving the bench in San Antonio. That's a good one.
Someone had a good one too. Passing on Adrian Peterson for Levi Brown.
Yeah, that's a mistake. All right, sorry, Vinny.
I've been the guy defending Levi Brown for a lot of years. I know he was not popular. I know he was not Adrian Peterson, who went on a run for 2,000 yards. Levi Brown was a starting offensive lineman in the Super Bowl.
Who made more Super Bowls?
Adrian Peterson never played in the Super Bowl.
Well said.
I mean, I don't know how much I believe this, but I feel like Levi Brown is one of those guys that just got smeared for smearing's sake.
That defense sounds like when the Pistons won the title the year they drafted Darko. It's like, which one of these rookies won a title first? Not LeBron, not D-Wade, not Carmelo.
It's a fact. Levi Brown was not Darko bad.
I know.
No, definitely not.
He just wasn't Adrian Peterson. That's going to do it for us on this Wednesday. Thanks to Mel Kelly for joining us. Don't forget D-Backs baseball coming up today, 3:30, as they look for their 4th straight win here on Arizona Sports. Wolf and Luke are up next. They're going to visit with Patrick Peterson today. That's all coming up here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great day, everybody.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Coach Bud has been relieved of his duties, as the Phoenix Suns press release says. 36 games, man. The Suns won 36 games. But maybe it was asking a guy that needs to be a team leader to quiet down that really was the fait accompli that made this thing a done deal. Maybe it was asking Devin Booker to quiet down out on the floor and in team huddles that made this firing something that has already been done.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel walk-behind, zero-turn, and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Do you have great credit, good with your money? Then why are you in a traditional mortgage that was created for people with poor credit? You know, pay all interest first to the bank, pay for 30 years, zero access to your equity, etc. On a Life Changer loan, you pay all principal first, always retain access to your equity, and pay off in just a matter of years, not decades. Maybe it's time your mortgage matched your credit. It's not magic, it's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775, Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
At Dignity Health's Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Institute, keeping you moving is a joint effort. With minimally invasive techniques and a personalized treatment plan, our team of highly specialized orthopedic experts can keep you in motion. We care for your knees, hips, and shoulders so you can enjoy what moves you. Don't let joint pain put your life on pause. Keep moving forward and find your path back to what you love. Learn more at dignityhealth.org/azortho. Hello, human kindness.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
The Window Depot wants to help bring your dream kitchen to life. As a family-owned and operated business, we pride ourselves on offering the best prices, the biggest inventory, and exceptional customer service you won't find at the big box stores. From premium cabinets to stunning quartz and granite countertops, faucets, hardware, and sinks, our designers are here to guide homeowners every step of the way, all under one roof. Find a location near you or shop online at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, your local GM dealer. And folks, there has never been a better time to get in a new GMC truck or SUV. Take advantage of low 0.9% APR financing on a 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 Turbo Max full-size truck. Or electrify your savings with an even lower 0% APR for 60 months on 2024 Hummer SUVs or Sierra EV Denali's. All offers require approved credit and end soon. So hurry into Earnhardt Buick GMC or find it all online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. 0% for 60 months is $16.67 per month per 1,000 financed. Based on approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 4/30/25.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Savolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker and Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks took the first of 3 in Miami yesterday, 10-4, thanks to a high-quality Mel Kelly start and long balls from Geraldo Perdomo and Corbin Carroll.
The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, hammered, deep right field, way back she goes. Oh, man gone. Slam time for Carroll. He cleans the bases. It's his 6th home run of the season, and hang 10 for the Diamondbacks. They lead it 10-1.
Brandon Pfaadt will get the ball for the Snakes today as they look to make it 4 wins in a row, and first pitch is at 3:40. And you can listen on Arizona Sports 98.7. Who will the Arizona Cardinals draft when they are on the clock in a little over a week? Head to arizonasports.com for the latest Cardinals mock drafts and more. And amidst finding a new head coach this offseason, the Phoenix Suns are expected to offer Devin Booker a 2-year contract extension this summer. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios on this Wednesday morning, it is the Wolf and Luke show. Wolf, what's up?
What's going on, Luke? How you doing, brother?
Doing pretty good, courtesy of the Arizona Diamondbacks. How you doing?
I'm doing great, as a matter of fact. It feels good to be back in the saddle with you.
Yeah.
Broadcasting once again. Yesterday was an anomaly, I would like to say. Had a wicked stomach ache. It was just one of these weird things. It felt like I got kicked right in the gut by a mule.
Did you?
No,
okay.
I did not, but
That's good.
It felt like that. Have you ever been kicked by a mule?
No.
Well, I have, as a matter of fact.
Well, then you have a reference
It's
point.
not very cool. Trust me on that one. The only thing worse would be the cradle.
That's good. Get those life lessons out of the way in the first 30 seconds of the show for anybody that was tuning in and wondering. Well, it's good to have you back. This is the first time you and I have got to just do a normal show from this studio in like a week because we were I was out Monday. We were in Vegas on Friday, which, by the way, was great.
Vegas on Friday. We just flew in.
Yeah, no big deal. Just
Bada
sat in our
bing,
cabana
bada
and did the
boom.
show.
Yes.
Thursday was we had all the Calais stuff. Wednesday we were at the D-Backs game. Tuesday we had Kyler Murray on. So yeah.
Yes, Kyler. Here we go.
Speaking of the Cardinals, real quick too, I want to throw this out there. Patrick Peterson is going to join us at 11.
Man, how cool is that, Pat P?
Cool. Pat P. And then Mike Hazen will join us at 11:45 to talk D-Backs.
The freaky Mike Hazen.
He's got to be pretty happy with
freaky Mike Hazen, wheeling and dealing
from New Zealand. He's got to be happy with what he has seen lately. They've won 5 of 6. They have won their last 2 series, looking to make it 3 in a row here, and they have a good start against Miami with that win yesterday. And Wolf, Corbin Carroll is hitting everything, everywhere,
yeah,
all the time.
You know, it's great, honestly, base earnings. A couple of thoughts of watching yesterday's game, of course, the fact that the Diamondbacks now, they're 3-1-1 in series this season so far. 3-1-1. Okay, I'm going to put that in the positive category right there, but winning game 1 of this 3-game series as well. It's a good start, and Corbin Carroll was all over that right now. It's just good to see the Diamondbacks go out, and you can see their starting pitching starting to come around, right? And you can also see the bats and the direction of the bats right now. Did you know that the Arizona Diamondbacks, number 3 in all of the baseball universe in scoring runs
Feels like
right
it.
now?
Doesn't it feel like it?
Yes.
As long as they're not playing the Nationals, they look great, and they don't have to play them again for a while. You talk about the pitching. 6 straight quality starts by these starters. How do you feel about that?
I feel great about that right now because honestly, that was the one area where early on in the season, the first week of the season, we all had a bottom lip that was kind of sticking out because we were a little down in the dumps based on the rotation and how the rotation was pitching. They were not pitching up to their talent, and they were underachieving. And we've had enough underachieving this winter, haven't we?
Yeah, we don't need any more of those. The quality starts, I was looking at that too. I'll see if I can pull it up during the break. But they were one off the major league lead going into yesterday for quality starts by a team, and they obviously just got another one. So they're either still in second or tied for first, the Diamondbacks. And we're going to talk to Mike Hazen, like I said, later on in the show. I was thinking about it, Wolf. The last time we talked to him was right before the season. So that'll show you how early we are in the season. Any ups and downs that have been going on, we haven't even been able to overreact to them yet with him because the season's still as young as it is.
Yeah, you're talking about with Mike Hazen.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I imagine how many times Mike Hazen was driving around. May have tuned in. I don't know. May have tuned in based on it. Not making an assumption.
Not impossible that his radio might accidentally land on our show.
And he may have heard me belly aching a little bit about, come on, can you just pitch up to your potential? You've got skills. Can you just, he probably was laughing hysterically. Or maybe not. We'll ask him, though.
Either way, though, now 6 straight quality starts. So you like to see that. You like to see what Corbin Carroll is doing out there. Here he is after the game on the TV broadcast, talking about yesterday's win over the Marlins.
Hey, Merrill threw a great game. It was great to see Domo hop on their pitcher early and get us way out there and keep adding on after that.
See, the thing is, Miami ran into the lethal combination of Merrill and Carroll, and that was it. Well, there's no way around that. Merrill and Carroll.
Merrill and Carroll.
Just got Merrill and
That's
Carroll.
Pretty good right there. That was so good, Luke, the Merrill and the Carroll thing. For me right now, he did not have his best stuff early on, did he? He was fighting himself. The first couple of innings, you could see Mel Kelly out there kind of fighting himself, and then he tightened up in the middle of the outing, and I mean, he pitched awesome. Just to see him get on top of it. I talk about this all the time, Luke, but it's the truth, and you know this.
Mm-hmm.
Just it's difficult to overcome yourself when suddenly you go out and you're trying to plant a tree in your backyard, trying to put it into the ground, and if you don't know what you're doing, it's going to be difficult to get that tree in correctly. It's the same thing with anything else. It's human nature. How do you start? So much of the time, how you start really dictates how the entire process is going to go. And when you see him go out there, and he doesn't look great in the first couple of innings, doesn't look great, and then all of a sudden goes out there and locks it down, man, I think that is so impressive. I'll never get over that. To overcome yourself and then pitch the way that you're able to pitch or play up to your performance level, your skill set.
Well, the other thing with Mel Kelly, too, because I agree with what you're saying, I mean, to be able to do it mid-game is huge. That's like Corbin Carroll altering his season last year mid-season. There was no off-season for a reset for him, or there was no 4 days off for Mel Kelly to reset from the start of yesterday's game. But now, you look at his numbers, if you're just glancing at him, 5.57 ERA, okay, he's off to a bad start. Look at the games, okay? All of those runs basically came in one game against the Yankees. It was a miserable start. 100% grant that.
Yeah.
But if you're just looking at a guy that you trust right now in this rotation, 3 of his 4 starts have been really good. 5 1/3, 1 earned run against the Cubs. 6 innings, 2 earned runs against the Orioles.
Yep.
6 innings, 1 earned run against Miami. So 3 of his 4 starts, he's been really good. And he's 3-1 already to start the season.
Yeah. Again, this is the great thing about baseball. It really is. The great thing about baseball is the test. It's a test of time. It is not a sprint, as we all know. It's a marathon. That's what everyone calls it, and I think rightfully so. But it really is. It's one of the reasons why I love the game of baseball as a juxtaposition to the game of football. Those 2 games right there, you know how much I love the blood sport. But it's such a now, in your face, here we go. And baseball's about, dude, chill. we got 162 of these things. It's just it is such a different mentality. And that's why I enjoy that. They're on 2 different ends of the spectrum.
Well, we have 145 games left this season, 145 games. I haven't done this yet. I'm going to do it right now, okay? I'm going to play this cut. First of all, I've done this before. I'm going to play this cut of Torey Lovullo talking about Corbin Carroll, Wolf. But while he's talking about Corbin Carroll, I'm going to allow myself to look at the NL West standings because I really haven't done that yet this year other than when we did the D-Backs on Deck show last week, okay? So here's Torey Lovello and Corbin Carroll.
It's fun when he's coming up to the plate. He's locked in, and this is who he is, and the hard work is paying off. But you're right, it's loud contact. He's on every pitch. He's checking off the pitches that he doesn't want to swing out or he's not looking for, and very, very limited swing and miss. He's getting after it real well.
Yeah, he looks pretty much amazing at the plate right now.
Just how much better could he be?
I was telling you, so I had the game on yesterday, but I was, running in and out, I was getting stuff out of the car, and I walked back in, and the bases were loaded, and Corbin Carroll was up with 1 out, and I'm like, okay, well, Miami's they're in trouble here. Like, at least a run is scoring, right? I think it was the second pitch, but it was the first pitch I saw. Like, how long is it going to? It took 2 seconds for him to just launch one into the seats and basically end that game.
He hit that ball 434 feet.
Felt like 435.
Oh my goodness! It was just a bomb. So awesome to see Corbin Carroll, and the fact that I think he's tied with Kyle Tucker for the extra base lead, and
we're going to do
most extra bases, I think, in Major League Baseball.
We're going to do a deep dive on that a little bit later in the show.
Don't hold me to that. I'm pretty sure it is.
Well, you've got an hour to check it because we're going to just
check
it's early,
that, Rick.
but
we're
going to talk about
Jamal
Corbin Carroll's early season MVP buzz. And we're going to do that right before we talk to Mike Hazen. So then he's going to come on the show and laugh at us and be like, there's 145 games left, you fools. Which team can offer the most for Kevin Durant if the Suns do, in fact, decide to trade him this summer? We'll start naming some teams and maybe what they can offer. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-Backs, Marlins.
The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, hammered. Deep right field. Way back she goes. Oh, man, gone. Slam time for Carroll. He cleans the bases. It's his 6th home run of the season. And hang 10 for the Diamondbacks. They lead it 10-1.
D-Backs, Marlins. Game 2 of the series. Coverage begins this afternoon at 3 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then just moving in right away, not waiting around to sell your old place first and then potentially losing your dream home while you're waiting. None of that. You just move right into your dream home right away and then sell your old place later. It sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves, nobody else's schedule, your schedule. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home, make some price-boosting upgrades. So once they're done, a local Orchard agent's going to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and still get top dollar for your old home with Orchard. That's a key part of this. You're selling your home. You want top dollar for it. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our Energy Support Program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta with some exciting news from Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, the Ford Motor Company from America for America employee pricing event. And this is a big deal, folks. This means you pay what they pay across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs with few exceptions. And if you're considering a new vehicle, you got to give Earnhardt Ford a chance to prove why they've been a trusted name in the Valley for over 73 years. They're a family-owned dealership that offers a no-bull way of doing business. That's why generation after generation of Arizonans return to Earnhardt. Stop in now at Earnhardt Ford and take advantage of employee pricing or check out their fully digital shopping experience with No Bull Express at earnhardtford.com. Offers require approved credit and end June 2nd, 2025. That's earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit. U.S. residents only. Available on select new 2024-2025 Ford vehicles only. Exclusions apply. Prior purchases. Traditional AXZD plan ineligible. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details.
DQ presents
picture this. Picture your favorite DQ treat. Is it a blizzard treat? Maybe a cone? Are you feeling a shake? Could be a dilly bar kind of day. Or a peanut buster parfait. I'll wait for you to pick. Okay, now picture your favorite treat right where it belongs. In your hand, or your car cup holder, your bike basket, or your special treat fanny pack. Wherever it is, stop picturing it and get your real hands on a real DQ treat today. Only a DQ. Happy tastes good.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. Can Corbin Carroll make a push for an MVP award? We're talking Diamondbacks baseball right before today's game on the Burns and Gambo Show, starting at 2 o'clock.
All right, welcome back. It's Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday morning. I feel like we've gone through most of the head coaching change talk for a little bit here now, Wolf. I think the next thing everybody's kind of focused on this offseason for the Phoenix Suns, I mean, there's quite a few things you can focus on, but one of them is if Kevin Durant's getting moved, and if so, where? There's a story up on ArizonaSports.com today that our own Kellen Olson wrote, and he does a great job as always. He goes through in details, 5 or 6 teams that are going to be the most likely candidates to land. Actually, he's got Kellen has 9 teams on here, but the ones that are the most likely teams to potentially be a trade partner for Kevin Durant.
Okay, so who are they? Who do you like?
I tell you, there's I think we all like Houston, right, as a potential trade partner.
I mean, I love Houston. Honestly, right now, that's what I have my heart set on. That's what I hope actually happens.
So Kellen details one name in here that makes me like Houston more than these other teams. Like he lays it out in different tiers. So I know you're into that, Wolf, because it's a tier system. Of
course.
He references Oklahoma City. I'm not all that interested in Oklahoma City. They have 10 first-round picks still, which is unbelievable.
That is stunning.
They're obviously not all theirs, so I wouldn't want theirs because theirs might be the 30th pick in the first round. But they can't use all those picks. But that one interests me the least of these top teams. Minnesota is interesting because they could give you some players that you could put around Devin Booker right now, although they're a second apron team as well. So good luck pulling off a trade between 2 second apron. Good luck. Houston is interesting because they can give you your own picks, which is not enough for me, but at least those picks probably aren't going to be 25th in the draft. They also, and the name he threw in there was Jalen Green. If you want to throw in a player like Jalen Green with my own picks, one of which is a lottery pick this year, if I got to trade Kevin Durant, which I'm going to have to get over at some point personally, that's the team.
Yes, I mean, honestly, right now, Houston is a team that I am looking at as well. Kind of have my heart set on it because of those 2 first-round picks that they have that literally are the Phoenix Suns, 2027, 2029, of course, and they can swap this year's lottery pick as well. So there's a little bit of room here, a little bit of flexibility, a little bit of goodness that I really enjoy for me. But, the most important thing, they have to move KD. And it's not because of the draft capital they might get base earnings, and it's not just because of that. It's a big thing. There's no doubt about that. But Devin Booker has got to become the team leader of the Phoenix Suns. He has to become the team leader of the Phoenix Suns, which means you have to move KD.
But you have to get a good return for him. You can't, I hear what you're saying, and I think this is a philosophical conversation. How much of what happened last year do you blame on the coach? How much do you blame on the players? How much do you blame on specific players? All that stuff. I tend to blame a lot of it on the coach, to be honest, but
I tend to blame the players.
Well,
you know that.
Yeah. And normally I would too, but specifically in this case, I tend to blame a lot of it on the coach. But I agree with you. I think they're just in a spot where it seems like KD agrees, his agent agrees, the Suns agree that you're going to have to move him. But he's not somebody you move just to move. Like, you have to get pieces back.
You have to get pieces back. I'm with you on that one. It's one of the great things. You look at KD and you watch him play this year, you're going to say he slowed down?
No. I'm really not.
No.
Even this season, he looked fine.
This is the unbelievable truth of what a great basketball player Kevin Durant is. This guy is going to be 37 years old, I believe, and he is still going out there and looking like he's in the prime of his career. Still going out there, played in 62 games.
Still one of the best players in the NBA right now.
Still one of the best players in the NBA, no doubt about that. So to me, I look at this and I think to myself, man, this has got to happen. It's got to happen because they've had the meeting with Devin Booker, I'm sure. Now, I'm not breaking news. Okay, I'm not doing that.
Ron Wolfley reporting?
Don't hit the breaking news sounder. But to me, Basin Onions, there's no way in the world they didn't sit down in a room and look at Book and say, Book, we need you to lead. You have to be a leader of this team. Are you willing to do it? Yes. The answer was yes. That's what I'm thinking. Now, all of a sudden, you're going to sign him to an extension this summer as well. Those are the reports that are out there right now.
My sources.
Not my sources. No, I'm reading it, Basin Onions.
Yeah, those are still
It's
sources.
called the internet.
I thought you were going to say Google it. I was like, how do you Google the internet?
You might want to do that, but you get my point right now. I mean, they had to have this offseason meeting where they asked Book, you got to do this. You have to do it. Book knows it. He's talking about it. His voice, he's got to find it. It's so much better that you develop a leader this way than the other way. You can't talk about it and then not go out and do it. You can't. And you'll never be a leader if that's what it's all about. Never. You'll be a pariah in your locker room if that's what you're doing, talking about it and not doing anything. Well, Book has actually done some things, Basin Audience. He has accomplished much on the court, and every player inside the locker room knows it. So now he can speak, and he needs to find his voice. I've been talking about this for 2 years, and you know it. He needs to find that. That had to be job one. That had to be the first thing that they actually cleared up before they made any other plans as to what they were going to do going forward. And I believe that that has happened. Now, again, that's just me, pure speculation.
If you're moving Kevin Durant, here's some numbers you can throw out there. I don't think you really need to sell teams on Kevin Durant, but even this year, 6th in the NBA in scoring, okay? The only players in the top 37 in scoring who had a better field goal percentage than him were Giannis and Jokic. The only players in the top 37 who had a better three-point percentage than KD were Zach LaVine, who's nowhere near him in scoring.
Wow.
You are talking about, when you go across the board, when you go across with everything, you're talking about one of the best players in the NBA. A guy who, honestly, if the Suns had made the playoffs, would probably get MVP votes. So, and, you know, look at LeBron. What's LeBron, 40 now? I know KD is not LeBron physically. Nobody is. But nobody's really KD physically either. Like, he's pretty unique as well. LeBron looks totally fine, and he's 3 years older than KD. So this idea that KD would just drop off next year or you're renting him for a year. No, they are trading one of the premier elite talents in the NBA. I don't just want a couple picks.
Yes. So the teams that are out there, of course, reportedly right now, how much do you buy into these 5 teams? The Minnesota Timberwolves, Miami Heat, New York Knicks, Houston Rockets, and the San Antonio Spurs. Do you think there could be an outlier that is out there that nobody else is talking about? Do you think there might be somebody who comes out of nowhere on the Kevin Durant stuff? I think there could possibly
I'm sure.
that team.
I think what happens in these playoffs
there always is
gonna potentially trigger somebody. So what you said, the Knicks, Rockets, Spurs, T-Wolves, and Heat. right?
Yes.
Okay, so in Kellen's story, he has a heavy hitter. One of his 3 heavy hitters isn't even on that list, Oklahoma City. As far as sleepers, he has Dallas. That's a name that keeps coming up now for more and more people. He has Atlanta on here. He also has, in the 3rd tier, he has Memphis on here. So that's...
What do you think, though? What do you think the odds are of that?
Of Atlanta?
Of some of these teams actually being involved. I still think there's going to be somebody nobody's talking about that comes out of nowhere.
Yeah, I can
on
see
Kevin
that.
Durant.
I absolutely can
He's
see
got that kind of clout.
Oklahoma City could be interesting because they have the expectations right now that they're going to win the title. I tend to believe, like, if you gave me Oklahoma City or the field, I would take the field just because the NBA, when you get deep into the playoffs, it seems to be the teams that have won it before.
Yeah.
Kind of like, give me Oklahoma City against Boston, I'll probably take Boston. But the whole point there is Oklahoma City's expectations are so high that if they don't win the whole thing this year, they may be looking around and saying, we don't need these 10 first-round picks. We've already got our team. Let's condense some of this into Kevin Durant if we can. There's probably somebody in Oklahoma City right now doing sports radio saying, come home, son, like you with Calais. Now, I don't know that he'd go back there. Who knows? All right.
It's time to come home.
When we come back, over to the NFL draft, which skills do we value the most in this upcoming draft? We're going to get into that next. We'll play a game. Wolf, I'm going to throw a couple skills at you. You tell me which one means more to you,
okay,
and I'll tell you who they have as the player that fits that skill. Okay?
I like that.
All right, that's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Shane Doan never left, and he had plenty of opportunities to, and he probably should have. Larry Fitzgerald never left, and he had plenty of opportunities, and maybe he should have. One day, I'd like to sit here and say Devin Booker could have left, and he didn't, and it worked out. And he won an NBA championship, and he brought it to the Phoenix Suns. Because we know damn well that this ownership group is committed to winning at all costs, and I would like to see Book be the guy that stayed, and it paid off.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. Nobody wants to move when the heat is up, and it's starting to heat up out there, right, Basinonians, right now? Let the professionals over at Moving Team 6 take care of you, your family, your belongings, of course, whether it's a local move. Maybe you're gonna move out to Apache Junction, man. That's what you're gonna do. Okay, they got you covered right there. Long distance, you're gonna move all the way across the country. They've got you covered with that. Commercial, residential. Listen, Moving Team 6, these are the professionals, and they offer packing services as well. And if you don't know how powerful that is, walk into your closet, take a look around. You want to have them pack it up? Well, Moving Team 6, they'll do that. Bada bing, bada boom. They're honest, trustworthy, and experienced. Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Every business has a purpose to inspire, a purpose to innovate, a purpose to serve. At SRP, our purpose is to power yours. From rebates for energy-efficient upgrades to money-saving programs, we help businesses of all sizes find reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy solutions. Discover the possibilities at savewithsrpbiz.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
The Arbor Day Foundation is launching the largest corporate tree distribution program in its history. Dan Lamb, CEO of the Arbor Day Foundation, has more.
Trees are vital to our communities both now and in the future. Each year, we lose 36 million trees due to age, disease, pests, and severe weather. That's why it's essential to plant mature and regionally appropriate trees. A mature tree acts as a powerhouse for clean air, absorbing over 48 pounds of carbon dioxide annually while releasing oxygen.
To tackle this issue, the Arbor Day Foundation has partnered with Subaru for the Subaru Loves the Earth initiative, providing 100,000 trees across the U.S.
More than 600 participating Subaru retailers will give away established, ready-to-plant trees across communities nationwide. This initiative supports the Arbor Day Foundation's work to plant trees in communities that need them most, helping to protect the planet for generations to come.
More information on the Subaru Loves the Earth initiative, visit Subaru.com/earth.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, your local GM dealer. And folks, there has never been a better time to get in a new GMC truck or SUV. Take advantage of low 0.9% APR financing on a 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 Turbo Max full-size truck. Or electrify your savings with an even lower 0% APR for 60 months on 2024 Hummer SUVs or Sierra EV Denali's. All offers require approved credit and end soon. So hurry into Earnhardt Buick GMC or find it all online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. 0% for 60 months is $16.67 per month per 1,000 financed. Based on approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 4/30/25.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker and Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks smoked the Miami Marlins 10-4 yesterday. Mel Kelly tossed 6 innings of 1-run ball, and Corbin Carroll did this.
The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, hammered. Deep right field. Way back she goes. Oh, man, gone. Slam time for Carroll. He cleans the bases. It's his 6th home run of the season, and hang 10 for the Diamondbacks. They lead it 10-1.
The Snakes have now won 3 straight games. They go for their 4th straight win tonight in Miami. First pitch is at 3:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Meeting a financial advisor? Be prepared. Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax shares 22 must-ask questions to guide you. Visit AssetPreservationWealth.com for the full list and a free portfolio review.
Wolf and Luke talk NFL Draft now.
All right, we are just over a week away from the start of the NFL Draft. Wolf, I have in my hands, well, nothing, this is the show sheet, but I have on this screen right here. ESPN went through and they did the top prospect at 100 different skills, okay?
Okay.
So we're going to test this. We're going to see what skills mean the most to you at a given position. And then you're going to pick. I'm going to give you 2. You're going to pick, and I'm going to fire off the draft capsule.
Okay. I kind of like this. This is a little bit different, right? We're
going
reverse engineering here.
Yeah. You want to start with quarterback? I know you're a big quarterback guy.
Can we start with somebody who actually gets bloody first? Can we actually do that?
Okay,
I mean, can
fine.
we start on the line of scrimmage or something like that?
We're going to do this
Let's
twice.
start with the dude who snaps the ball.
All right. Well,
how about that?
I got to scroll all the way down if I'm going to offensive
From the
line.
very
Hold on.
first guy, can you imagine right now what an honor that was?
All right. Let's do you value on the offensive line? We're going to do offense this segment. We'll do defense later in the show.
Oh, okay, good. I like this. Order, structure.
Do you value best offensive line handwork or most explosive offensive line?
Let's see. Technique with the handwork or explosive with the butt?
I like big butts.
I'm just saying right now, I'm going with the butt. Okay,
that's
explosiveness.
Give
me an offensive lineman who's going to come off the ball.
All right, well, then here he is.
Armand Membu, offensive lineman, Missouri.
One of the best performances from a lineman at this year's draft combine. He is seen as a mobile tackle who can get out and block in the open field. That could come with some risk of being a little over-aggressive. In pass protection, he is very good with his hands and can mirror any defensive lineman. His power stands out as well and can stun pass rushers. Some scouts see him as a little short for the position, though the NFL listed him at 6'4" after the combine, which is an inch taller than some initially thought he would be measured at. NFL comp, former 16-year pro tackle, Dwayne Brown.
Ooh, okay. I love that right there. Membu. come off the ball. Okay, I love that. Anyone else
The bad
in
news
the category?
for you is you're not getting him for the Cardinals. I mean, he's going to be long gone.
Okay.
Unless you trade up, I guess. Okay, so Membu is there for most explosive offensive line here. I'll give you another one. Do you want best offensive line quickness or best anchor on the offensive line?
Okay, let's see. Yeah, think about that right there, what they say. Best offensive line quickness.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you move so quick on that play. Yeah, you got your face knocked in, but you move quick. That was good.
Yeah, it's great.
I'll take, the other one.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured.
Tyler Booker, offensive lineman, Alabama.
This guy is exactly who you want in terms of physical traits from a guard. Notably, his hand size at 11 inches really helps him control his blocks at the first level, while he uses the rest of his build to thwart impeding defenders. He has strong technique, and his football IQ makes up for his average athleticism. He needs to improve his foot speed and be better with hand placement, but he still maintains the physicals and the accolades that make him a valuable pick on the offensive line. NFL comp, New York Jets guard John Simpson.
Yeah,
Of course, you would pick Booker without even seeing his name.
Yeah, what was the attribute once again?
Best anchor.
Best anchor.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, anchor.
Yeah.
That's good. You think being able to anchor from time to time is a good thing. If you're going to pass protect, yeah, it is. Who's got the biggest can, basically, is what they said right there. And to me, listen, you know what? If you don't got a big can, if you don't, you're probably not an offensive lineman. Just saying that right now. You got to have that.
Well, yeah, like none of these guys are 170. I mean, they're all anchors.
Yes.
The best anchor.
Okay, good.
All right.
I like that. I love the fact I picked that.
Yeah.
And guess who was there?
Even
Tyler
without
Booker.
knowing who was behind door number 2, you still took Tyler Booker. So you've been very consistent in that. Here, we'll do one more offensive lineman since it's you. Do you want best at opening running lanes or best second-level blocker?
Wow. You know what? I'm going to say opening running lanes.
All right.
Okay, that comes first before the second level, doesn't it?
I feel like that's asking.
Donovan Jackson, offensive lineman, Ohio State.
The 6'4", 315-pound guard started 3 years for the national champion Ohio State Buckeyes. He has prototypical guard size, moves well for pulls and stretch blocks, and has the strength to halt a bull rush. He does have less than stellar agility and lateral quickness when needing to recover, and he needs to work on his footwork when run blocking. NFL comp, Browns guard Wyatt Teller.
Sorry, Rick, what were you saying before you got your face blown off, but by yourself?
It was still me talking, so there you go. But anyway, no, I was saying that this is like picking, between two things that Wolf loves, those two skills.
That was the
it's like
toughest one.
Wolf in a candy store with, two types of chocolate that he really wants.
Just honestly, I keep talking about it, but I'm tired of it, man. The older I get, the less desire I have for anything that isn't the blood sport, okay? Yeah, you've got to be able to move your feet. There's no doubt about that. Just watch the tape, though. You either remove the guy from the line of scrimmage or you do not. You either kick the other guy's head in, metaphorically speaking, based on our needs, always, or you do not. It comes down to that. So much of the time, look at his feet, look at his hand placement. To me, I just want to know, are you getting the job done? And that's what I love about Tyler Booker. I think he's a get-the-job-done guy, period.
Your Tyler Booker love.
Yes.
No snow pounds.
Just ridiculous. Some people are out there actually giving him the thumbs down because he ran a 5.38.
Some people in the studio.
Please. Just ridiculous. Look at the tape.
How about, let's go receiver, since we've done so much offensive line. Best at getting open or best on 50-50 balls?
This is great. You know what? I love that. The juxtaposition of that right there, base earnings. Best at getting open. Okay, yeah, you're running great routes. You get open. But can you catch the ball? And now all of a sudden it's about catching a 50-50 ball. You can see the juxtaposition right there. So give me somebody who can catch the 50-50 ball.
Tetaroa McMillan, wide receiver, Arizona.
Tetaroa McMillan from the University of Arizona, or TMAC, is the #1 wide receiver in this year's class, and that's not really up for interpretation. He He does not have Xavier-worthy speed, but that is not the receiver that he is. McMillan is frankly always open, and his ability to make plays in traffic is what will make him successful in the NFL. His ceiling is more likely not Justin Jefferson, but his floor is incredibly high. NFL comp, Falcons wide receiver Drake London or Bengals wide receiver T. Higgins.
Oh, 2 comps. Not bad.
Yeah, that's interesting right there. Like, one isn't bad enough. Now we need 2. 2 comps. You know, the comps, it's so subjective when you start comparing these prospects to guys that have already done it and are already doing it in the NFL. It's what you think they might be. It's not what they will be. Never forget that, brothers.
We're going to do a lot more of these because we didn't even get to running back or quarterback or anything on defense.
By design.
Okay? So we're going to get, for some reason, we went through the entire offensive line, though. All right, when we come back, who do you want as the next Phoenix Suns coach? We'll run through some names next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Patrick Peterson retiring in Arizona. Calais Campbell back on the D-line. Brings back some good Cardinals memories.
Into the end zone, the shovel pass for the touchdown of the win. The Cardinals advance to the NFC Championship game.
We're looking forward to the NFL Draft in less than 2 weeks.
You're sitting in the war room watching the draft unfold and trying to determine, do we stay where we are? Do we move up? Do we fall back?
We preview the prospects and what Monty needs to complete the roster on the home of the Arizona Cardinals. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. 480-990-3300. Have you ever heard of the 5 Ps? I know that you've heard of the 5 Ps because I've told you about the 5 Ps. Proper planning prevents poor performance. The 5 Ps can be applied to most areas of your life, but it's especially true for your finances. Now, we all know too well, you can never control what is happening with the stock market, but you can really control on how you plan for it, right? The folks at Trajan Wealth have been helping clients with the 5 Ps for years. Give Trajan Wealth a call today and learn how they can help you with the 5 Ps as well. 480-990-3300, 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Dave Burns here with Jimmy V, founder of V's Barbershop, where you can always count on a great haircut or a hot lather shave. 25 years, and you walk into any of the V's now, nothing's changed at all, in the sense that they're all aligned the same. They all look like old-fashioned barbershops. It's the best barbers in town. The smell of the tonic, you talk about nostalgia. Every time I smell the tonic, I think about being inside a V's Barbershop. It is amazing how when you walk into one, it's almost exactly the same experience as you would have gotten back in 1999, and that's a real testament to what you've built.
The barbershops were in a bad place when we started, and we changed the model completely in 99, and we're proud of that. We did our part in dusting off the barbershop model and making it better. I want it to change with the times, but I want it to be something that's so familiar that people just look at it and go, yes, that's a V's.
It's true. The more things change, the more things stay the same at V's. Book your appointment today at vbarbershop.com.
The Bobcat National Sales Event is happening now at Bingham Equipment. Buy a Bobcat compact track loader with industry-leading travel speeds or a compact excavator with fast cycle times and get financing as low as 0% for 60 months. Or choose cash rebates or low lease payments on select models. Visit one of 12 Bingham Equipment locations today for these limited-time offers during the Bobcat National Sales Event. Some restrictions apply. Length of contract and rate may vary. Offer ends June 30th, 2025.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Shane O'Hanrahan. And Shane, with all the confusion over tariffs, what does it mean to the automobile industry?
Right now, all that is in limbo. But what I can tell you is every vehicle on Chapman BMW's lot is tariff-free. With financing as low as 1.99%, the time to buy is right now. So get in and get your best selection of your brand new BMW.
That's really good news for people who want to drive off in the ultimate driving machine.
Yes, it is. And Chapman BMW is here to help.
That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
In an hour, so not a bad guest list today. Patrick Peterson and Mike Hazen in the upcoming hour. Let's go Suns though, and let's go right now. What you want from the next head coach? There's a lot of potential names out there. There is Mitch and I were running through them yesterday. There was like 18 names, and then Vegas did that thing where they send out a list of like odds, and I know that doesn't mean that the favorite's going to be the higher, but there's more names on that list. Here's Chris Haynes from the Haynes Briefs podcast that he put out on Monday. He rattles off like 9 right here.
Mike Brown. Mike Brown is one of them. Mike Brown, former head coach of the Sacramento Kings. Pelicans head coach, current head coach, Willie Green. So we're going to see, is Willie going to stay there in New Orleans? New Orleans just parted ways with the president of basketball operations, David Griffin. And so we're going to see is Willie going to stay there in place or not. If Willie's going to be outed, Phoenix is definitely going to take a look at Willie. Willie spent some time in Phoenix. Miami assistant, Chris Quinn. Cavs assistant, Johnny Bryant. Mavs assistants, Sean Sweeney and Jared Dudley. Jared Dudley played in Phoenix, has strong ties to the Phoenix area. Rockets assistant, Royal Ivey. Suns assistant, David Fisdale, who is currently the assistant right now for the Suns. And former Suns assistant and BYU head coach, Kevin Young.
Wow. Okay, I would say most of those on the younger side, correct?
Yeah.
On the younger side for the most part, and I would agree they're going to do something completely different. When you think of Frank Vogel and the firing of Frank Vogel and then the hiring of Coach Bud, you see 2 very established guys, 2 older guys, but 2 established guys in the NBA that had won championships. Made a lot of sense. But right now, when you've had not one, but both of those guys fail in the unbelievable amount of time that they have, which has been 2 years. Can you imagine that? Like, I can't even comprehend this when you think about it. You signed Frank Vogel to a 5-year contract, and you're paying him millions, tens of millions left on his contract. Then you're doing the same thing with Coach Bud.
If you want to put that into perspective, and this has obviously come up a lot around me lately, but like a year ago tomorrow, the Coyotes played their last game. 2 years ago today, Monty Williams was the Suns head coach. 2 years ago today, Monty Williams was there, and they were in the playoffs.
That was right before they fired him, obviously, yes.
So they've gone through 2 coaches since then.
Man.
And Mitch and I talked about this a lot yesterday. You and I haven't gotten to talk about it yet. I mean, if you want to play the hindsight game, maybe you should have given Frank Vogel another year. I think they 100% did the right thing moving on from Budenholzer, though. And
what about Monty Williams? I mean, if you want to go all the way back, would you not say Monty Williams deserved a shot? At least?
Yeah. Yes, I would.
Could you build that argument? Yes. You know, for me, once again, whenever you bring in new ownership, so much of the time, that owner wants to put his own stamp on it. So I understand looking at Monty Williams with a jaundiced eye at that point in time.
The thing, and I agree with that, but the thing that I never really totally understood on that in this case, it's not like Frank Vogel was Matt Ishbia's guy, you know? So I wonder if there was more to it behind the scenes with Monty. I wonder if he was kind of like, all right, I've been doing this, I need a break. I know he ended up in Detroit and made like $1 billion, but they had to pay him like $1 billion to get him to even come there because he kind of wanted to take a little time away. So I don't know, but the point is now you're looking for Devin Booker's 8th head coach going into his 11th season. That's
Stunning.
certainly not all on Matt Ishbia or James Jones. Ishbia's only owned the team for 26 months right now, but I tend to agree that it's going to be a guy like a Willie Green or a Kevin Young off that list, Jared Dudley, some of these younger coaches or assistant coaches. I don't know that you're getting Kevin Young away from BYU, if that's even who you want. You had chances to hire him, but Willie Green would be interesting. I think that's the name we all look at, except he is the head coach of another team.
Yes, that's the guy that I want right now.
That's your guy.
Willie Green
if you had to pick
is
right now.
the guy that I want right now. He's 43 years old. He's not 36. He's not 35. He's 43 years old. That's not old, but that's still on the younger side, I would say,
Especially
for
for
the
a
most
coach.
part. I love the fact that he's got some knowledge of Matt Ishbia as a fellow Michigan native as well. I think he's got a relationship with him. I know that he's got a relationship with Devin Booker, of course. This is somebody in Willie Green who played 12 years in the NBA. That's important to me that you played.
Mm-hmm.
I think it is. Going forward, this is important to me that you played. Is that different than Coach Bud? Is that different from Frank Vogel? Yes, it is different. These guys played in the NBA. Willie Green, I should say, played in the NBA. To me, I want that. And he was an assistant coach as well. He worked his way through the ranks. This, I think, is important. All of these qualities, this is what I'm looking for in the next young coach. But more than anything else, Luke, he's got to be able to mentor Devin Booker in terms of how to be a leader. Knowing that he can't do it himself. Knowing that the coach can't be the leader. Is he a leader of your team? Of course he is. We all understand that. He's the head coach. But he's not going to be the guy out on the floor. He's not going to be the guy that is actually competing out on the floor. He's not going to be that guy. So you need somebody to lead the guys that are going to be out there on the floor. Willie Green, I think, would be excellent for Devin Booker in terms of mentoring him in the ways of leadership.
Well, that's not
and how to be it.
It's not somebody that you would need to get Devin Booker to sign off on because you already know he would, unless you were about to do it and Book's like, I like him better in New Orleans. Then that would obviously be a huge red flag.
And
but
I
don't think that
realize
would be
he's
the case.
still there with the Pelicans. I understand that, but right now,
well, and the Pelicans have been bad, but also none of their players have played. So it's maybe they've been bad enough. I mean, 2-3 years ago, Willie Green was like the next young thing in coaching in the NBA. And that team was supposed to be on the rise, and they were supposed to be like what the Rockets are now. And then they've had injuries, and they have never really taken off.
Zion
might get dealt, honestly. Yeah. We were when Mitch was in here yesterday, we were coming up with the qualities we want in a head coach. Wolf, here's a couple we came up with. Are you willing to speak to your players? That's step one. Okay.
Oh, my goodness. All right.
Are you willing to let your players speak to each other when they're on the floor? And are you morally opposed to playing rookies in the middle of the season? Those are pretty much the only three qualifiers. Like you got to clear those three things, and then you can go interview with James Jones and Matt Ishbia, and Devin Booker can sign off. But I think you have to clear those three barriers.
Okay,
first.
So if you had to name a name,
okay.
Who would it be for you?
Who I think it's going to be, or
no, who you would like it to be? Once again, I understand Willie Green is the head coach of the New Orleans Pelicans, but we all understand the situation with David Griffin getting fired as well, and the fact that you're going to bring somebody else in, that's a dicey proposition. Willie Green could be let go. That's the only reason why I bring his name up instead of Ty Lue. All right. Should be Ty Lue, of course. We all want Ty Lue.
We're just going to get Ty Lue paid more money by the Clippers.
That's exactly right. Ty Lue it's not even rumored that the Clippers are going to part ways.
Clippers are going to the playoffs.
Willie Green, there's a bona fide shot he might get let go. And that's why I say, man, if he does, that guy is the guy.
I thought you were going to say that's why I say, hey, man, nice shot after you said that, but you didn't. That would be probably my top name. I was intrigued by Taylor Jenkins. Gambo's already shot that down. Jenkins is a young coach, too. He has had success in this league, but I think his best is potentially still in front of him. Some of these other names that have been thrown out there are extreme, like Steve Nash. Chris Paul's name's been thrown out there. Not only is he still on another team, he's playing for another team. Jarrett Jack is maybe interesting. Sam Cassell's maybe interesting. I mean, he's in his 50s, but I said this yesterday. I'll say it again, Wolf. I don't hate the idea of an assistant that is involved with the Celtics or somebody like that.
Okay. Can you just, if I could just sit in front of Book and just say, look at him, watch his face, and say, Chris Paul. That's all I need to do right there. That's all I would need to do. That's thinking outside of the box, a guy that I think could mentor Devin Booker as long as Book is okay with it. So I'd have to look at his face, Mason Orleans, as you say somebody else's name.
It's like, Book, I'm going to give you this list of 20 names. You don't have to say anything. No. Just circle 3.
No, you don't know. You don't do that.
I want 3 names.
You want one name. Look at his face.
But what if you say Chris Paul and he's like,
He's
then
not
what are you going to
expecting
do?
a name. He's not expecting a name.
Yeah, but
just Book. How you doing, man? It's so good to see you, Chris Paul.
All right, we'll do it your way first. But if the look he gives indicates it can't be Chris Paul, then I'm giving him my list.
That's what I'm saying. Then you've got to do something different.
All right.
Do it right the first time, Luke.
When we come back, why exactly did Patrick Peterson decide to retire as an Arizona Cardinal? We're going to ask Patrick Peterson that question. He's going to join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You can't use the old excuse about not having enough storage because we know you've got the cloud. Download the Arizona Sports app and keep it on your home screen for breaking sports news, all the Arizona sports shows and podcasts, plus listen to the Suns, D-Backs, ASU Athletics, and more on your phone. The Arizona Sports app is presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. Yeah, I know it's a limited time and a limited time only, and I've been telling you about it for a limited time only. But Santan Ford has employee pricing right now, saving you thousands of dollars. Plus, at Santan Ford, you can buy a new 2025 Ford Explorer for as low as 2.9% APR financing. Man, that is a great rate right there, folks. And not only that, you could also do this, though. If you didn't want the 2.9% APR, you could take up to $8,700 off of a brand new 2025 Ford Escape. And Santan Ford has hundreds of Escapes to choose from. So let's get this right. Employee pricing, financing options that are good for your wallet, and selection galore. It's time to get on over to Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. That's santanford.com.
When it comes to your electric bill, saving energy means saving money. That's why SRP offers many ways to help you cut costs and boost comfort. From rebates and discounts that can save you thousands of dollars, to expert insights that can help make your home more energy efficient. SRP has tools and programs that give you many ways to save. Explore your options today at srp.net/savings. That's srp.net/savings.
Hey basketball fans, Tom Chambers here reminding you that just like in a game, you need a solid defense for your home. And that starts with a reliable roof from Right Way Roofing. Hey Lori, as owner of Right Way Roofing, what sets you apart from the competition?
Our team tackles any roofing challenge from shingles to tile to foam roofing. We'll make sure your roof wins against the toughest opponents, rain, wind, and even those scorching summer days.
Make Right Way Roofing your MVP.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, big savings at Liberty GMC. What can customers expect?
What's up, Dave? If you've been waiting to upgrade, now's the time. We've got discounts across our entire lineup, including $12,250 off a brand new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500, $9,500 off a 2024 Yukon, or 0% for 60 months on a Hummer EV. Whether it's a truck, SUV, or EV, there's a deal for everyone.
Shop and buy online all the time at LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So it's the new year, W-2s are out, it's tax time, and soon we'll be getting our tax return checks. Oh, and I know what I'm using mine for. How about you guys? Well, whatever you decide to do with your tax return money, don't forget about your car. You know, getting your taxes done can be confusing, but where to take your car when it needs repairs isn't. That's us at AMCO. Now, you all know it can take 8 weeks or more to get your check back. And no, don't wait till then to get your car fixed. This is the best time of year to get all the things done that you've been meaning or wanting to get repaired on your car. Why now, you ask? Well, that's easy. AMCO has the Fix It Fast, Pay It Slow plan all year long. But at tax time, it works the best. You can get your car or truck all fixed up now and drive away, and then pay for it when your tax money comes in. I know that's pretty awesome. That's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO. AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker and Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks smoked the Miami Marlins 10-4 yesterday. Mel Kelly tossed 6 innings of 1-run ball, and Corbin Carroll did this.
The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, hammered, deep right field, way back she goes. Oh, man, gone. Slam time for Carroll. He cleans the bases. It's his 6th home run of the season, and hang 10 for the Diamondbacks. They lead it 10-1.
The Snakes have now won 3 straight games. They go for their 4th straight win tonight in Miami. First pitch is at 3:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And make sure to stay tuned to Wolf and Luke as Arizona Cardinals legend Patrick Peterson joins the show next. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Spring is in the air, and that means home improvement projects. Need a roll-off to haul that trash and debris away? wasteconnections.com/Phoenix.
All right, it's hour number 2 of the show. Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday morning. And Wolf, you know who's joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line?
Pat P.
Cardinals legend, Patrick
Yeah.
Peterson. What's going on, Patrick? How you doing?
How you doing, Luke? What up, Wolf?
What's
How you been,
up,
man?
man?
Long time no hear from and see, man.
I know, brother. How are you, Pat?
I'm doing blessed as ever, man. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. Hanging in there, no doubt about
Hey,
it.
Wolf, we have something in common. I just realized.
Okay, what is that?
We both officially retired the same year.
Oh, that's true.
What?
You retired from the color broadcast.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's right.
so.
Now I got it. Yes. You're right about that, Pat P. How about that? Okay, yeah, you're
You had to
retired.
think about it, huh?
Yeah, you know what, though? You know what's funny? Think about this right here, Pat P., because I was like, let's see, Darryl Green played till he was 42 years old, didn't he? And Pat, how old are you right now, Pat P.?
I'll be 35 in July.
Yeah, 35 in July right there. Let's see. That's not 42. And Pat P, do you think he keeps himself in good shape, Luke? Do you think he does?
Yes,
I think he's in. Is there any way, Pat? Is there any way we could get you for more than one day?
Nah, Wolf, it's over.
It's over,
it's
bro?
Over. Yeah.
Why do you know?
I think the girls and the wife that got way too comfortable with me home right now. And also my urge of working out is over.
Okay.
I always told myself when I don't feel like working out or have that, that fire to give it, my all to give it my all on what it takes to be prepared for an NFL game, that the fire was gone and the game wasn't for me anymore. So that's how that decision became way easier than it would have been if I had that fire still burning.
Yeah.
The guy announces his retirement, and Wolf's first question is, how about you come out of retirement? We're talking to Patrick
Yeah, because I
Peterson.
know he can still play.
Yeah,
I
obviously
know
he
he
can still
could.
play.
Okay.
Patrick, why was it so important to you? Because I know it was to a lot of fans, but why was it so important to you to make sure you retired as a Cardinal?
Just like I said, man, at my press conference there, that's where my legacy is, where it started. That's where my legacy lives, and it was only right for me, to come back home and retire a Cardinal and make it official. I know it wasn't the greatest departure, but at the end of the day, the time over time, we end up mending things that happened in the past. But it's almost like a bad child when they run away from home and you have a parent telling them life lessons, and they don't want to hear it at the time. But then they end up coming back full circle. That's kind of how this situation was. I left home for a little bit, and just really sat around and thought about my career and how I wanted everything to kind of be unfolded and how I was represented, and I wanted to be represented by the Arizona Cardinals, and that's why I made that decision easy for me to come back home and make it official.
So, Pappy, 13 years in the league, man, that is a long, long time, of course. 13 years in the league. How did the NFL change from when you first came into the league to when you retired? How did it change?
The league has changed tremendously because I go by when I first got in the league. The first 2 years we didn't have to wear the thigh pads and knee pads, so that was pretty cool. The legs felt a little bit.
You're such a corner, man. Such a corner. You're worried about the uniform code.
So that was pretty cool. But then just the passing game started to evolve a little bit more. Like more teams started to be a little bit more fancier with how they wanted to call plays, how they wanted to get receivers open. Because I can remember my first 2 years, like receiver screens were something that wasn't heard of. And as I started to get better and started taking more receivers out of the games, it was like, all right, we got to find a way to get this guy, off of our number one receiver. So then the receiver screen started to become prevalent. The next thing you know, you start to see a lot of motioning because teams started to do what, the Arizona Cardinals, the New York Jets, and a couple other teams were doing, putting their best cornerback on their opposing receivers. And now they had to find ways to be more creative with their guys. And I think that was the innovation from, then to now.
We're talking to Patrick Peterson. Patrick, your rookie year, 2011, Calais Campbell was in his fourth year with the Cardinals then. Now he's back on the Cardinals. Like, what can you tell us about Calais? What do you think of him coming back to play another season here?
Man, that's awesome, man. I had the opportunity to see Calais when I was in the building Monday. And Calais is one of those guys that's going to always lead by an example. You know where he's going to be. And he's going to bring the best out of the guys around him. I think that was a great pickup for the Cardinals to bring him back. Don't know how many more years that he have left, but you always want to take advantage of that, and that's what Calais is doing a great job of as well. But I will say I love what the Cardinals have done up front. They got my ex-teammate of mine as well, Dalvin Tomlinson. I played with him out in Minnesota. He's a guy that's going to be able to push that pocket, for the quarterback and, make it easier for those edge rushers like Josh Sweat to get home. So I really do love the improvement that they have did to the defensive line this year. So Calais coming back home. Hopefully he can finish it off with a bang, with a all-pro year, Pro Bowl season, and a Super Bowl champion as well, man. So wish him nothing but the best.
Pat P, speaking of years, do you have a favorite year? And if so, what is it?
Oh, my favorite. I got two favorite years, Wolf, because I had the privilege to obviously be represented as an All-Pro at two different positions. So I have to go my rookie year when I first stepped on the scene. I thought that year was just magical, man, just all around.
Yes.
And I really felt like the team was really leaning on me to make a play as a rookie. You know what I mean? And I wasn't even on the offensive side of the ball. So I thought that was really special. In 2015, not only because of the year that we had, but it sticks out to me the most because of the year that I had to come back from. 2014, I was diagnosed with diabetes. I was a little bit overweight, a little sluggish, wasn't myself. Then I came back and pretty much capped that off with an all-pro year, getting, nominated to my fifth Pro Bowl, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 6, somewhere in there. I went to 8 straight, so I lost count. But for the most part, that year, those 2 years are the most memorable to me.
Patrick,
That's
you were
awesome,
a part
Pat.
of some great secondaries on this team, too. What do you remember about those?
Man, the greatest secondary I played in was in that same year. And, Wolf, you maybe remember this. That year, we went into the year with 7 DBs. Like, that's unheard of.
Yeah,
7
right.
DBs. They was counting Tyron for 2 players as a nickelback in the corner, and actually 3 players as a nickelback, as a corner, as a safety. We had Rashad Johnson, who was kind of a wild card player for us. We had Gerard Powers, Justin Bethel, myself. I'm trying to think who was the other. Then we had Dayon Buchanan.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Because you remember he was a safety, and we moved him to linebacker. So we called ourselves the Magnificent Seven. So that year will always be memorable to me as well because we had so little to work with, but we were still a top 5 all-around secondary.
So, Pat P, are you going to live here or do you have a house here? What are your plans?
No, I do not have a house there. I live out east right now, but I do plan on being there more often. Me and Mr. Bidwell, Mark Dalton, we've been talking about some things that we may have in the works, so I'm excited about that. But you guys can look forward to seeing me around the Valley much more often than you did in the past.
That's awesome, man. Pat P, love you, man.
Thank you, man. It's great to have you back.
Man, I love you guys too, man.
All right, that's
okay, Pat.
Patrick Peterson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Man, this has been cool to have him back retiring as a Cardinal. Calais back to play as a Cardinal.
Man,
it's kind of
huge names.
Yeah, it's a reunion in a good way. I mean, you're talking about an all-time great with Patrick Peterson for sure. So this is the way it should be. He should be retiring as a member of the Arizona Cardinals. When we come back, Corbin Carroll has been amazing so far this season. Is it too early to use the letters MVP when you're having a conversation? We're going to get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
He's up for a 2-year extension after this season that would tack on 2 more seasons. That would be 5 years of Devin Booker that he'd be under contract for that extreme amount of money. And who knows? They might want to do it. They might want to do it because if the salary cap keeps going up and up, that might be a bargain for a guy like Devin Booker a couple years from now. As crazy as it sounds.
$70 million a year is a bargain.
As crazy as it's made, a bargain might be worth thinking about.
I mean, if he wants to do a 2-year extension and you're going to build around him,
it would show their commitment to him and his commitment to them.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from our brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. When you do, you're going to find out Dr. Joe. Oh, Dr. Joe's the dude, man. He is. He's owned and operated Aria Dental Implant Center for 20 years now, for over 20 years, and he's done over 2,000 all-on-4 patients getting treated with the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. I can tell you I've had the all-on-4. Really is a game changer for the most part right now. Dr. Joe, of course, he lectures all over the world as well. He trains and lectures people about how to actually perform and execute the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. When you do, you're going to see you can actually get a free consultation. All you got to do is mention me. That's Wolf. You get a free consultation. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com, ARIA, dentalimplantcenter.com.
We have big news from Sanderson Ford. Listen to this.
This is David Kimmerly, president of America's most awarded Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Ford just announced from America, for America employee pricing. Now you pay what I pay on the full lineup on new Fords with no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense, and no added markups.
Employee pricing levels the playing field for Ford dealers as everyone gets the same set price. However, other dealers will still add addendums and add-ons. Sanderson Ford will not. Choose Sanderson because they have the inventory and a 70-year reputation of treating you right. Ford is undeniably the most America-first automaker in the world. 80% of the vehicles Ford sells are assembled in factories located in America, and they will be less affected by the tariffs. Now is the best time to buy a new Ford with From America, for America employee pricing from Sanderson Ford.
Excludes 2025 Expedition, Super Duty, Raptor, Mustang, and Bronco specialty vehicles.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
Attention passengers, we've reached 10,000 feet and internet is now available for purchase.
I just paid hundreds for this flight, and you can't even throw in internet? I'll just take the free pretzels.
Sorry, but I do have snack boxes for sale.
I'm just gonna sleep.
In that case, we are selling pillows and blankets as well.
I'll just breathe. That's free, right?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
At Shane Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Shane Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday morning as the D-Backs wrap up their series in Miami. We'll talk to D-Backs president and CEO Derek Hall. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports. All right, thanks to Patrick Peterson for joining us last segment. If you missed it, you shouldn't have missed it, but you can listen on the podcast. It'll be up shortly.
He had to throw out, what was it? How many Pro Bowls, Pat paid? How many Pro Bowls right there? What, doubling up?
Yeah.
I see.
He made sure to toss that. He's like, I don't know if it was my 5th Pro Bowl or my 6th Pro Bowl. All I know is I went to 8. And all I can think was that's twice as many as Wolf.
We get it, Pat. Mr. Perfect.
It's good to have him back. Good
Do you start to lose track, though, Wolf? Like, 3rd Pro Bowl, were you like, is this my 4th, 5th? You know, I don't know.
No, I did not, as a matter of fact. I did not. I remember all 4 very, very well. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to do something that is going to sound ridiculous, although to be fair, it was really your idea, although I'm only blaming you because you didn't see that it was also my idea in my email, too, so we both wanted to talk about this.
Cool.
Corbin Carroll is off to a monster start. Okay, now we're 17 games in.
Oh, yes. The Predator. Run for your lives. He's back.
I was thinking about this. Nobody's winning MVP in the first 3 weeks of the season. I get that. But this is what, if you're going to have an MVP season, this is how it would start. I mean, it's tough to win MVP, especially when you're in a league with Shohei, if you start slow. Like, you're just not going to. I mean, Ketel Marte, look at the season he had last year. And I know he got hurt at the end, but even before he got hurt, he was having an MVP caliber season for well over 100 games, and he probably wasn't going to win because of Shohei. So the way Corbin Carroll is hitting the ball, the way he's doing everything right now, coupled with the fact that, he still finished with really pretty solid numbers last year and basically didn't have a first half of the season. Like, he played, he just wasn't hitting the ball. If he can string this together for the full season and the way he's swinging looks relatively sustainable, he's going to be in the conversation.
No, there's no doubt about it. If he continues to hit the ball the way that he is right now.
Let's not change anything else about what he's doing.
Exactly.
No more tinkering.
Yes.
You guys found it. Don't change anything.
No, he's definitely going to be in the MVP. He's going to win the MVP. I'll tell you that right now. He's going to win the MVP if he just keeps hitting at the rate he is right now. How many RBIs would he have? You get my point, okay? So I think it's safe to say, how many home runs would he have? How many RBI? I mean, my goodness. He would be putting up numbers that were legendary, correct?
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I'm trying to figure out what the exact number was, but basically his home run pace since the middle of last season was around 45, and that was going into last night or yesterday's game when he hit another home run. I mean, you look at Corbin Carroll, you don't think, oh, okay, here's our power hitter. He's got 6 already this year.
Yeah.
But his home run pace going back to the middle of last season is well above 40 over a 162 game schedule. So nobody's looking for 45 home runs from Corbin Carroll. But I think 30 is doable, and I think 30 is going to happen.
I think 30. I mean, we were talking about this. Could he possibly be a guy that is going to be counted on to hit 30 home runs in a season?
The beauty of it is I don't think you're counting on him to do it. I just think he's going to do it. Like, I think he's going to hit 30 home runs, but I don't think your team is built around him needing to.
Yeah. Well, Corbin, if you want to hit 30, I'm good with it, bro. I'm just telling you right now. We got no problem if that's what's going to happen.
Right now he's on pace for like 55.
That's what I'm talking about. See, he would win the MVP. I mean, he would.
Yeah.
Especially, again, how many RBIs does he have so far in the season? I don't have his numbers
15
right
RBIs.
in front of me.
You know who has more? Jerry. Jerry somehow has 16.
Jerry's unbelievable. I know. But, this is great. This is an awesome thing for Corbin Carroll to be starting the season the way that he is. Because once again, it's building off of his second half of last year, even better, I would say, building off of what he did. But it's just reinforcing it. It's one of the reasons why going into last season, we were so interested about Alec Thomas. Remember that? Mm-hmm. Because of what he did in the postseason. Man, could he carry that over? Could he carry that over to the regular season? Boy, it'd be great if he could get a little confidence going. Right now, I'm saying the same thing about Corbin Carroll. Because Corbin Carroll, I'll promise you, remembers what happened at the beginning of last season. Okay? I'll promise you, the summer of 2024 and the first half of that season, he has not forgotten that. And now all of a sudden to go out and start the way that he is, I think it's great. It's a great Does it mean anything in the end? I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. But to me, I think it means something now to get that confidence level to where it should be. Right now, Corbin Carroll is absolutely squaring up balls left and right.
His greatest competition for MVP in the National League, look, obviously Shohei. But it might. So there's somebody from the NL West, and the other guy right now would be Fernando Tatis Jr., also from the NL West. Now you can throw Kyle Tucker in there too, certainly from the Cubs. But I was looking when we were having this conversation in prehab today at who the odds-on favorites are in Vegas right now for MVP in the National League. Shohei is the favorite. I mean, I just think Shohei's probably always going to be the favorite based on who he is and everything he does. But Corbin Carroll's batting average is 58 points higher than Shohei right now. Shohei only has 6 RBIs right now. So Shohei's always going to be there. I'm not trying to diminish that. But the other name, Shohei's the favorite. Corbin Carroll is the second favorite right now in Vegas. Then goes Tatis, and then you start to go out of the division with Kyle Tucker with the Cubs.
So much of that early on, too. It's not just about what you're doing. It's also about your name recognition early on for Vegas.
Yeah, and I mean, Shohei and Tatis probably have more national name recognition to just your casual baseball fan than Corbin Carroll or Kyle Tucker do. But Corbin Carroll and Kyle Tucker are the top 2 hitters in all of baseball when it comes to total bases. Tucker has 48. Corbin Carroll has 50 total bases already this season.
Yes, the extra base hits that he is mounted right now, 13. I believe he's still tied. Yes, you told me that. Did you not, Jamal? He's tied with Kyle Tucker right now for 13.
For extra base
hits, yes.
But total bases.
Yeah, total bases, yep.
And WAR, I know you're a big analytics guy.
Huge
guy. Corbin Carroll is number 1 in all of baseball.
Yeah, okay, that's great right there. And once again, it's a great trend for him to be getting off the way that he is right now. I think it's spearheading this entire winning streak that the Diamondbacks are on right now. I think he's at the center of it. I think he's at the heart of it. This is how important it is going forward, how important it is. Again, would you know that the Arizona Diamondbacks base earnings, did you happen to know the fact that they are number 3 in all of baseball in terms of runs scored? They have 90 runs scored right now. The 2 teams in front of them, the Cubs and the Yankees.
Yeah.
They split the series with the Cubs and won the series with the Yankees. Interesting.
Yeah, and they're doing this without Ketel Marte. I mean, they've won 5 of their last 6 without Ketel Marte. Corbin Carroll is not the only reason, but he is clearly the biggest reason. I mean, what he's doing. And I don't want to minimize what Jerry's doing. Geraldo Perdomo is having a monster year at the plate. In addition to everything else he does, he's hitting .321.
Yeah.
3 home runs now already, and a team best 16 RBIs. He's got 29 total bases.
Yeah. So it goes back to our original point and what we were talking about. It's also name recognition. It's also what you have done and what you could possibly do, where the odds makers are favoring Corbin Carroll as opposed to Jerry.
Yeah, because, it's a good point with Carroll. I know I said Ohtani and Tatis are more widely recognized names, and that's probably true. But with Carroll, you are talking about a unanimous Rookie of the Year just 2 seasons ago. So it's not like people don't know who he is.
Correct.
Not like he has to fight that uphill battle, too. All right, we come back. How about this for potential Suns news? What are the odds Devin Booker is going to receive an extension this summer? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-Backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
I'm Mark.
And I'm Colina. We've purchased 2 Fulton homes in the last 7 years. We would never buy anywhere but Fulton homes.
We actually tried other builders, looked at them, and nothing compares to Fulton quality.
We're repeat builders with Fulton. It's been an amazing process, and we would never go anywhere else after experiencing it. The process working with the Fulton team was great. They cared. We got updates, and you could just tell how much they were excited, almost as much as we are. Fulton is so good at the homes they build. The quality you get is just really unmatched. They continue to care about us as a client, even though we've now finished the sale. I admired their communities because they were always a step above. The amount of landscaping, the way it was always groomed. They add the features that you want to be outside, you want to be in the community. And that matters to us. We want to be outside, not just in the home, and all the amenities are just amazing. We would buy Fulton Homes again in a heartbeat. I don't think we'd consider anybody else.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from IQ-Bar. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at eatiqbar.com/policy/terms of service.
Most protein bars are packed with sugar, carbs, and unpronounceable ingredients. There's a much better option. I'm Will, and I crafted IQ-Bar plant protein bars with clean, functional, delicious ingredients to empower doers like you with superior brain and body fuel.
Now you can get 20% off all IQ-Bar products plus free shipping when you text EAT to 64,000. That's EAT to 64,000.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit Target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
Hi, it's Vince Murata letting you know Spinato's Pizzeria has teamed up with State 48 to bring you the limited edition State 48 Pizza, a Southwest-inspired margarita with bold local flavors. It's more than just a pizza. It's a celebration of Arizona pride, creativity, and community. And to make it even sweeter, you can grab your exclusive State 48 Spinato's t-shirt and stickers. A portion of the proceeds benefits the State 48 Foundation, supporting local entrepreneurs. Get more information at spinatospizzeria.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker and Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks smoked the Miami Marlins 10-4 yesterday. Mel Kelly tossed 6 innings of 1-run ball, and Corbin Carroll did this.
The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, hammered, deep right field, way back she goes. Oh, man, gone. Slam time for Carroll. He cleans the bases. It's his 6th home run of the season, and hang 10 for the Diamondbacks. They lead it 10-1.
The Snakes have now won 3 straight games. They go for their 4th straight win tonight in Miami. First pitch is at 3:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And some men's college basketball news. UConn and Arizona have announced a home-and-home series. Read more about it in the latest Arizona Cardinals draft news, up now on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by YRefi. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
In between. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will Corbin Carroll continue to be nuclear hot at the plate? We'll discuss the Diamondbacks' latest performance starting at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, I mean, we could just do 4 hours on Corbin Carroll's performance so far this season. Mike Hazen's going to join us next segment, so we can ask him about that. Let's go Suns here, though, Wolf. And I want to play this cut. So I wasn't here Monday, you weren't here Tuesday, so we haven't got to react to this together yet. Okay, yeah. You guys had Gambo on Monday, and I'm so glad that you asked. I'm assuming you asked this question because I was asking it when I walked in here yesterday. Now that Coach Bud's gone, was that report true where he told Devin Booker not to lead, basically? And this is what Gambo said. That Gambo not mincing words on this.
It's 100% true, and it was at that time when the Phoenix Suns brass decided that, okay, this guy may not be the right guy. A lot of people have asked me, why didn't they do this sooner? Yes. What I can tell you, it was considered. They did consider firing Bud weeks ago. At that moment, they had. That's when they knew that this guy is probably not the right guy for us. When Coach Budenholzer called out Book and told him, you got to let my voice be heard. You got to stop being so vocal.
Oh, my goodness.
At that point, but I can tell you with certainty, because people are asking, why didn't they do this sooner? They did consider it. They decided against it, but they did consider firing Budenholzer over the last, 6 weeks or so.
There it is right there, Johnny. There it is.
That's it.
Right there.
Hard stop.
That was it. That was it. Right there. So much of it now is starting to make sense. One of the problems the Phoenix Suns had, the biggest problem, was a lack of leadership. A lack of leadership from the players. And all of a sudden you had a player who had the credibility to open his mouth and to hold others accountable inside the locker room because he holds himself accountable, holds himself first to a higher standard. And you're going to tell me that you had a coach tell him to be quiet?
Certainly. If you had a coach.
I said it at the time, Luke. Yeah. It's a fireable offense to me if that story was true.
If you have
ultimately
a coach,
did not believe it.
If you have a coach doing that, obviously that coach is amazing and they won 60 games, right? Oh, no, wait. They had the most frustrating season in franchise history. We just have to acknowledge that it happened because I tend to be where you are, where it's it's unbelievable. But now you have Gambo saying flat out 100% that happened. You have Chris Haynes, and we talked about this for the last couple months. Chris Haynes doesn't just make stuff up. I'm not saying he's right 100% of the time, but he's not just making stuff up, and that's such a random, specific thing. He's not a Suns reporter. He's a national reporter. For him to randomly make that up would be really weird. So I don't know how much more proof we need or are ever going to get, but I will say this, Wolf. There's 4 things from this season that I think 3 of them are heavily pinned on Mike Budenholzer, okay? I would say these are the 4 biggest problems with the season, other than the fact that it was just a frustrating year, okay?
Yeah.
You basically burned a season of Devin Booker's prime, and you wasted all of our time. It was brutal. Now, that I'm not going to put all on Coach Bud. That's spread across the board.
Sure.
Okay? But you had to waste a first-round pick trading Yusuf Nurkic because the coach wouldn't speak to him. That's something that's damaging beyond this year.
Wow.
You potentially stunted Ryan Dunn's growth by just not playing him in the middle of the season. Now, he seemed to recover, and they did play him at the end of the season, but I'm looking for stuff that, we have damage control now that we have to fix that's going to hurt beyond this year. You threw away a first-round pick because he wouldn't get along with Nurk, and now you have the Ryan Dunn thing where he didn't play for a good chunk of the season for no reason, and yet neither one of those is anywhere near as bad as if he really told Devin Booker to quiet down on the courts.
Wow. Luke, just give Luke the Wolf call, if you don't mind, the Wolf Hall. That is really, that might be the most salient thing you have actually said in a long, long time.
The sports pain brings that out in me.
It is amazing right now. The dominoes are falling in my head as Luke Lipinski runs down the lists. The considerable list of reasons why the Phoenix Suns may have let Coach Bud go.
Because those are all potentially damaging beyond this season.
Yes.
You just want to contain this season and forget it happened now, right? But those are potentially damaging beyond this season.
Again, knowing that Devin Booker, knowing the dynamics of a locker room based on these, and you need your best players to be leaders. They don't have to be the best leaders. They just need to be leaders. They have to accept that responsibility of being that leader. And Devin Booker, I think, has all the ability to be one of the best leaders you could possibly have because he is a do-first type guy. That is his entire nature. I'm just going to do. I'm going to lead by doing. How many times in the past have you heard Book say that?
Yeah.
I'm going to lead by doing, and his doing is really, really good when he competes. He goes out and he competes and brings that dog with him. That's great, but you got to share it. You have to share it, and you have to have your best players willing to do it. And this is where it all went south for the Phoenix Suns. They had 2 guys that were great basketball players, 2 guys that were some of the best in the world, in Book, of course, and KD. And neither of them were leaders or wanted to be leaders. That's where it all unraveled for me.
I tell you, I tend to agree with what you said originally, philosophically, earlier in the show. It's ultimately on the players in most cases. But if I'm a player on this team, or I'm Devin Booker, and Devin Booker's trying to lead, he's trying to get out of his comfort zone and lead vocally because he sees that that's what his team needs. And his coach is telling him to quiet down, while also he's already calling Nurk a bad teammate and not talking to him. I mean, that came out in the Chris Haynes thing too. And we're not winning. It's not like we're winning and it's just like, okay, you know what? Winning cures everything. We're losing all the time. And Book's trying to get out of his comfort zone and do this because he sees that the team he's been on for 10 years needs this, or they're going to backslide back to where they were in 2017. Yeah, I would probably on some level, I hope I wouldn't, but on some level, I think I'd probably check out on my coach at that point. Here's Devin Booker. This is from last week.
I don't think I shot the ball well this year. Just win games, at all costs, try and power my will on, on the other team and, my teammates at the same time, being a leader, using my voice more. Yeah, pretty much everything when you fall this short.
The follow-up, too.
Can I just jump in here and say, did you hear him pause when he said, using my voice more?
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear him pause?
Mm-hmm.
What do you think he was thinking about right there? What do you think he was thinking? He was thinking about Bud. Promise you.
He's probably thinking, and in a week I'll be allowed to, because that was from a week ago today, that cut. Here's one more from Booker.
You said vocalizing a lot of this that's on your mind. Are you saying more of that with regard to your teammates or maybe the people around the organization that are making decisions?
Everybody.
That's a great answer, Buck. That is well done right there, honestly.
Everybody.
All
right, join Kyler Murray and friends for the first annual Kyler Murray Foundation Celebrity Softball Game happening May 17th at Salt River Fields. If you want to be there, register now for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets. Just head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for all the details and your shot at winning. All right, we come back. Man, Corbin Carroll is hitting everything. Jordan Lawler has been raking in Reno. The Diamondbacks have 6 straight quality starts. We'll talk to all of this and more with Diamondbacks General Manager Mike Hazen. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-Backs Marlins.
The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, hammered. Deep right field. Way back she goes. Oh, man, gone. Slam time for Carroll. He cleans the bases. It's his 6th home run of the season. And hang 10 for the Diamondbacks. They lead it 10-1.
D-Backs Marlins. Game 2 of the series. Coverage begins this afternoon at 3 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat, if you don't mind? That's what I'm talking about. Say it with me, my brothers. It's the Big Spring Refresh at Brooklyn Betting. The Big Spring Refresh at Brooklyn Betting, Basinonians. Now through April 29th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. That's right, in-store and online, 25% off everything. Head on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 basin locations. Grab a knowledgeable sleep expert who will help you find the perfect sleep solution, and tell them Wolf sent you. And by the way, we at the Wolf Fan Clan, we love our Brooklyn Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Betting. And remember, shipping is always free with Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com. That's brooklynbetting.com.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel walk-behind zero-turn and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money. money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
Enjoy springtime in a new Toyota car, truck, or SUV. Come check out the most reliable, best-selling, and best value vehicles on the road, including Tacoma and the all-new 4Runner. Visit your Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Are you afraid of running out of money in retirement? If so, you're not alone. In fact, studies show it's people's #1 concern, but there is a solution. Canvas Annuity offers a retirement savings product with one of the most competitive crediting rates in the country, up to 6.2% per year. The best part is you can get access to these industry-leading rates online in a few simple steps by visiting canvasannuity.com. Great rates, simple online products.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Front Office Focus with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement.
All right, well, it's been a pretty fun start to the season if you're an Arizona Diamondbacks fan, especially this last week. Joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line is Diamondbacks General Manager Mike Hazen. Mike, thank you for the time. How's it going?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Doing good, Mike. Thank you.
Doing good, but not doing as well as Corbin Carroll. What have you seen from him the first couple weeks of this season that maybe wasn't there last year?
Yeah, look, he's one of the best players in baseball. And, I know last year he got off to a little bit of a rough start, but there's nothing really that's changed in terms of how we see him as a player, as a person. It's why we wanted to sign him as early as we did. And, he spent the time this offseason, just like he did last offseason, working to hone what he does really well. And he's come out of the gates really hot, and it's good to see, obviously, with the loss of Cattell. We've needed some people to step up and carry us a little bit, and he's certainly done that. So nothing surprising with regard to maybe to the extent at which he's producing right now, because I don't think that's, normal for most players to ever expect that. But it's certainly welcome to have that with Cattell out.
So, Mike, 10-7 right now, 17 games into the season. Just your biggest takeaways from the first 17 games that you've played so far.
Yeah, my biggest takeaway is I feel like we've been two different teams so far. I felt like as much as we held around 500 there for that first little bit, we weren't playing very well. And I feel like what we've seen, besides winning a few more games here recently, I feel like the games have been cleaner. We're not leaving the starting pitchers out there to throw 35 pitches in an inning. We've cleaned up our defense in a lot of ways, and that was something that has been extremely important to us coming out of spring training that we really wanted to be good at. And for the first week, it was a little rough. But it seems like we've gotten our feet under us, and that's good. I like the way the bullpens come together. I think there's more than just 3 pitchers out there, which, in the short run of April, you can figure out using 3 to 4 pitchers. Over the long haul of the season, you can end up burning some of them out. And I like the way that's going, and that goes hand in hand with how we're going with our starting pitching. So, and the starting pitching has certainly been better, but I think all those things are semi-interrelated. As we started to play better defense, we've seen the starting pitcher start to throw the ball really well, and that's good to see. We know that's how we're going to be carried, and so that's why it's such an important focus for us.
We're talking to Mike Hazen. Mike, you mentioned the starting pitching. This is now 6 straight quality starts, which I believe is your guys' longest streak since 2017, and it's still going. How much emphasis do you put on a stat like that? How much value do you put into that?
A lot, honestly. I think the consistency that it gives your team, what it does for the position players that don't feel like they have to go out there. And we've been behind a decent amount lately. We have, even in some of these starts, we've given up some runs early. I think Gallen gave up a bomb, Merrill gave up a bomb, but they've settled in and given us 6 innings. And when the position players see that over time, I think they walk out onto the field every night being like, all right, we need to get 3 or 4 runs and we're going to win this game. So I think it's very important from that standpoint mentally. The second piece to it is the amount of consistency it gives to the manager and the pitching coach in deploying the bullpen is also very, very important. The amount of innings that your bullpen throws over the course of 162 games matters a lot. And that gives a lot of, help so that you're not running Shelby and Puck and AJ and just J-Mart out there every single day or every other day. And so I think, again, all these things are interrelated, but that's why that becomes so important. It's not about having 6 shutout. Getting into the 6th and 7th inning is critically important over the course of a long season.
So, Mike, were you face down on the living room floor the first couple of times through the rotation in regard to the starters really struggling the way that they were? I mean, I cannot help it, Mike. I thought about you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It's a little weird, but I appreciate that. Me being face down on the living room floor is not necessarily just in regard to how the starting pitching or the bullpen is going. It's most nights, and I've convinced my children last night, even when we were up big. My youngest was like, "I think we're bad luck, Dad. I don't think we should watch." And I was like, "Yeah, I agree." So it's really toxic, my behaviors as we're watching games, but it's good to see them start to right the ship a little bit. These are all very established, good starting pitchers that have good stuff, and they're going to go out there. It's all going to even down, and as we play good defense and pick up the ball behind them, I think we're going to see a lot of consistency out of that group.
We're talking to Mike Hazen. Mike, you've always spoken very highly of Geraldo Perdomo. You obviously made him a priority before this season, and he's done a lot for this team before this year. But the fact that he's being able to hit out of the 2-hole if you need to this season, especially with Cattell out so far, how impactful has he been for you guys through the first 3 weeks?
I've said it before. I think he's our best baseball player, and it shows up. It shows up in not the bomb last night. We don't need him hitting home runs. Those are fine, and they're certainly welcomed. But that's not what he brings to the table. I think the way over the homestand where we were struggling to score some runs in some spots, he was a catalyst in a lot of ways to allowing us to score enough runs to take that series from the Brewers, which was hanging in the balance there for a bit. And I think that is really something that is infectious in your offense, honestly. When guys start to walk, they see a lot of pitches, and they make the other pitcher grind. That's the value he brings in so many different ways. And he's not going to outslug Cattell. So how is he going to do it in the 2-hole that leads to run scoring? He's going to do it in the way he does it, and it's been incredibly valuable. When you lose players like Cattell Marte for an extended period of time, it requires others to step up and figure out ways to fill those shoes until he does get back. And the guys have done a really good job with that.
So, Mike, what are your thoughts on Josh Naylor and what you're seeing from this guy so far?
He's always been a really good player in this league. I think sometimes, in the middle of the smaller market teams in the American League, we, maybe don't watch him as much, as baseball fans on the West Coast because the games are early. And this guy's always been a really good player. The energy he brings to your lineup and to your team. I asked one of the coaches about, some of the defensive stuff we were working on early, and he looked at me and said, he's the hardest working guy we have. So those are things that I'm really happy with. And because I think over a long season, that also, has a really positive impact on what you do to keep the energy high as the season gets going and it gets long and tedious. I think that he's a really good hitter. His at-bats have been incredible, and hopefully he keeps it up. I mean, certainly not going to keep it up at this pace necessarily, but I think what he's done in the middle of our lineup has really helped.
You know what's amazing too, Mike? He's a much better athlete than when you look at him. He looks more like an offensive guard to me, but he's a much better athlete than what you would imagine he'd be.
Was he a better athlete than you?
Yes, he can run, Mike.
That's good. Yeah, that's good. That's better. All right, that makes me feel good.
You look at Josh, and he can run, man. That is amazing right there. He's much more athletic than I thought he was.
Yeah, I thought you were leading that to humble brag about yourself, so that's good. But I do agree. He's a really good athlete. And he plays really well over there, and I know again the infield. We had some rocky moments going in through the first week. Those guys are working really hard. That stuff's going to get ironed out. They're going to start to play very well together as a group, and I think that's going to be a strength of ours.
Mike, I did want to ask you about Jordan Lawler just because he is hitting so well down at Reno. And, regardless of when we end up seeing him, what do you look for from a high-end prospect like that as far as development?
Yeah, he's doing a good job here lately. The bat's starting to come around really nicely. It's great. He hadn't played a lot of second base, and we knew that was going to be the gap early in the season, which was, he had played a lot more short and third. And so the protection at second base, it's on both sides of the ball. And he's done a good job at second base, but he's played very little there in his career. And that's the area that we need to ramp up because that's critically important to our team, as I just got through talking about the starting pitching forever and how much the defense impacts the starting pitching. And he's a really good player, and he's going to be on our team at some point.
Mike, we appreciate this as always, man. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Oh, all right, guys. Take care.
All right,
okay, man.
That's Mike Hazen joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. He thought you were building yourself up.
Yeah, I know. I was like, are you kidding me? No. Josh Naylor, watch him run. Runs so much better than when you look at it and think, man, Josh is husky.
I think he still leads the team in stolen bases, doesn't he? Yeah, he does. All right, so that was Mike Hazen. That was a pretty solid hour of guests right there with Patrick Peterson and Mike Hazen. So, again, I would encourage you to go back and listen to the podcast if you missed any of it. Coming up next, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bruh.
You've been listening to Diamondbacks Front Office Focus, brought to you by Canvas Annuity. Great rates that are guaranteed to be a home run for your retirement. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marana Mornings.
It's a bad situation, but it's a bad situation born from a desire to win, which is opposite. If you want to talk about the worst owners of all time, there's been a litany of owners in professional sports who didn't care one lick about winning. They cared about making money and saving money, and that's not the case here.
Listen,
there's been a lot of swings and a lot of misses. Matt Ishbia is saying, I'm going to take 1,000,000 swings at this. He needs to start connecting.
He needs to get one of those new bats in Major League Baseball. He needs to get a torpedo bat.
Torpedo Matt.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon, you wish would never end. The homemade taste of Bluebell, and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Chocolate lovers are going absolutely bananas over our new Bluebell Banana Fudge. Rich milk chocolate ice cream swirled with a scrumptious banana-flavored ice cream. Your favorite banana fudge bar, now in a carton.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Bluebell half gallons and 12-pack cups, $6.99 each at all Fry's food and drug stores now through April 22nd.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code GROW. Swishradio.com, code GROW. Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-371-0505. 800-371-0505.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Two words we've been waiting for: employee pricing. Yep, employee pricing right now at our Desert Ford dealers. From America, for America. Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford has been part of our country's story for more than a century. That's why Ford is offering employee pricing. That means we pay what Ford employees pay, and we're talking the full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Take that 2024 Ford F-150. If you're looking for a perfect work truck or a powerful weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. Besides, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus 5.9% APR financing for 72 months and $3,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. But employee pricing won't last forever. Click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2024. Terms and conditions may apply. See your local Ford dealer for details.
At Native Grill and Wings, we bring the big flavors to match the big moments. Our fresh, never frozen wings come in over 20 bold flavors, served up hot and ready for every game-winning play. Kick back with an ice-cold beverage and catch all the basketball and fight night action at Native. Need to feed the fam? Try our $27 family bundle. With something for everyone, we've got the whole family covered. Cold drinks, great food, and even better deals. Visit nativegrillandwings.com to find the restaurant nearest you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker and Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks smoked the Miami Marlins 10-4 yesterday. Mel Kelly tossed 6 innings of 1-run ball, and Corbin Carroll did this.
The 0-1 pitch, swung on, hammered, deep right field, way back she goes, oh, man gone, slam time for Carroll, he cleans the bases, it's his 6th home run of the season, and hang 10 for the Diamondbacks, they lead it 10-1.
The Snakes have now won 3 straight games, they go for their 4th straight win tonight in Miami. First pitch is at 3:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And some men's college basketball news. UConn and Arizona have announced a home-and-home series. Read more about it in the latest Arizona Cardinals draft news, up now on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Meeting a financial advisor? Be prepared. Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax shares 22 must-ask questions to guide you. Visit AssetPreservationWealth.com for the full list and a free portfolio review.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
And does it smell good?
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
Boy, this is going to be a little bit different wolfing down your lunch right here, isn't it, Luke? the legendary Yoda, Ryan Lindsay, sitting in here, right in studio with us as we're broadcasting.
I assumed he was in here to taunt you and your Tyler Booker.
Oh, stop it with the hand gestures. We don't need no stinking gesticulations.
Well, Yoda's here. He's right in studio. And Rick is here with Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick?
All right, guys. In case you missed it, the Suns will not be playing in the NBA playoffs this season.
What?
Appreciate it.
This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at arizonasports.com. It asks, with the Suns eliminated, what do you root for in the NBA playoffs? Certain players, latch on to another team, best content, good games, or probably what Luke does, which is I just stare blankly at the TV.
Well, I do stare blankly at the TV, but I changed the TV channel to the Stanley Cup playoffs because if the Suns aren't in the NBA playoffs, trust me, the Stanley Cup playoffs are going to be a lot more entertaining when the games actually are going on. The NBA is so good at building up their product between games, but the actual product you're going to watch, the Stanley Cup playoffs are better. Although that said, there's some really good matchups early in these NBA playoffs in the Western Conference. So I would say my answer would be good games.
Best content?
Yeah. Those feel like the same thing.
Yeah, okay. That's what I'm going to go with.
All right.
Best content.
All right. Leading is I just stare blankly at the TV, 53%.
Knock it off.
I think people got the joke. 32% good games, 7% latch on to another team. Certain players, 5%, which is me. I just root for certain players. Best content, 3%.
Oh, take that, Wolf. You're in one of the 3%.
All right, sticking with the NBA, the play-in tournament began yesterday. The Magic beat the Hawks 120-95. Nobody cares about that game. And the Warriors beat the Grizzlies 121-116 to secure the 7 seeds in each conference. Jimmy Butler went off for the Warriors. He scored 38 points, grabbed 7 rebounds, and dished out 6 assists. Here's Warriors coach Steve Kerr.
You guys can see it. Like we have morphed into a different team. We've got the movement and the flow of Steph, but we've also become, for half the game, a great ISO team. We've never been an ISO team here, and there's great advantage to that. To be able to get to the line, to be able to generate offense without having to fly around and set a million screens. So Jimmy has completely changed everything for us since he's been here, and tonight was a great example of that.
Man, okay, that's enough out of you, Steve.
Do you guys think the Suns would have made the play-in if they had been able to trade for Jimmy Butler? And you guys can make this roster construction any way you want. If it was Beal taking the no trade clause, if it was KD getting traded for Butler, just whichever way you guys want to take it.
If they were able to trade Beal for Jimmy Butler as they originally wanted to, 100% the Suns would be in the play-in. They'd be in the playoffs by now. Trading Durant for Butler, I don't know that it's a lock because as we're hearing, there were more than just wins and losses at issue for the Suns. And so, the thing, again, to remember with the Warriors, they didn't really give anything up for Jimmy Butler. The Suns would have had to give up Kevin Durant for Jimmy Butler. So, look, better odds than where they currently are, which is 0% of making the playoffs. But if they could have done it for Beal, yes, I think they would have made it.
Man, once again, the Jimmy Butler thing, it's so difficult. I go back and forth on it the way that I did when the Suns actually had a shot at possibly trying to acquire Jimmy Butler. Back and forth personally. Didn't like how he handled it down in Miami, how he got out of Miami. Yet at the same time, he was exactly what the KD and Book Phoenix Suns needed. He was exactly what they needed. But at the same time, I cannot say that is something that would have guaranteed the Phoenix Suns that it was going to work here the way it has up in Golden State. You can never make that assumption.
I'll take Jalen Ramsey on the team. I'd have to know what the asking price is. You can't give up a first-round pick. Probably can't give up a second-round pick. I don't think he would cost that. He's 30, so he'll be 31 midway through the season.
Sure, still in his prime.
Yeah,
still in his prime.
Mid-round pick. Mid. He's not mid, but mid-round pick.
No, he's not mid at all. First of all, I'm going to say, are you kidding me? Jalen Ramsey. What did you do? What did you do? He looked at his boss and called him a venal pettifogger.
Obviously.
That's what he did.
No doubt.
Are you kidding me? You're going to part with Jalen Ramsey, who, by the way, had the C on his jersey, was a team captain.
Yeah.
He's one of the most talented man-covered corners in the National Football League. And it's better if we part. Yeah, something got personal.
This is going to be his fourth team if he gets traded, and he's always been a great player.
Yes, he's always been a great player, but team number 4 coming up. Yeah, beware, there'll be dragons here.
One's a point, two's a pattern, three's a trend. Is that what it is?
Oh, my goodness. No? One's a point,
okay,
two's
a
trend,
okay.
3 is a pattern.
Well, what's 4?
4 is you're done.
Okay.
I do kind of want to make a point that maybe this is on the Dolphins and not on Jalen Ramsey, because if you think about it, they let Calais walk. Like their veteran leadership is very interesting. In Miami, they're keeping Tyreek Hill around, and there's more off the field concerns there going on. It seems like an interesting situation in Miami right now.
Mike McDaniel
I just wouldn't give up a ton.
Really, really good coach. Really good young coach. He's very good. Excellent, I would say. Don't make any more hand gestures, Yoga. Excellent is what I would say.
All right, last one for you guys. We're going to go back to basketball. Dallas Mavericks general manager Nico Harrison spoke to reporters yesterday and talked about the Luka Doncic trade. There were no recorders or video allowed in this, so again, I'm going to have to read this quote.
That's great. That's always a sign that you're doing things well.
For sure. He said, quote, "Yeah, there's no regrets on the trade. Part of my job is to do the best thing for the Mavericks, not only today, but also in the future. Some of the decisions I'm going to make are going to be unpopular, and that's my job, and I have to stand by it. One last thing, I'll also add that every trade I've done has been met with high scrutiny, and so eventually I'll earn the trust of this community back. Some of these trades are going to work out, and they have at a high level," end quote. What do you guys make of what he said?
No. First of all, it's weird that you're not allowed to use technology for a Dallas Mavericks post-season press conference. Secondly, he's never going to win the trust of that fan base back. There is 0% chance. I'm not saying his career's over. I'm not saying he can't go somewhere else.
Right.
I'm not saying he won't be there for a little while longer, too. But if you are a Dallas Mavericks fan, how can you trust that front office and ownership anytime soon?
Man, I will tell you this right now. What does he know about Luka that nobody else does? What does he know about Luka that nobody else does?
He better know something that nobody else
knows. I'm just telling you,
knows.
at some point in time, he's got to know. Why in the world would he say this stuff the way that he is, with the conviction that he's saying it, if there wasn't something there that none of us really understand about Luka Doncic?
Honestly, he sounds like a guy trying to convince himself in front of reporters. That's what he sounds like.
Cannot wait to see how it all unfolds.
Let's flip it this way. Do you think the Lakers are regretting making that trade right now?
I don't think so.
Probably not. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. We're about a week away from the NFL draft, so are we maybe starting to get some clarity on who the Cardinals could take at pick 16? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Patrick Peterson retiring in Arizona. Calais Campbell back on the D-line. Brings back some good Cardinals memories.
Into the end zone, the shovel pass for the touchdown of the win. The Cardinals advance to the NFC Championship game.
We're looking forward to the NFL draft in less than 2 weeks.
You're sitting in the war room watching the draft unfold and trying to determine, do we stay where we are? Do we move up? Do we fall back?
We preview the prospects and what Monty needs to complete the roster on the home of the Arizona Cardinals. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from our brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. It's heating up in the Basin. There's no doubt about it. If you're tired of battling that Arizona sun, it's time to call my friends over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Listen, their roll-down patio shades and retractable awnings are the real deal. Cooler patios, no doubt about it. We at the Wu Fang Clan, ladies and gentlemen, we've got the awnings and the shades from All Pro Shade Concepts. No glare on the television, cooler patios, and total privacy. And now through Memorial Day, for every shade order, All Pro Shade will donate a pair of running shoes to a U.S. service member through their new partnership with Shoes for soldiers. You'll cool down your patio and help support the heroes who keep us safe. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So I know a lot of you have bought new or new used cars that have extended warranties. The salespeople tell you have to go back to the same dealer for repairs, and that's not the case. If you have an extended service contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there. And remember that you can use it at any AMCO. Most people think you have to go to the dealer for oil changes and service to keep your warranty valid. That's also not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center. And AMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies. And AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, faster service, and in most cases, we can cover your deductible. Now remember, AMCO does more than transmissions. From brakes, air conditioning, cooling systems, tune-ups, and scheduled maintenance, you name it. So if you need car repairs or hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO. AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker and Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Did you know the average roof in Arizona only lasts about 15 years? Most homeowners don't know how old their roof is and often wait until it's too late to replace their roof because they can't visibly see the damage that the sun, wind, rain, and elements cause. What could have been a repair for a few $100 turns into thousands of dollars in damage to insulation, floors, drywall, baseboards, and more, which is why I want you to know about my friends at JLC Roofing, a third-generation family of roofers right here in Arizona. Right now, JLC is offering our listeners $1,500 off a full replacement if you need a new roof. A $1,500 discount just for mentioning my name. JLC Roofing also offers free estimates, and they service the entire valley. A roofer-owned roofing company. They specialize in tile, shingles, foam, and rolled roofing. So if you need a repair or a new roof, go with the roofing company that's roofer-owned for generations. JLC Roofing. Call 602-ROOFING for free estimates on your roof and give your roof some TLC with JLC. Call 602-ROOFING or jlcroof.com.
Hey, do you guys work on all vehicles?
At Quick Lane at Santan Ford, absolutely. We service all makes and models, no appointment needed.
Great, I need new tires, but I don't want to pay too much.
If you buy 4 tires, you'll pay no tax. It's the no tax tire sale at Quick Lane at Santan Ford. And combined with our tire price match guarantee, you'll never find a better deal on new tires. Just head on over to Quick Lane at Santan Ford. Easy drive from anywhere in the valley. Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista in Gilbert. Or online at santanford.com. Restrictions may apply. See Quick Lane at Santan Ford for details.
I'm giving you some outside-the-box, unexpected, non-talked-about scenarios.
Wolf and Luke talk NFL draft now.
All right, welcome back to the show. It is Wolf and Luke on a Wednesday afternoon as we are just over a week away from the start of the NFL draft. Wolf, more importantly, I just got an email that said there's ice cream somewhere in this newsroom right now.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Ice cream sandwiches, I believe.
Oh, you already read the email?
Yeah, I did.
Wow, Wolf read his email.
Bam!
If it says food, maybe Wolf will read it.
The one time Wolf looks up and sees, hey, ice cream sandwiches.
Yeah.
Let's check this. Maybe he just has an alert to his phone. It's that. All right, so we're just over a week away from the start of the NFL draft. And, Wolf, there was another mock draft that came out, actually, yesterday, believe it or not.
Okay.
Adam Rank on NFL.com. And now we're to the point where these mock drafts all have to have a twist, right? So Adam Rank did his as what every team should do in round one. Okay.
There you go, right there. According to Adam.
Yes.
What every team should do.
So how do you feel about that concept, first of all?
I think we'll eject on that.
Okay.
Right? Hit the eject button.
All right. What if I told
Put that
you
in the negative category?
What if I told you at pick 16 he had the Cardinals taking Tyler Booker?
Okay. This guy knows what he's talking about.
I like big.
Just saying. Do you want a football player or do you want some guy who's going to run around and look good in shorts? Is that what you want? Go ahead. Draft somebody different.
And who?
You want a football player? Get Tyler Booker.
Tyler Booker, offensive lineman, Alabama.
As long as he's bashing your face in, metaphorically speaking, what do I care about his feet?
We redid the draft profile for
Tyler
Tyler
Booker.
Booker.
That right there. It does matter, too, as you're in a huddle.
He just
does,
rolled with it.
No, I know, honestly. This is great, guys. Good job right there. But it does matter in a huddle as well. You want to look at dudes who have the furrowed brow and who understand what it takes to be intense and bring that intensity on a regular basis, on a play-to-play basis. That's what you want. Bring the intensity, furrow the brow. Tyler Booker does that. And if you don't believe it, watch the tape.
I'll say this too, Wolf, and it hasn't been in the first round so much. Like we had the Field Yates, Mel Kiper like dual mock draft yesterday.
Yeah.
They had the Cardinals taking Tyler Booker at 47. I would say I'm seeing his name to the Cardinals more than anybody lately. It's just not always in the first round. It's typically in the second round, actually.
Right. At 47, if you tell me Tyler Booker is going to be there, okay, I'm sold. If you tell me they can actually get somebody like a Matthew Golden, maybe a Matthew Golden at number 16, running a 4.29. All right, yes, 4.29. Maybe you tell me they could get that and Tyler Booker in the second round. Oh, I'd be gold.
I think that's the best way to do it because I don't trust that receiver that you're going to get in the second round necessarily as much as like if you get the relatively sure thing in the first round at that position. I don't necessarily need a project at receiver. I need, as much as it pains me to say this because of what he did against ASU in the college football playoff, I need a Matthew Golden or a Tedero McMillan or somebody. I don't necessarily need a receiver in the third round. But if Tyler Booker is still there at 47 and they don't take him, I'm going to be reacting like you on draft night, Wolf.
Okay.
Or I guess that would be Friday. If he's there at 47, they don't take him.
I'm just going to say it right now. You don't want to listen to the broadcast when we do our broadcast here, our station broadcast for the draft. If, in fact, he's there at 47 and they don't take him at 47, okay? Honestly, right now, I'm going to be shocked if he's there at 40. If he falls out of the first round, I'm going to be shocked. I'm going to get up and I will walk around the table, okay? I will.
Okay.
Walk around the table talking to myself if he falls out of the first round.
If we get through the first round broadcast next Thursday night and he's still on the board, you're going to be a mess on Friday morning, hoping that he drops another 15 spots to the Arizona Cardinals.
Indeed.
Mel Kiper Jr. was on with Bickley and Murata yesterday, and he talked about Tyler Booker, specifically what he could bring to the Cardinals.
I think he's a good football player. I mean, the 40 time, like Orlando Brown. I think remember Orlando Brown came out and ran that horrible 40 time. He went from a mid-first round pick to a third-round pick. And he had a heck of a career. I mean, he's playing in the NFL at a high level. So at the end of the day, he will drop a little bit, maybe even more than a little bit, because he was projected to be a mid-first-round pick. A lot of people had him going to Arizona in the middle of the first. So to me, Booker as a phone booth type of guard, and he is fiery. Boy, he gets after you, he will knock you out. You get in that boxing ring with him, you're not coming out feeling pretty good, too good. So, Tyler Booker's fun to watch on tape because he just beats you up, and that's just the way he plays the game. Now, if you're asking him to do a lot of movement and a lot of things like that, no. But in terms of, like I said, a phone booth type of guard, he will destroy you, and he's a really good football player. So you're talking about mid-second round for a guy who was projected mid-first round. Like I said, go back to Orlando Brown. How'd that work out? Worked out pretty well.
Yeah. Finish him. He will destroy you. That's what he does. That's what I want. I want a guy like that. By the way, I want a guy like that in the huddle. So where I can see it, look into his eyes. Ooh, this is the way you play the game, right? This is the way it's supposed to be played. I don't want somebody out there playing patty cake. He's not going to play patty cake.
We're only playing that draft profile for Tyler Booker on this show from now on, where you said as long as he bashes your face in.
Yeah. Patty cake. Baker's man. Bake me a cake as fast. Knock it off. Get in the huddle and play the game.
You know how hard it is to purposely not laugh on the air when you do stuff like that, just so command and control can isolate it, so we have that audio.
Brutal.
Here's more from Mel Kiper on what Matthew Golden would bring to the Cardinals if they could get him in the first round.
Yeah, he gets open. open. You got to get open and get separation in college. I mean, this is against I call them AOGs and other occupation guys. You get in the NFL, these are the best in the world. So when you see a guy like Golden getting open and finding ways and burst out of your break, that was the old, then back in the day, it's just burst out of his break. That creates separation. It creates windows. It creates an opportunity to make plays after the catch. So to me, Matthew Golden, that was really astonishing to me. I mean, 4.29, when we went into that combine, I think it was going to be Isaiah Bond, his teammate, running 4.29. Bond ran 4.44 and was supposed to be the guy in the transfer portal coming in, and ended up being Golden coming into the portal, not Bond. Remember, Golden came from Houston. Really 2 solid years at Houston. Not spectacular, but good. This year, he was great. He had a couple concentration drops, but overall, he was the go-to guy for Quinn Ewers and when Arch was in there. So, yeah, Matthew Golden really emerged quietly, I think, guys, quietly, because he was under the radar. And at the end of the day, after the combine, running that 4.29, he's solidly, believe me, he is solidly in the first round. I do think if you take Travis Hunter out of the equation and don't put him as a wide receiver, just put him as the best player in the draft as a dual threat, yeah, the number one receiver after Travis Hunter, in my opinion, right now, is Matthew Golden.
Wow. Wow.
I just love listening to Mel riff name after name after name. It's so incredible. This guy's got all of these names on his head. I mean, can you imagine that? As Yoda, the legend, walks out of our studio right now, I say peace and strength, my brother, as he leaves. Yes, indeed. And I will see you later. But man, Mel's got all this stuff floating around his brain.
He can't help he as he starts to talk, he goes
interrupted by this thought.
Oh, by the way, he was at Houston for 2 years. We all know that. Well, Mel, you know that.
Right, I know. Mel's sitting there. I don't know. It's 12:30 in the morning. He's up there. There's not another light on in the room, and he's just clicking it back and forth on this Houston tape. And look, everyone, it's Matthew Golden. I mean, really?
Just don't watch the college football playoff tape of Matthew Golden, please. All right, we come back. What's the most important quality the Suns need to be looking for in their next head coach? We'll go deeper than just a coach who talks to his players. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Patty cake. Baker's man. Bake me a cake as fast. Knock it off.
D-Backs Marlins.
The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, hammered. Deep right field. Way back she goes. Oh, man gone. Slam time for Carroll. He cleans the bases. It's his 6th home run of the season. And hang 10 for the Diamondbacks. They lead it 10-1.
D-Backs Marlins. Game 2 of the series. Coverage begins this afternoon at 3 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
At America Roofing, we look to earn your business by giving competitive pricing, quality product, and quality installations. At America Roofing, we like to think that we're taking care of our neighbors. As we've grown up here, Josh and I, we're family owned and operated. Our word is our bond. We'll take the very best care of you. And that's why we always say, at America Roofing, we've got you covered.
Schedule a free checkup today with America Roofing and get 10% off all repairs. AmericaRoofingCo.com.
ROC number 186438CR42.
Southwest Gas, proudly fueling over 1 million homes and businesses across Arizona with safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Natural gas not only supports lifestyle, it supports economic development. Many large-scale businesses that have expanded operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Choosing Southwest Gas means choosing an energy provider committed to trust and excellence. Learn how Southwest Gas is supporting growth in our communities and making a positive impact for future generations at swgas.com.
It's official. Newsmax has become a news giant. It's even listed on the New York Stock Exchange. Over 40 million Americans regularly turn to Newsmax for the news they need to know. They're tuning into the Newsmax channel on all major cable systems. They watch Newsmax 2 on all streaming platforms. They go online to newsmax.com for breaking headlines. Millions more have downloaded the free Newsmax app on their smartphone and home TV. Reuters says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. Tens of millions of Americans like you have made the switch to Newsmax for the news they can trust. So make the switch today. you won't ever look back.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-961-5544. 800-961-5544.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker and Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for their fourth straight win tonight in Miami against the Marlins. First pitch is at 3:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the Snakes. In Arizona State football news, Sun Devil sources Chris Cartman reports that cornerback Plas Johnson has a torn ACL and will miss the entire 2025 season. And we are just about a week away from the NFL draft. For the latest Arizona Cardinals draft news, head on over to arizonasports.com, brought to you by YRefi. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. The proof is in their reviews. If you have any AC or plumbing issues and need a second look, they're online at readyservices.com, proud sponsors of the Arizona Sports app.
Like up fakes 3 times before he buries it.
It was incredible to see that. It really was an incredible game, back and forth. Just to see the Grizzlies come back the way that they did. The Warriors in that first half in particular, they look like an NCAA tournament team. They were unbelievable. How many deflections?
Yeah.
How many steals? Just an incredible game, and really a testament to what the Warriors are now with Jimmy Butler.
There's a great quote from Jimmy Butler. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but it was basically any team with Steph is a threat to win the title. And that's 100% true. As long as he is playing his game, it's not like Steph's game has dropped off. Do you look at Steph and you're like, he can't hit the three as well anymore? Like, really?
Yeah, really?
He's the
greatest shooter of all time.
The main closer for why the U.S. won the gold medal at the Olympics this summer too. I mean, Steph, when he's Steph, good luck stopping that. Western Conference playoffs are going to be fun, except they're also going to be miserable because the Suns aren't even in them. So back to reality. Here's Chris Haynes on the Haynes Briefs podcast talking about the type of candidates the Suns could be looking for in their next head coach.
Largely, these are guys who played in the NBA before, or these are young up and coming guys. And so it's kind of the list of candidates in which they bring in is kind of going to tell you the direction they're moving forward. Like, I think a lot of teams feel like, look at the Lakers, feel like they probably need a voice that's not too far removed from playing, or an assistant coach, a young up-and-coming assistant coach who has the ear of the players. And if you listen to, detail the kind of the issues that I talked about with Bud and the players on this Suns team, that communication was key, or that lack of communication was key. So bringing in somebody who has the ear of the players and who can communicate and relay a message properly, well, it's going to be received in the right way, that's going to be very important.
Where do you begin on this one right now? What do you think is the most important attribute that the next coach has for the Phoenix Suns?
So I'll say this. I'm going to try and phrase it differently so it doesn't sound tongue-in-cheek, but communication. And I don't mean that as in, like, you're not talking to Nurk, learn to talk to your players. I just mean in general. There seemed like there was a pretty significant breakdown in communication behind the scenes with the Suns this season. I mean, it's funny. People pointed to the Kevin Durant moment where he, like, ripped his arm away from Bud, and it's like, oh, those guys don't get along. I actually feel like that was probably the least of the issues. I feel like KD and Bud, I mean, KD's seen it all, and Bud has seen a lot in the NBA too. I feel like those two were probably, maybe they weren't on the same page a lot, but it kind of felt like they weren't afraid to say what was on their mind to each other. But you have all these other things where, I mean, we had that story yesterday with Chris Haynes where Coach Bud asked Bradley Beal to be the Suns' version of Drew Holiday, and apparently Beal didn't like it. There was the sitting Ryan Dunn, but never really explaining why. There was the Nurk just not apparently getting spoken to for a long time. I know all these examples I'm giving are just from the coach. I'm sure there was more communication breakdowns behind the scenes. That's the first thing you got to fix.
Yeah, there are so many qualities that were already mentioned right there. A coach that played. I think that is really, really important. A young guy that played. I think that's really important. A young guy that played that might have exposure or some type of past relationship to Devin Booker.
I mean, you're just describing Chris Paul at this point.
Okay, that is really, really important right there. And I'm getting to my number one point. You got to hire a coach that is going to mentor Book and encourage him to develop his leadership skills. That's it right there. For me, the number one quality. You got to have all this other stuff. You do. You've got to have knowledge of the game, of course. You have to have played the game to me. You got to be younger. Not young, but younger.
What about Kevin Young?
Kevin Young,
that qualifies as young.
That, you know what, honestly, does he check every box right there? No.
No, but he's young. And
but he is young, yes, of course, and he's got past exposure.
I've got three names I want to throw at you. Okay. Three names in particular that have kind of stood out to me. The Chris Paul one we talked about. I guess that would be a fourth. But I don't know what to think of a couple of these. Okay. One is David Fizdale, who's very highly regarded around the NBA and by players, but he's been here the last couple of years, and so I just. And maybe this isn't fair, and they would know behind the scenes, but he's not at the top of my list because he's already been here when it wasn't working. Not to say that he's the reason it wasn't working, but it's kind of like the KD conversation, right? Like, people want to get rid of him because he wasn't the solution. David Fizdale maybe wasn't in the position to be the solution, but I almost feel like if you're going to make big changes, not that he has to go, but I just don't know that he's my head coach. So the other two off that Chris Haynes list we had earlier that I would throw out there, one is Willie Green, who we both like. The other one's Jared Dudley.
Jared Dudley.
That's an interesting name.
I love JD. I do. Now, again, here's the problem. I have no idea what kind of coach he is.
I don't either.
Okay, so, well, that's kind of problematic right there. I can't say it with conviction the way that I want to be able to. Dare I say certitude based on earnings? I can't say it with certitude. I do know that he seems to be checking a lot of the boxes that I think need to be checked, but I just don't know what kind of coach he is right now, how he conducts his business, just how tough he might be on some of the players as well. I do know this once again, that I don't care what other credentials you might have as a candidate. If you don't have the ability to mentor Devin Booker as being a leader, if you don't have that ability, that's going to exclude you from me hiring you.
So the Jared Dudley example, I think, highlights how this is not a slam dunk. Because if they're looking for young former players that are going to be coaches, chances are you're not really going to know how good of a coach they are yet, because they probably haven't been a head coach in the NBA yet. So there's a certain level of swing and miss here. Like, you're kind of swinging for the fences, but you could miss. So that's why I threw Dudley out there, because, you know, he is a former player, former teammate of Devin Booker. He probably would be a good mentor to him. We just don't know how good of a coach he would be. He might be great. We don't know.
Yeah.
And they don't know either.
A former teammate, once again. Interesting you say that right there. So, again, it's the, hey, Book, how are you doing? Jared Dudley. What if you just said that? Look at the reaction of his face. I'd love to know. I'm being serious. I really am. I would love to know, what do you think of Jared Dudley?
So
how would you feel, Book, if we went out and did something as bold as hire Jared Dudley?
What would be more bold, Jared Dudley or Chris Paul? If Chris Paul's still playing, but
it's
if he
Chris
retired.
Paul. It's because Chris Paul's still playing.
Player coach?
Chris Paul would get thrown out of so many games if he was a coach. Don't you think, his first year? Chris Paul, like, over under on Chris Paul ejections as a head coach first year, 5.5?
Somebody right now, somebody knows who's listening to this. Tom Chambers, you know, would Book be okay with Chris Paul? Would he be okay? Would Chris Paul be good as the next head coach for the Phoenix Suns? You know, Tommy, I know you know.
But the problem with any of these guys is there's going to be growing pains. That's why I kind of like the Willie Green one the most. And again, he's coaching another team. But there's at least going to be less growing pains with Willie Green. And again, that's somebody that's very familiar with Book and vice versa. But he's already coached in the NBA. Like, what if it really was Chris Paul or Jared Dudley? What if that's who they hired? They're learning on the job. Now, J.J. Redick's learning on the job with the Lakers, and it seems to be working pretty well.
I was just going to say, J.J. Redick. I honestly did not think that was going to work.
I didn't think it would work this quickly.
Just blew up in my face right there. It's worked beautifully.
But I don't know, like, does Dallas have anybody else they could give to the Suns like they gave Luka to the Lakers? I mean, that probably helped.
Well, that would help. Yeah. Let's see, the Luka thing.
Could we have Anthony Davis for
Can you imagine Luka on the same team with Book? Okay.
I don't know. I think they could play well together, but there's too much of a history there now.
Oh, my goodness. The smirk.
All right. Still the greatest post on X of 2025. You saw that, right? When the night Dallas traded him, Booker posted, hey, they kept their promise. Because the Mavericks had posted, okay, just one more time, and they posted the picture of Luka looking at Book with the smile like 2 days earlier, and then they traded him.
Yes.
All right, we come back. Who's stepping up for the Diamondbacks, and who still needs to be better? We'll get into all that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Was there any consideration to firing Mike Budenholzer before the end of the season? The answer is yes. Now, they didn't do it. I'm not sure if it would have made a difference or not. Maybe it does, but a lot of people are going to want to know, like, did you think about it? And the answer is yes. They did consider it, and I think if you go back around the late February New Orleans game when the Book thing came down, I think that was, one of the final nails in the coffin for Mike Budenholzer.
Yeah. Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Homeowners, life can be stressful, and so can selling your home, but it doesn't have to be. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty is going to price your home properly and get it in front of thousands of exclusive qualified buyers. That's exactly what Carol did for the Martin family, selling in 11 days for 100% of market value. Call Carol Royce today and ask her about her 100% of market value guarantee, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Maybe the best part of owning V's is to seeing the journey that the little guys have gone on when they started going to V's for their first haircut. And when they come to see us for, a haircut before they go away to college, they've become friends with the barbers. They've become friends with the brand. They look for it when they move to their new school. And nothing can make me happier than that. We accomplished something. We touched some people. And we want to do that on a daily basis to another generation. When Dave Burns takes his son to the barbershop before his wedding, all of the things leading up to that, 20 years from now, you're going to remember going to the barbershop with your boy before his wedding. That's what a barbershop can be. Why change it?
Especially considering I took my boy to a V's barbershop to get his haircut when he was 2 or 3. Then here we are 25 years later, and he's getting his haircut before his wedding. It's something we'll never forget.
You'd be hard-pressed to find another parallel in your life that's as consistent as your experience with your boy at V's.
You're going to love it. A great haircut or a hot lather shave, so book today at vbarbershop.com.
Hey, it's Pat. The other day at work, they brought in pizza for lunch, so I swooped in and I grabbed 3 slices. The coworker next to me said, "Geez, Pat, you can't have it all." Then I corrected him and said, "Yeah, I can, and you can too. With a new 2025 Toyota truck, power and performance, capability and reliability." Well, I must have convinced him because he grabbed the plate out of my hand and he said, "Good point, Pat."
Right now, get 1.99% financing for 72 months on a new 2025 Tundra SR or SR5. Or get competitive financing or a great lease deal on a new Camry, RAV4, or Tacoma. Plus, check out the all-new 6th generation 4Runner, arriving daily at your Valley Toyota dealers. Shop anytime at valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 1.99% with $14.75 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 0 down payment if you qualify. Offers end 4/30/25. See dealer for details.
The D-Backs face Francisco Lindor and the New York Mets at Chase Field for a 3-game weekday series starting May 5th. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will Corbin Carroll continue to be nuclear hot at the plate? We'll discuss the Diamondbacks' latest performance starting at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
That's a pretty good way to describe Corbin Carroll at the plate right now, Wolf. You watch him up there, and you just feel like he's going to get a hit pretty much every time, and he sure looks like he feels like he's going to get a hit every time. Hitting .338 now. Another home run yesterday. This one was a grand slam. He's got 6 home runs this season, leads the Diamondbacks. It's up there near the major league lead, and that's in addition to everything else he does, the doubles and triples. He only has 1 stolen base this year, but that's because he's not on first base very often.
Yeah, not only that, too, he's got 15 RBIs on the season right now.
Batting leadoff.
Imagine 17 games, 15 RBIs. Oh,
not bad.
Man, I love that. The Predator is hunting base hits, doubles, triples, and home runs.
That would be a player that is he's pulling his weight. Corbin, you just keep doing what you're doing. Nothing needs to change there. You don't need to do anything better. You just keep doing what you're doing. 7 doubles, a triple, 6 home runs, like you said, 15 RBIs, 50 total bases, leads all of baseball. He's also walked 7 times. He does have a steal and a .338 batting average, a 1.158 OPS from the leadoff spot.
He's just raking right now, really on fire, veritable fire for the Arizona Diamondbacks. This is something that is trending very, very well once again. And I think the more that he is in focus for all of us to see, the more he's at the center of this fire for the Diamondbacks, the better it is for them. This is a guy right now who can carry a team. I believe that. Corbin Carroll can carry a team. There are few players that actually can do that. This guy does it in so many different ways. It's not just the fact he has 6 home runs on the season. It's not just the fact he can hit with power and for power. It's also the fact that he can run the bases and be chaos on the base paths.
You know what I go back to, Wolf, is we did a few shows from Salt River Fields throughout spring training, but the very first one we did, games hadn't started yet. Like it was before any games had been played. We were out there. We talked to Gink. Remember, we were on that practice field and we kept moving around because of it was like raining a little bit, and so it was when pitchers and catchers were there. And before we started the show, and I think he might have still been going when the show ended, Corbin Carroll was out there running his own drills, like by himself.
That's right.
And then he was like playing catch with Jake McCarthy. He was doing these different things. And finally we were asking some of the players, like, hey, what's going on over there? And they're like, oh, that's just Corbin. He's been here for a long time.
Yes.
Like they didn't need to be there yet. Position players didn't need to be there yet. And you could see, it was one of those moments you see behind the scenes, what everybody's always told us about him, how much extra effort he puts in. I love to see that effort pay off for anybody, whether it's Corbin Carroll, whether it's somebody on a different team, whatever. Just when you go that extra mile when nobody's watching to put the work in, that to me is like the clearest sign that you just love baseball or whatever your sport is.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that one right here. But in terms of players that the Diamondbacks need to get going, Luke, who would you say? Who comes to mind?
Gino.
Gino.
153 batting average right now.
It's bizarre.
Nine
is.
hits, 5 of them home runs. He has more home runs than other hits.
Once again, to see the way he started, of course, 5 home runs. Mm-hmm. It was incredible to see that, and now he's in a 3 of 39. In the middle of a 3 of 39.
This is Gino.
This is it, and it looks bad.
Yeah,
it does. But that's the way it always looks with Gino. It's either all or nothing.
It's either the MVP or, hey, Gino, can I talk to you for a second?
I would say Lourdes Gurriel Jr.
Lourdes hitting 150.
Okay, 150.
That's lower than Gino.
I would say Gabby as well. Gabby Moreno right now is in a 3 of 29.
Yeah, it's remarkable that they're winning as much as they are.
He did have an RBI, though, yesterday.
But think about that. Those 3 names you just threw out there that aren't hitting.
Yeah.
Lourdes Gurriel Jr., Gino, and Gabby Moreno. And they're just rattling off wins.
And by the way, Ketel Marte is not here.
Even playing.
He's not playing.
You
forgot about Jake McCarthy, too, who's not been doing so hot to start the season. He's getting a little bit better.
A little bit better.
But it still wasn't a great start to the year for him.
Corbin Carroll has 46 more total bases than Jake McCarthy right now. And I don't mean that to pile on Jake. I mean, when he gets going, like, look out. I think that's kind of the point here is, like, you've got a lot of guys that aren't going right now. Corbin Burns, I would say, isn't going yet.
And, of course, you're going to hit different points of the season. You play 162 games, and we know some guys are going to get hot. There's no doubt about that. It's impossible. It's impossible that everybody is going to be playing to their best at every point of the season. It's impossible. If you did that, the Diamondbacks would, be 21-3 in their next 24 games.
I take that.
Okay, I'm just saying, we understand. It's ups and downs. There are ebbs and flows, especially when it comes to a baseball season. There just are.
If they do what we think they can do this season, I do think on some level we're going to look back to like the first dozen or so games when like the pitching wasn't really pitching well and a lot of guys weren't hitting and Ketel was hurt and they were still 6-6. To be 500, having played the Yankees and the Cubs, two of the hottest teams so far this season, and even a couple games against Baltimore in there, to be 500 when you're really not going. Now they're going. I mean, now Corbin Carroll's been going all season. Like Josh Naylor is hitting it.
Yes.
How about Geraldo Perdomo? I know I keep bringing him up. Here's Corbin Carroll on Perdomo after the game yesterday on the TV broadcast.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch. Even in the cage, just he's hitting the ball a lot harder this year, and that combined with his other skills, being able to just his eye for the ball. I'm excited to see what this year ends up with him.
Here's Torrey talking about Perdomo.
Well, I don't want him to think he's a power hitter because I think that gets everybody into some problems. But he's just a good hitter. He's a good hitter that's following game plans. He understands how pitchers are working him. The pitcher, I think, made a mistake. The same pitcher that got him out in his first at bat, he was hunting for and waiting for, and he got it, and he didn't miss it. So credit to him for having a high baseball IQ, but then going out and executing and doing some damage against it. So that's hard work. It's him getting grounded, creating some force, and then not missing the pitch he wants.
Not to mention being the fielder he is, the leader he is, and the fact that he was an amazing hitter out of the 9-hole, and all of a sudden he's batting second.
Yes. He's not struggling. He is doing Jerry. There's no doubt about it. We love our Perdomo. And he's doing well. But in terms of Diamondbacks that need to get going, Joe Mantiply is somebody I'm going to throw out there as well.
Boy, Rick threw that out there yesterday.
Man, he really is struggling right now. He's got an ERA of 13.50, and he's got a whip of 2.40. Oh, my goodness.
He got dangerously close to that being a game yesterday. Like, he came in and all of a sudden went from 10-1, 10-3, and the bases were loaded. It's like, hey, Joe.
I know.
Like, that's
end this Joe Mantiply is struggling. Ron Wolfley reporting.
Oh, thank you for that. I'm just looking at, okay, so here's earned runs by guys in the Diamondbacks bullpen, okay? Not ERA, but just earned runs.
And by the way, guys, I struggled myself mightily from game to game. Just thought I'd throw that in.
Not when we were playing Kevin or
So
Devin.
hang in there, Joe, because I struggled too. A lot of people don't know about Ron Wolfley. This guy is the best fullback in the National Football League. Stop it. That was taken out of context.
Earned runs by Diamondback relievers this season. Mantiply's given up 10. And this is almost more of a narrative on how good the rest of the bullpen's been, though. Ryan Nelson's given up 5 all season. Bryce Jarvis has given up 3 all season. Ryan Thompson, AJ Puck, 2 all season. Jalen Beeks, 1. Shelby Miller and J Mart have given up 0.
0.
Shelby Miller's ERA is 0. Shelby Miller's whip is 0.14.
You nasty, nasty man.
That trade did work out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they won the trade.
Yeah, it just took a long time. All right, we come back. Let's get back into the NFL draft and some of these prospects. Which skills do you value the most? We're going to play another round of this next. It has no name, but we're going to play another round. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. I don't know whether they want to go younger. Maybe find the next J.J. Redick if you can. People have mentioned Steve Nash as a possibility.
Here's one interesting nugget. Kellen Olson's list of candidates that appears on ArizonaSports.com includes a Dan Hurley. It includes a Vincent Calais from France. It includes a Jarrett Jack from Detroit. And it includes a Sam Cassell.
That is outstanding.
I don't think any of those guys is getting the job.
Certainly not the Jared one.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm talking about disc, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, I have a condition known as spondylolisthesis in my low back. The spine surgeons over at Disc, they have helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation. Right now, listen, Basinonians, if you are battling back or spine issues in any way, shape, or form, man, stop it. Just go see Disc. Disc is going to help you. Disc surgeons utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical, endoscopic spine surgery, and minimally invasive spine surgery. Disc surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery, and they're known that all over the world. Enjoy your life again, Basinonians. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. That's 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Springfest deals are still in full swing at Lowe's. Right now, get 5 bags of Stay Green Premium Color 2 cubic foot mulch for only $10. And get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, save up to $300 when you buy 2 or more select GE kitchen appliances of $396 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 4/16, excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location while supplies last. See Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives. When I visited your Scottsdale location, I was amazed at how many people were getting their new smiles. Who can benefit from full mouth dental implant treatments?
The patients that benefit from this treatment are those that are either missing multiple teeth, they are suffering from some form of gum disease, they have periodontal disease, patients that have been wearing dentures that are ill-fitting, or they're just unhappy with the appearance of their smile with their dentures. Those patients can benefit from this procedure. Also, those that have limited access to insurance or funds. We really wanted to make this treatment as comprehensive and affordable to anyone that needs and can benefit from it.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker and Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 4th straight win tonight in Miami against the Marlins. First pitch is at 3:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the Snakes. And Arizona State football news, Sun Devil sources Chris Cartman reports that cornerback Plas Johnson has a torn ACL and will miss the 2025 season. And we are just about a week away from the NFL draft. For the latest Arizona Cardinals draft news, head on over to arizonasports.com, brought to you by YRefi. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Wolf and Luke talk NFL draft. Now.
All right, we played around with this earlier in the show. went through some offensive players. There were plenty more out there that we could get to. And we'll probably do more of it tomorrow. But we're going to go defense now for a little bit, Wolf.
Okay, defense.
So
nice.
The way we're going to do this is ESPN they've taken the top prospects at 100 different skills in this draft. Okay, so like I'm looking at the sheet. Wolf doesn't have it, but like best passing mechanics. I know who they have as the answer there. All right.
Okay.
So I'm going to throw. We're going to go take a position where I'm going to throw 2 characteristics at you. And Wolf's going to pick which one is more important to him as a guy who played in the league, as a guy who has been around the league his whole life. You tell me which characteristic is more important to you, and then I'll tell you who the player is. All right, we'll fire off the draft.
Okay, that sounds cool.
All right, so let's you know what? Let's go with pass rushers. Let's go with quickest first step or fastest closing speed to the quarterback.
Ooh. Man, that's really difficult because you got to have that explosive first step before you can close. So I'm going to go with first step.
All right.
Give me that first step, Nick Bosa.
You went with first step, and I don't see his draft capsule in here.
Okay. You don't,
Rick, do we not have Abdul Carter? Abdul Carter, Penn State. Okay. Maybe I'm just missing him, but so Abdul Carter is who they have.
Abdul Carter, edge, Penn State.
If you want a player who could make an immediate impact on any NFL roster, look no further than Carter. The 6'3", 250-pound edge shifted from linebacker to edge after his sophomore year at Penn State, and it was a match made in heaven. Carter led the nation with 23.5 tackles for loss in 2024 and looks to carry that momentum into his rookie season in the NFL. Carter does have one major holdup. He has a stress fracture in his right foot. Carter has chosen to opt against surgery, and that's a question mark heading into the NFL draft. NFL comp linebacker Von Miller.
Well, that's not bad.
Boy, that isn't bad. But you know what's interesting about this? Once again, you see playing linebacker and playing edge. Playing edge and playing linebacker once again.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting, isn't it, Micah Parsons? This is something that I think Hassan Reddick may have been ahead of his time, Basinonians, really. And the whole idea of moving him around the edge and then playing linebacker. Remember, when Steve Keim drafted him, wanted to try him out as the weak side inside linebacker. And it made an awful lot of sense for him to do that, even though he was playing edge over at Temple, to move him around. And then they moved him back and forth. And it just... This is something that may have been ahead of its time, but we're seeing it now more and more because of Micah Parsons. You know what's amazing about this as well? I'm thinking of Lawrence Taylor. And Lawrence Taylor came into the league, Basinonians, all the way back in, I think it was 1982. I think it was 82 or 83 that LT came in. I think it was 82, his first year in the league. And Lawrence Taylor changed everything. He changed the entire dynamic of how you were going to protect your quarterback.
81.
81?
Wow.
Really?
Yep.
Are you sure on that?
Yep, I'm on his Pro Football Reference page. 81 was his rookie year.
Okay.
And then you might be getting it mixed up just because 1982 was that 9-game season, so it was a little bit disjointed to start his career.
So maybe, so anyways, 81. All right, good job on that, Rick. Well done. You know, again, though, he changed everything. Micah Parsons kind of doing the same thing. See, this is the NFL. It happens all the time. You copy what other people are doing, and you start looking for a guy like Micah Parsons. You start looking for that guy yourself. If you're a scout, you start looking for him. And I'm wondering about Abdul Carter.
I can tell you that I'm looking through a lot of these skills, and they have Abdul Carter as their answer, as the one who is the best in that category. And just, you know, since we're on the radio and we're trying to get everybody all the information, the guy who was fastest closing speed to the quarterback, who we didn't pick, that was James Pierce Jr. out of Tennessee, who's been mocked to the
James
Cardinals
Pierce,
a lot.
Yes.
All right, let's try another one on defense. Wolf, your choices, you can have the most physical defensive lineman, or you can have the defensive lineman with the best hand usage.
Now, hand usage, once again, is important.
Where's that song that we have from earlier, the patty cake?
It just is. There's no doubt about it, based on things. You've got to have good technique. You've got to patty cake. Baker's man. Bake me a cake as fast. Knock it off. Just hit the guy. Just hit him. So give me the most physical.
Okay.
Derek Harmon, defensive tackle, Oregon.
At 6'5" and 313 pounds, Derek Harmon has an exceptional blend of size, strength, and length. He is described as high cut and tight hipped, which is also the name of my favorite Shakira song, by the way. He has great power, but does not have the best technique. And while he has shown growth as a pass rusher after transferring to Oregon from Michigan State, he may not be a high sack guy in the NFL. High Sack Guy is my favorite Snoop Dogg album, by the way. NFL comp, Daquan Jones.
Okay.
Always kind of hold my breath when I hear that Jarrett's doing the draft capsule.
Okay, listen, he is a really physical player, despite the fact that he comes from Oregon.
Wow. You're going
I'm
to
just
visit
saying
from
right
the
now,
program
because
director.
typically they just, they have a lot of good athletes who
Wolf might not be here
know how to
tomorrow.
play the game. But physical, rarely do you see that with a duck.
Wow. Just asking for
So
it.
On your marks, get set, go Ducks.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, I'm having a little bit of fun right here.
Well,
as
you
know.
realized Aaron's not, she apparently isn't hearing you right now, so you're
Yes,
okay.
well,
Now you're just
that's
running
all right.
wild.
I don't know what you're talking about, Luke.
The other, what was best hands was Mason Graham. Now, here's, I'm
Okay,
gonna go
Mason Graham. Always got good hands, good technique. That's great.
That's awesome for you.
You're so savage.
Here's one more for the defensive backs. Do you want, and these are defensive backs, do you want best backfield vision or best third level range?
Oh, man. But let's think about this.
Okay, good. Because based on their names, which you can't see and I can, there's a right answer and a wrong answer.
Okay, best backfield vision. And what was the other one?
Best third level range.
Third level range. Okay, let's see. That's like being a safety. That's like deep. That's being able to run. I'm going to go range. Give me the range because they already got a guy, the Arizona Cardinals, that has the vision. Isn't that right, Garrett Williams?
Okay, here's range.
Xavier Watts, safety, Notre Dame.
At 6 foot and 204 pounds, Xavier Watts is a versatile and athletic safety with the ability to impact the game in multiple ways. Known for his high football IQ and natural instincts, he excelled in 2024, recording 3 interceptions, 5 pass deflections, and 70 total tackles. Watts is an aggressive tackler who thrives in both run support and pass coverage. Watts' versatility allows him to play both deep and up in the box, where he can be a disruptive force. While he has good coverage skills, his main area for growth is consistency in man coverage, as he can struggle with quick, twitchy receivers. His size and ball skills give him solid potential to be an NFL starter early in his career. NFL comp is 2018's Eddie Jackson, safety for the Chicago Bears.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, you know what? His ability, his versatility right now, that is something that I know the Arizona Cardinals covet.
Just for context, best backfield vision, which I don't think is what truly defines this guy, but that was Will Johnson, the corner out of Michigan, who I am firmly entrenched now. That's who I want them to get in this draft more than anything.
Man,
not because of this, but
yes, no, but you know what? That makes a lot of sense. A pick 6 waiting to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Best vision. Yeah, that sounds
That's
good.
what Mel Kiper called him when we had him on last month or whatever. A pick 6 waiting to happen. He had 2 last year. All right, we come back. Which team can offer the Phoenix Suns the most for Kevin Durant this summer? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs Marlins.
The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, hammered. Deep right field. Way back she goes. goes. Oh, man, gone. Slam time for Carroll. He cleans the bases. It's his 6th home run of the season. And hang 10 for the Diamondbacks. They lead it 10-1.
D-Backs Marlins, Game 2 of the series. Coverage begins this afternoon at 3 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from IQ Bar. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at eatiqbar.com/policy/terms of service.
Most protein bars are packed with sugar, carbs, and unpronounceable ingredients. There's a much better option. I'm Will, and I crafted IQ Bar plant protein bars with clean, functional, delicious ingredients to empower doers like you with superior brain and body fuel.
Now you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products plus free shipping when you text EAT to 64,000. That's EAT to 64,000.
Bring spring to your door with Target Circle 360. Get all you need for Easter hosting, spring get-togethers, and more with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. From Easter basket goodies to fresh florals, getting everything the same day is easy. Open the Target app and bring the magic of the season to your door with unlimited same-day delivery through Target Circle 360. Visit target.com/circle or the Target app for more details. Subscription required. Same-day delivery is subject to terms. Applies to orders over $35.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Shane O'Hanrahan. And Shane, with all the confusion over tariffs, what does it mean to the automobile industry?
Right now, all that is in limbo. But what I can tell you is every vehicle on Chapman BMW's lot is tariff-free. With financing as low as 1.99%, the time to buy is right now. So get in and get your best selection of your brand new BMW.
That's really good news for people who want to drive off in the ultimate driving machine.
Yes, it is. And Chapman BMW is here to help.
That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So it's the new year. W-2s are out. It's tax time, and soon we'll be getting our tax return checks. Oh, and I know what I'm using mine for. How about you guys? Well, whatever you decide to do with your tax return money, don't forget about your car. You know, getting your taxes done can be confusing, but where to take your car when it needs repairs isn't. That's us at AMCO. Now, you all know it can take 8 weeks or more to get your check back. And no, don't wait till then to get your car fixed. This is the best time of year to get all the things done that you've been meaning or wanting to get repaired on your car. Why now, you ask? Well, that's easy. AMCO has the Fix It Fast, Pay It Slow plan all year long. But at tax time, it works the best. You can get your car or truck all fixed up now and drive away, and then pay for it when your tax money comes in. I know that's pretty awesome. That's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO. AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Gatos, can I give you some free advice?
You mean now that I'm down off your new roof at Casa Calvisi?
Don't wait. Call America Roofing before the monsoon rains. See, I had a small leak, right? It turned into a big mistake.
Well, who says I'm waiting to call the experts at America Roofing? Arizona's #1 roofing company. Repair or replace.
Because, see, I waited. I thought I could make it through another summer. You know, why didn't I just get the free inspection?
Well, you're not a smart man. That's what I did. I took America Roofing up on their free inspection. They found a little section of my roof that needed some TLC, and they're fixing it.
And you know what's smart? Save 12% right now.
You know, we need some tax and tariff relief, right?
Just mention Calvisi.
Or Gatos.
Arizona Sports.
Or KTAR. You save 12%.
Tax and tariff relief. I mean, no wonder they've been serving Arizona for more than a quarter century.
A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau.
Just click AmericaRoofingCo.com.
That's AmericaRoofingCo.com. I said it better than Paul did.
America Roofing.
We've got you covered.
ROC number 186438042.
Phoenix, get ready for an action-packed soccer Saturday. Phoenix Rising takes on rivals Sacramento Republic in a special matinee showdown on Saturday, April 19th at 1 p.m. Arrive early for the Valley's biggest Easter egg hunt, packed with unique and fun prizes for the kids. Plus, score an exclusive Phoenix Rising Croc Charm free at the gate while supplies last. Tickets start at just $15. Get yours now at phxrisingfc.com. Big stakes, bigger rivalry, be there.
Hey, it's Dave Burns. When it comes to Kevin Durant trades, what teams are we watching when the playoffs start? We'll tell you today on the Burns and Gambo Show starting at 2. Well, depending who you're listening to, there is, 5 teams that could be potential landing spots for Kevin Durant. If you go on ArizonaSports.com,
Our own Kellen Olson has a really good breakdown of the teams that could be potential landing spots for KD, and he's got 9 teams on his list, and he goes through, what they could offer, why they would be interested in KD, why they make sense. Wolf, you brought this up earlier, though, and I could not agree more. It may very well be one of these 9 teams that Kellen has, or even one of the 5 teams that were originally floated out there, but just be prepared for the possibility that some other team's going to come flying in and try to get KD this summer.
Yeah. No, I honestly, again, that always seems to be the case. There are teams that people are talking about in the mainstream that are passed down through the grapevine, and then there are teams that are off the grapevine, so to speak, that may come out of nowhere, especially on a guy like KD.
Well, especially because you're, part of inherently what's involved here is it's going to be a team that's trying to win the title next year or the year after. I mean, it's funny with KD, when the Suns first got him, everybody's like, wow, they probably got about a 2-year window. Well, he hasn't dropped off at all. So I'm assuming that whoever gets him probably still has a 2-year window to win the title with him being the main guy on that team. So there's going to be a team or two in these playoffs that expects to be challenging for a title that doesn't, and then maybe they would be interested as well. Kellen broke him into tiers, Wolf. I won't read Kellen's whole story. You should go check it out. But the top tier, these 3 teams he has in here, he calls the heavy hitters. I think these are the ones we need to talk about here. He's got Minnesota, he's got Houston, and he's got Oklahoma City. I can tell you right now, I have come around on Houston being, I know they're your top choice. They're my top choice too.
Okay. One of the big reasons why, of course, they have the draft capital that I think the Phoenix Suns are going to be craving for a trade for Kevin Durant, and they also have some young players as well. And if you could just get one young guy from the Houston Rockets, if you had your druthers, who would you go for on that, Luke? If there was one player that you could get.
Specifically for the Suns, I mean, they're not going to give up Şengün. Amen Thompson would probably be the guy.
I would say Amen Thompson is the one that I wanted.
But I don't know that you're getting him either. But I'm coming around on the fact that you could get somebody, one of their main, like not just Tari Eason, like because their main 4 are Şengün, Thompson, Jalen Green, Jabari Smith Jr. I'm starting to believe you could get one of them.
Yeah, the Jalen Green thing, he's a better offensive player than Amen Thompson.
Yeah.
He's a better offensive player. For me, I want a two-way guy. I do. I want somebody who's going to show up on the defensive end of the floor right now. And I think Amen Thompson would be that guy. He's a better defender than Jalen Green. Now, again, does that mean the Rockets are going to give up on him to get KD? I don't think so. But if you're asking me who I'd love to have, what my preference would be, it'd be Amen Thompson.
Yeah, that's mine too. But if you're going preference of team, Houston is the team for me with the condition that you could get one of them, whether it's Şengün or Thompson or Jabari Smith or Jalen Green. If you
see the Şengün thing, I'm with you on. I just don't see that
there's
ever
no
happening.
Way. No.
Yes.
I don't think there's any way with Şengün or Thompson. And it might not be any way with any of these 4 guys, honestly. But I think that's what could separate Houston. Like I don't think Houston's winning the title this year. They're number 2 seed in the Western Conference. I would be fairly shocked if they win the title. They've got the raw talent. We've seen this a million times in the NBA. Usually takes a couple runs through the playoffs to kind of piece it all together. So that to me is the sort of team. What are they playing? Golden State?
They need a closer.
Yeah, and they're playing Golden State in the first round, right?
Yes.
There's a pretty good chance they're done in the first round.
They need a closer. They need a guy who is 6'11". They need a guy who's long, a guy who can shoot the 3, a guy that can put the ball on the floor and take it to the rack. You know what they need? KD.
You're only describing
that's
a couple
what they
now.
need right there. KD.
This is really throwing me off because as I'm looking at the story, there's just a big picture of Wolf on the website. So no matter where I look, I just see Wolf. The reason that Houston would be my top choice is not because it's a great fit for Houston, but and I know I've joked about this. I don't come to me as your selling point is we have your picks, just take them back. That's not enough. But of all these teams that are going to be contending for a championship or feel like they're contenders, I do want those picks more than I want like Oklahoma City's picks. Now, Oklahoma City has some other teams' picks too. So, I mean, you could, but like the fact that Houston could give you your first round pick from this year, they could do a pick swap, and that pick might be, ninth in the draft. The pick might be first in the draft, and then you're not getting it. If Houston, can you imagine if Houston won the draft lottery with the Suns pick? Oh my goodness,
stop it. I know. Ugh. That'd be brutal.
But if they could offer a Jalen Green and the former Suns picks back, I think to be realistic, that's about as good as you're going to get.
You know what's interesting about that? If the Suns are going to wait, how long? It would be right up to the draft, right? Because if they wanted to find out where that pick was, that swap, right? If that was a lottery pick or not, the Rockets would want to wait.
But the problem is, what if it does end up being like the number one pick? Then you're never getting it.
Yes. True. No, I agree with that. But you have to wonder, to what degree would that be in the topic of conversation? And maybe that would be a time where you would wait to pull the trigger on that deal just for that very thing.
Yeah.
To find out where the Rockets were going to pick on that lottery pick.
I think if everything goes according to, if everything just stays the same, and it never does, because you always have to move San Antonio up to number one so they get the first pick again. So then you got to shuffle everything around. But if everything stayed exactly the same, I think that pick is the 9th pick in the draft. I'll double check that. Is there another team that you like? It is the 9th. Is there another team that you like if it can't be Houston? If Houston's like, you know what? We don't want one of the greatest players in NBA history. We're fine bowing out in the first round every year.
Yeah, the Minnesota Timberwolves. They've got some young guns as well. They got some young guys that I think are interesting as well. I'm not sure what their draft capital may be, but the Minnesota Timberwolves are a team that I would take a look at, I think.
Yeah. Well, Ant's going to be pushing if there's any chance for the Timberwolves to trade for KD, because he's made it pretty clear that's his favorite player growing up.
And can I just say that was the reason why I went there, is because I know that Ant-Man loves Kevin Durant. And anytime you've got a guy that is going to be the center of your franchise going forward, like Ant-Man, and he loves Kevin Durant, maybe he pushes for that. Maybe you want to make him happy. And maybe because you want to make him happy, you're willing to give up more.
You should. Just the simple fact that there's 5 teams being floated around out there. Kellen's got 9 here. You could probably pick another team or 2 to add in there. And I know KD's agent said, look, and this is pretty self-explanatory, but I think you probably still need to say it as the agent. Like, if KD's going to a new team, he wants to be on a title contender. It's like, I think you could probably rule Miami out. I don't think Miami's a title contender. I mean, any team that adds KD is going to get a lot closer. I get that, but I think as you go through these, you can see certain teams that would make a lot more sense for the Suns. Minnesota's tough because they're a second apron team as well, but that stuff can be moved around in the offseason. So Houston has a 17% chance of getting a top 3 pick this year with that Suns pick.
Okay.
I don't want to talk about this anymore. Let's do something else. We had Diamondbacks general manager Mike Hazen on earlier in the show. We asked him when we could potentially see Jordan Lawler, what he has seen from Corbin Carroll. We asked him a lot of stuff, and we're going to react to what he told us. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Shane Doan never left, and he had plenty of opportunities to, and he probably should have. Larry Fitzgerald never left, and he had plenty of opportunities, and maybe he should have. One day, I'd like to sit here and say Devin Booker could have left, and he didn't, and it worked out. And he won an NBA championship, and he brought it to the Phoenix Suns. Because we know damn well that this ownership group is committed to winning at all costs, and I would like to see Book be the guy that stayed, and it paid off.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from our brothers over at Presidential Pools. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Man, take a look at your backyard right now. Wouldn't a pool be nice? Oh, you can still get it in. Brothers, you can still get it in by the summer. That's right now, Arizona's #1 pool builder, Presidential Pools and Spas. You could still get it in. That's right. Maybe you're dreaming of that backyard oasis. We did that, Basinonians, about 7 years ago, and we had Presidential Pools and Spas come over to the compound and actually put the pool in. One of the best things that we have ever done. For over 3 decades, Presidential Pools and Spas has the basin's premier pool builder. They're APSP certified. They hold an A rating from the Better Business Bureau. They're proud members of the prestigious United Aqua Group. Listen, Presidential Pools, their cabinet is packed with awards. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. That's presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Dan Bickley here, and sports fans know the importance of being number one, which is exactly why you call Parker & Sons. They are the best in the business. They're celebrating 50 years in the Valley. They're fast, reliable, and their trophy case is full of awards. They are the company you trust with your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Your house deserves nothing less. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Looking to upgrade your home? The Window Depot is your go-to spot for Milgard windows and patio doors. Select from a variety of styles, including aluminum, vinyl, or fiberglass, to start your journey to a brighter, more beautiful home. The Window Depot has Milgard windows in stock, ready to go home today, or their team can help you with a special order. Whether you're looking for energy efficiency, aesthetic appeal, or custom solutions, they've got you covered. Build the home you deserve with Milgard windows and doors from the Window Depot. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation, even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia, puttering around Frenchman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. You're lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh, did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said, but as a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine, earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
2 words we've been waiting for. Employee pricing. Yep, employee pricing right now at our Desert Ford dealers. From America, for America. Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford has been part of our country's story for more than a century. That's why Ford is offering employee pricing. That means we pay what Ford employees pay, and we're talking the full lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs. Take that 2024 Ford F-150. If you're looking for a perfect work truck or a powerful weekend warrior, Ford has a powertrain fit for the job. Besides, Ford is the #1 selling truck brand in Arizona. And right now, get employee pricing plus 5.9% APR financing for 72 months and $3,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. But employee pricing won't last forever. Click buyfordnow.com. Based on S&P Global Mobility retail U.S. new vehicle registrations for the truck vehicle type CYTD October 2024. Terms and conditions may apply. See your local Ford dealer for details.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 4th straight win tonight in Miami against the Marlins. First pitch is at 3:40, and you can listen to it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the Snakes. And Arizona State football news, Sun Devil sources Chris Cartman reports that cornerback Plas Johnson has a torn ACL and will miss the 2025 season. And we are just about a week away from the NFL Draft. For the latest Arizona Cardinals draft news, head on over to arizonasports.com, brought to you by YRefi. This report is also brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday morning as the D-Backs wrap up their series in Miami. We'll talk to D-Backs president and CEO Derek Hall. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports. All right, Mike Nathan joined the show earlier today. Wolf, we have a member of the Diamondbacks front office on every Wednesday.
today was Mike Hazen's day. He joined us right before the start of the season, and this was the first time we've had him on during the season this year, so we were able to ask him some questions now with some stuff going on. Asked him about Geraldo Perdomo. I thought it was really interesting what he said about him.
I've said it before, I think he's our best baseball player, and it shows up. It shows up in not the bomb last night. We don't need him hitting home runs. Those are fine, and they're certainly welcomed, but that's not what he brings to the table. You know, I think the way over the homestand where we were struggling to score some runs in some spots, he was a catalyst in a lot of ways to allowing us to score enough runs to take that series from the Brewers, which was hanging in the balance there for a bit. And I think that is really something that is infectious in your offense, honestly. When guys start to walk, they see a lot of pitches, and they make the other pitcher grind. That's the value he brings in so many different ways. And he's not going to outslug Cattell, so how is he going to do it in the two-hole that leads to run scoring? He's going to do it in the way he does it.
Man, what a great compliment right there from Mike Hazen.
That he's our best baseball player?
He's our best baseball player.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Think about some of the guys on this team.
Think about some of the guys on this team, and for him to say that, I think that the Freaky Mike Hazen is talking about Freaky Mike Hazen, wheeling and dealing. Everything that he brings to the table when you think of Jerry.
Yeah.
The totality of Perdomo and what he brings to a clubhouse. It is significant. I mean, this is a guy, how many times he starts a rally. How many times we see it? By the way, Alec Thomas with a 2-out base hit last night started that rally. How cool was that to see him start that, where ultimately it ended up with Jerry with a 3-run shot.
The totality of Perdomo sounds like a movie.
Yeah, it does. But I mean, honestly, to be able to field your position the way that he does, to be able to come up with clutch hits the way that he does, to be able to start rallies the way that he does, to be able to talk to his teammates and front them up the way that he does. It's important.
Usually,
it's critical.
With Perdomo, too, it's the clutch hits, like you said. But usually his stats don't jump off the page at you. Like, if you're watching the Diamondbacks, if you're paying attention to this team, you know how he will continue an inning if he's batting ninth, he'll continue an inning and get it back to the top of the lineup, or he will start a rally, or maybe he's not the one that starts it, but he's the one that works a walk to keep it going when it looks like it's about to fizzle out. He did that in the postseason a couple years ago. He was so consistently on base, it felt like, but his numbers don't typically jump off the page, except right now. He's hitting .321. He's got 3 home runs. He leads the team in RBIs. That's Perdomo. Geraldo Perdomo leads the Diamondbacks in RBIs right now. I thought it was funny. Mike Hazen said he's not a power hitter. Played that cut from Torey Lovello earlier. He's not a power hitter. Torey flat out said, I don't want him to think he is a power hitter.
That's right. So I'm going to say he's not a power hitter.
Let's see. Here's more from Mike Hazen. You asked him for his biggest takeaways so far this season.
Yeah, my biggest takeaway is I feel like we've been 2 different teams so far. I felt like as much as we held around 500 there for that first little bit, we weren't playing very well. And I feel like what we've seen, besides winning a few more games here recently, I feel like the games have been cleaner. We're not leaving the starting pitchers out there to throw 35 pitches in an inning. We've cleaned up our defense in a lot of ways, and that was something that has been extremely important to us coming out of spring training that we really wanted to be good at. And for the first week, it was a little rough. But it seems like we've got our feet under us, and that's good. I like the way the bullpens come together. I think there's more than just 3 pitchers out there, which, in the short run of April, you can figure out using 3 to 4 pitchers. Over the long haul of the season, you can end up burning some of them out. And I like the way that's going. And that goes hand in hand with how we're going with our starting pitching.
Yeah, it's interesting. It does feel like it's been 2 different teams.
Yeah.
2 different teams so far.
That's a pretty accurate way to say it.
It is a great way of saying it, especially when you think of the strength of this team and what the strength is going to be. That's the starting pitching. That's the rotation. And we've talked about it ad nauseum for the most part. The first 7-8 games, it just didn't kind of feel like the rotation was carrying its weight at that point in time. Now it does, especially over the last 6 starts, 6 consecutive starts where they've had a quality start by their starter. And that is the longest string in baseball up until yesterday.
Yeah, we asked him about that too. The six consecutive quality starts. The Diamondbacks have 8 now in their first 17 games, and starting pitching was struggling a little bit to begin the season. I'm not saying it's all totally fixed right now, but the fact that they are able to get 6+ innings from their starters and their quality innings for these last 6 games is a huge reason they're 5-1 in these games that they don't have Ketel Marte.
Yeah.
We asked Hazen about that.
A lot, honestly. I think the consistency that it gives your team, what it does for the position players that don't feel like they have to go out there. And we've been behind a decent amount lately. You know, we have, even in some of these starts, we've given up some runs early. I think Gallen gave up a bomb, Merrill gave up a bomb, but they've settled in and given us 6 innings. And when the position players see that over time, I think they walk out onto the field every night being like, all right, we need to get 3 or 4 runs and we're going to win this game. So I think it's very important from that standpoint mentally.
You wouldn't think it by looking at, Corbin Burns' start so far, 3 games. It's, the last one was a quality start, and I don't think you can just gloss over that because I do think that's an important thing. But he hasn't pitched like peak Corbin Burns yet. That's not even close. Zach Gallen's ERA is, 4.84? I mean, he had a masterful game in there, but he hasn't pitched like peak Zach Gallen yet either. Mel Kelly's ERA is not good, although 3 of his 4 games have been really good. And Erod is still rounding into form. I mean, Brandon Pfaadt still has the best ERA of any Diamondback starter. So you wouldn't necessarily...
You gotta fight! Yes!
For your right to party! You wouldn't necessarily think 8 quality starts already from that group. But there you go. It's among the best in baseball.
Yeah, no doubt about it. What else you got for me over there? You got something else from Mike Hazen?
Let's see.
The freaky Mike Hazen.
We talked to him about Jordan Lawler, who is the Diamondbacks' top prospect and one of the higher-rated prospects in all of baseball, who his path is kind of blocked at short and at third and at second, but he is hitting in Reno.
Yeah, he's doing a good job here lately. The bat's starting to come around really nicely. It's great. He hadn't played a lot of second base, and we knew that was going to be the gap early in the season, which was, he had played a lot more short and third. And so the protection at second base, it's on both sides of the ball. And he's done a good job at second base, but he's played very little there in his career. And that's the area that we need to ramp up because that's critically important to our team, as I just got through talking about the starting pitching forever and how much the defense impacts the starting pitching. And he's a really good player, and he's going to be on our team at some point.
Yeah, we're jammed up kind of, aren't we not, with middle infielders right now? Kind of jammed up.
And left-handed outfielders.
Yeah.
Yes.
Always left-handed outfielders.
Interesting, though. Right there. I mean, Ketel Marte jammed up. We got Geraldo Perdomo at short. It's just, getting at bats right now would be tough. And I know that Ketel is hurt. I understand that.
Ketel's hurt, but by the time, they're hopeful he's going to be back by the end of April or early May. So,
right.
What is that? Another 2 weeks maybe of Ketel?
Maybe at the most.
Yeah, and trust me, I prefer Ketel came back tomorrow. But if you're Jordan Lawler, you're not going to be playing enough at the big league level at short because you got Perdomo. And so the opening, as Mike Hazen just said, right now, and it was an emergency opening. It wasn't like they knew this, but you don't have Ketel for basically a month. He's already missed a couple of those weeks. But Jordan Lawler hadn't played enough second base to step in at the major league level. So, now you're going to have a guy that is hitting close to 300. He's got 3 home runs, 4 stolen bases, 12 RBIs at the minor league level. That in theory is going to be able to play short, third, or second, Jordan Lawler. So that's going to prove valuable at some point here.
Hey, Eugenio.
All right, we come back. Another guest we had on the show today, Patrick Peterson. We didn't get to react to what he said yet, so we're going to do that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Quickly and Marana mornings.
It's a bad situation, but it's a bad situation born from a desire to win, which is opposite. If you want to talk about the worst owners of all time, there's been a litany of owners in professional sports who didn't care one lick about winning. They cared about making money and saving money, and that's not the case here.
Listen,
there's been a lot of swings and a lot of misses. Matt Ishbia is saying, I'm going to take 1,000,000 swings at this. He needs to start connecting.
He needs to get one of those new bats in Major League Baseball. He needs to get a torpedo bat.
Torpedo
Torpedo Matt.
Bickley and Murata. Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. I mean, mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
At Shane Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Shane Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, do you guys work on all vehicles?
At Quick Lane at Santan Ford, absolutely. We service all makes and models, no appointment needed.
Great, I need new tires, but I don't want to pay too much.
If you buy 4 tires, you'll pay no tax. It's the no tax tire sale at Quick Lane at Santan Ford. And combined with our tire price match guarantee, you'll never find a better deal on new tires. Just head on over to Quick Lane at Santan Ford. Easy drive from anywhere in the valley. Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista in Gilbert. Or online at santanford.com. Restrictions may apply. See Quick Lane at Santan Ford for details.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
Yeah, the way it ended with Pat P, of course, and the Cardinals, but I think it, I think it's something that is really, really cool that Pat P showed the type of humility that he did and wanted to come back and actually sign the one-day contract and say, hey, this is where I think he told us, this is where my legacy started.
Yeah, this is what he said when we had him on earlier today. We asked him, okay, what led to him coming back to retire as a Cardinal?
Just like I said, man, at my press conference there, that's where my legacy is, where it started. That's where my legacy lives, and it was only right for me, to come back home and retire a Cardinal and make it official. I know it wasn't the greatest departure, but at the end of the day, the time over time, we end up mending things that happened in the past. But it's almost like a bad child when they run away from home and you have a parent telling them life lessons, and they don't want to hear it at the time. Then they end up coming back full circle. That's kind of how this situation was. I left home for a little bit, and just really sat around and thought about my career and how I wanted everything to kind of be unfolded and how I was represented, and I wanted to be represented by the Arizona Cardinals.
That's called humility right there.
That's a great analogy too.
It is a great analogy. Yeah, that was well said by Pat P right there. I just, I realize it's ceremonial. I do. And I tried, Basinonians. I did. I tried to talk to him. Hey, you know what? You're not that old. And you're still really talented.
During the interview today, you tried to talk him into coming back and playing.
I'm just saying, it's a guy, he's 34. Okay, he's going to be 35 in July, right? Isn't that what he said?
Yeah.
35 in July. Because I thought it was, what, Rick?
I just said right.
Right. Okay, but, once again, it's not incredible. It's not impossible to think about the fact that he could come back. But he said, and this is really good, do you have the answer to this question?
I do not think I have that one.
Oh,
do we have that one, guys?
No.
His definitive answer. I remember what he said when you asked him that, but I don't see that here yet.
Okay, you said he couldn't and wouldn't come back.
He said he was done
because
with
he's
the workouts. Done. Yeah, and that's an honest answer right there, because you're right, he could still play in this league, I'm sure. And so then we asked him about Calais Campbell, because Calais has been playing in this league longer than Patrick Peterson has, and Calais is back, and he's back to play for the Cardinals, former teammate of Patrick Peterson.
Man, that's awesome, man. I had the opportunity to see Calais when I was in the building Monday, and Calais is one of those guys that's going to always lead by an example. You know where he's going to be, and he's going to bring the best out of the guys around him. I think that was a great pickup for the Cardinals to bring him back. Don't know how many more years that he have left, but you always want to take advantage of that, and that's what Calais is doing a great job of as well.
That's right, Pat P. You don't know how many years he has left. That's right, Pat. You don't know.
You also tried to talk Calais Campbell into committing for 26 when we had him on last week.
Yeah, go for 19.
Yeah, well, he might still. Going back to what you were saying, yeah, it's ceremonial. Pat P comes back. He's a Cardinal for a day. He retires as a Cardinal. I kind of feel like there's more to it in this case. I know a lot of players do that, and maybe it's because he's a Cardinal, and so we know all the backstory a little bit more in this case. But, you'll see guys around the league do it. They play most of their career with one team, and they end up on another team at the end, but they go back to their, former team. I just feel like there's more to it with this, because it was kind of contentious when he left.
Yeah, it was.
And it almost, and that was a shame, because he's one of the greatest Cardinals of all time. There's no doubt. You talk about the player he was, especially for the Cardinals, and, just the presence he was in that locker room. And you go back to some of the really fun Cardinals teams that had Patrick Peterson and Larry Fitzgerald and Tyrann Mathieu. Come on. It didn't feel like this day would come where he'd come back and retire as a Cardinal. So to me, it's more than just ceremonial in this case.
Yeah, remember the no-fly zone, right? And all that was so cool to see that. They were playing so well at that point in time. He's going to be in the Ring of Honor, and rightfully so. Pat P. He's going to be in the Ring of Honor. I think it's really, really cool that this has transpired. and very deserving of Pat P.
He did say, this wasn't with us today, but he did say the other day he'll go into the Ring of Honor, but Larry Fitzgerald needs to go in first.
Yeah, I know.
I thought that was cool,
that,
too.
man. I thought that was, well done.
We also asked Pat P about some of those secondaries he played with on the Cardinals were pretty amazing.
Man, the greatest secondary I played in was in that same year. And, Wolf, you maybe remember this. That year we went into the year with 7 DBs. Like, that's unheard of.
Yeah,
7
right.
DBs. It was counting Tyron for 2 players as a nickelback in the corner, and actually 3 players as a nickelback, as a corner, as a safety. We had Rashad Johnson, who was kind of a wild card player for us. We had Gerard Powers, Justin Bethel, myself. I'm trying to think who was the other. Then we had Dayon Buchanan.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Because you remember he was a safety, and we moved him to linebacker. So we called ourselves the Magnificent Seven. So that year will always be memorable to me as well because we had so little to work with, but we were still a top 5 all-around secondary.
Man, really just listening to the names that he brought up once again, Gerard Powers, what a good football player he was. Tyrann Mathieu, the Badger. Oh,
He
man.
basically described him as 3 players right there.
One of my favorite guys of all time, Tyrann Mathieu. The Honey Badger was one of my favorite Cardinals ever.
Yeah.
Played the game the way it should have been played the game the way it should be played all the time and would be played. Every time he stepped in between the white lines, Badger was to the wall.
This all just makes me think of that. Was that the 2015 season? And why that team was so good, and then the Carolina Panthers.
That was 2015, wasn't it? Yes. Yes, it was.
The playoff game, the conference championship, I guess, was 2016. That was the game where I did the 6-hour post-game show overnight, and then Wolf came in from Carolina. You were obviously flown back from Carolina. I think you came straight here. At 5 a.m., you wandered in. You're like, why are you guys doing a 6-hour post-game show? You sat down with your coffee. You're like, I'll do it before your morning
As long
show.
as I got coffee, I'm good to go. Seriously. That's going to be like draft night coming up.
Oh, boy.
That draft show. Oh, man. Buckle in, ladies and gentlemen, and buckle up.
Just give Wolf some coffee on draft night, and the Cardinals taking Tyler Booker. He'll go 8 hours.
It's going to be juice right there if that happens.
Also, you might be going 8 hours on draft night. I saw the schedule. All right. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
You can listen to Arizona Sports 98.7 all over Arizona, even when you're out of range of our mighty transmitter that sits atop South Mountain. If you've got Wi-Fi or any cell signal, you can hear Arizona Sports live on the Arizona Sports app. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
We have big news from Sanderson Ford. Listen to this.
This is David Kimmerly, president of America's most awarded Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Ford just announced From America, For America employee pricing. Now you pay what I pay on the full lineup on new Fords with no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense, and no added markups.
Employee pricing levels the playing field for Ford dealers as everyone gets the same set price. However, other dealers will still add addendums and add-ons. Sanderson Ford will not. Choose Sanderson because they have the inventory and a 70-year reputation of treating you right. Ford is undeniably the most America-first automaker in the world. 80% of the vehicles Ford sells are assembled in factories located in America, and they will be less affected by the tariffs. Now is the best time to buy a new Ford with From America, For America employee pricing from Sanderson Ford.
Excludes 2025 Expedition, Super Duty, Raptor, Mustang, and Bronco specialty vehicles.
Homeowners, life can be stressful, and so can selling your home, but it doesn't have to be. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty is going to price your home properly and get it in front of thousands of exclusive qualified buyers. That's exactly what Carol did for the Martin family, selling in 11 days for 100% of market value. Call Carol Royce today and ask her about her 100% of market value guarantee, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 22 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Shane O'Hanrahan. And Shane, with all the confusion over tariffs, what does it mean to the automobile industry?
Right now, all that is in limbo. But what I can tell you is every vehicle on Chapman BMW's lot is tariff-free. With financing as low as 1.99%, the time to buy is right now. So get in and get your best selection of your brand new BMW.
That's really good news for people who want to drive off in the ultimate driving machine.
Yes, it is. And Chapman BMW is here to help.
That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations.
One great experience.
My name is Steve Black. I'm an orientation specialist with Fulton Homes. The whole purpose of the orientation is to educate and orient the new home buyer on all the features and functions of their new home. We also do somewhat of a quality control inspection of the home as we're walking through the home. With other builders, a lot of times it's a construction superintendent that's performing the walkthrough with the home buyer. The problem sometimes with that is you get that whole scenario of the fox guarding the hen house, where if there's deficiencies or if there's corrections that are needed, the construction superintendent is not going to want to identify those items because it's going to negatively affect them. So that's why with orientation specialists in place, you have a neutral third party that does not report to the construction department or sales. I only report to customer care or Mr. Fulton himself. So our primary goal is to make sure that that homeowner is not just a happy homeowner, but a customer for life.
Fulton Homes. You're proud to own, we're proud to build.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Are they promising you up to 10% growth per year guaranteed for your retirement income? If not, you need a new financial advisor. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hard-working folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't work when you're supposed to be retired. And if any financial advisor tells you it's too good to be true, they simply don't have the options we do. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker and Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 4th straight win tonight in Miami against the Marlins. First pitch is at 3:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the Snakes. And Arizona State football news, Sun Devil sources Chris Cartman reports that cornerback Plas Johnson has a torn ACL and will miss the 2025 season. And we are just about a week away from the NFL draft. For the latest Arizona Cardinals draft news, head on over to arizonasports.com, brought to you by YRefi. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Wednesday afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Not much, my friend. How you doing?
A little extra pep in your step right there with the intro.
I did?
Rolling,
I was rolling. I think
those
my
letters.
voice cracked a little bit. We're well rested after yesterday's 1 hour Burns and Gambo extravaganza. Today's 1 hour Burns and Gambo extravaganza. We got a little extra rest, Gambo. I've got midday shows.
Get used to this.
Midday shows over at KTAR who are like, man, 1 hour shows? They're giving us grief over it, for goodness sakes. What are we supposed to say? We're not the ones who,
I would tell them that I am working nonstop around the clock on all this stuff that's going on. So
you would do that.
Tell them to pipe down.
Tell them to pipe down.
Yeah,
you hear that, Lauren?
Down.
Tell them to pipe down, says Gambo.
Just because we're off the air doesn't mean like we're done working.
Oh, I don't know.
Always worked. You want to know?
Speak for yourself, brother.
Kevin Durant could go to. We'll tell you. Like, what do you want to know?
Speak for yourself. I took it real easy this morning. I don't know what you were talking about, man. I was lounging by the pool. I went to the gym, had a nice long workout. But hey, I'm glad you're working. I'm glad you're doing the thing for the Burns and Gambo show. No, we've got we're crammed everything we possibly can into 1 hour, including the very latest on what's going on with the Phoenix Suns and Kevin Durant. But in the meantime, we got a baseball team to talk about. Let's weigh in on our top story of the day on Burns and Gambo.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, hammered, deep right field. Way back she goes. Oh, man, gone. Slam time for Carroll. He cleans the bases. It's his 6th home run of the season. And hang 10 for the Diamondbacks. They lead it 10-1.
Yeah, hang 10 indeed. Corbin
There
Carroll,
she blows!
grand slam in the 6th, a 3-run shot from Geraldo Perdomo, a great outing by Mel Kelly. Arizona Diamondbacks are 10-7 so far on the season after their big 10-4 win yesterday against the Miami Marlins, and nothing more to talk about more so than Corbin Carroll and his amazing, incredible, unbelievable start that he's off to. Too early to say, hey, is he in the MVP conversation? Man, it's the middle of April. Who the hell knows? But for now, any memory of his start from last year, man, it's just been eradicated by how he's been performing so far this year.
Yeah, the great Steve Berthiaume, as I'm watching the game, he said it. After the bases loaded, after the grand slam, the D-backs are up 6-1 at that point. He takes an 0-1 pitch. He hits it into the upper deck, and it's 10-1. And Steve Berthiaume says, you cannot have a better start and a bigger contrast to last season than what we are seeing from Carroll this April. It has been remarkable. Couldn't have said it any better. He is exactly right. The start that he has gotten off to, you want to know how tremendous this is? He's projected. Now, this is not going to happen, I don't think. We never know, but I don't think so. He's projected to hit 57 home runs on the pace he's on right now. He's got 6. He's tied for second in Major League Baseball in home runs. He's projected to hit 57 homers. And not only that, Burnsy, let's be honest, second inning, right? Alec Thomas gets on board, and then Corbin Carroll knocks him in with the double. He's got a 17-game on-base streak right now. I mean, he is playing – He might be playing the best baseball of his career right now. Right now, the start to this season to right now, he has been amazing.
And to your point, and to Bert's point, and everybody's point, considering and comparing this to last year, a year ago today, Corbin Carroll was hitting .232 with 1 homer and 5 RBI, and we had no idea how bad it was about to get. I mean, we just assumed that was a slow start for him and that he was going to be fine. We had no idea what was to come over the next couple of months. He is top 10 in just about every significant offensive category Major League Baseball has to offer, including first overall, as you mentioned, in home runs, first in extra base hits, first in slugging, first in total bases, first in wins above replacement, second in OPS, first in slug. I can go on and on and on and on about the way he's playing. I think, and this is now we're going to get a little inside baseball here for just a second.
Okay.
I think the thing about the grand slam yesterday that stood out to me the most was it came on the pitch that caused him to try to fix his swing in the first place last year. And that was that high fastball that he felt like he needed to adjust to last year. Remember all the tweaks he made to his swing and all the changes he did in the offseason and the struggles he got off to last year were all done with the idea that he thought that was a weakness in his game. He had a hard time getting to the high pitches, and he wanted to adjust his swing to the high pitches. That pitch was at the very top of the zone, and he destroyed that baseball to the tune of 108 miles per hour off the bat. And I that was almost to me not a full circle moment, because I don't think there's any such thing in Major League Baseball. You're always evolving and you're always changing. But it was interesting to me that pitch, which caused him to kind of mess with things in the first place, is the one that he hit the grand slam for yesterday. I thought that was a big moment for him, for sure.
Yeah, and just, crushed it. He had the upper deck shot. I mean, that thing was just – he hit that thing, and that was one of those no-doubters, just an absolute no-doubter. But I don't want to stop with that. This Geraldo Perdomo start is just – you want to talk about Corbin Carroll, great. I'm there all day, every day. This has been incredible. This Perdomo kid has 16 RBIs on the season right now. 16 RBIs. 3-run homer on a changeup into the upper deck. I mean, they were crushing those balls into Nailers might have been in the upper deck too if it didn't just like go between the foul pole and the stands. That might have been an upper deck shot. But Geraldo, I mean, second inning, 1-0 count. There's 2 outs, runners on second and third. Takes a changeup, hits it into the upper deck. D-backs are up 4-0. Great to start an inning with 2 outs, right? You always love when you can get runs when you've got 2 outs, nobody on. They did that. Alec Thomas gets the single. Perdomo's on-base percentage leads all Major League Baseball shortstops.
Oh, yeah.
431.
Oh, yeah.
Bernsey, we've never thought of him as an offensive threat.
Not like that. No, not like a hit it over the fence, drive in runs kind of. I think we've often talked about him like as a hey in the number 9 hole, isn't it great when it comes around and he's like a leadoff hitter and then Corbin Carroll's like a second leadoff hitter. But in terms of like a 518 slugging percentage at Geraldo, no, he's already matched his season home run total from a year ago. It's 3. It's not a gaudy number. I don't know if I'm ready to think about Geraldo Perdomo like that. I'm very content with the version of him that continues to have quality at bat after quality at bat, who finds a way to get on, who finds a way to kind of create that disorder and set the table. And if the power hangs around for the rest of the season, great. That's an added bonus. But to me, the revelation for Perdomo has been this unbelievable ability to give them a quality at bat just about every single time he's up there, working deep into the count, drawing walks, getting on base, and things like that. If he drives in a few runs, awesome, all the power to him. But I still don't think that's the strength of his game necessarily.
No. The most RBIs he's ever had in a season is 47. 47. He's on pace, and again, on pace for 152.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no.
But could he knock in 90? Could he knock in 95? Could he get 100 RBI? I mean, he's on pace for 152. He's got 16 already.
I'm not going to say no, but this one, like if you're gonna ask me which power surge is more likely to continue throughout the season, I think we'd both say Corbin Carroll every day, just given the pedigree and all that stuff. But I'm not going to say he can't. I'm not going to say, and if he does, he just adds an unbelievable new dimension to this offense that will kind of carry them through. And then, of course, there's Mel Kelly, who rough start, took him nearly 40 pitches to get through the first 2 innings. It felt like he was 2-0 or 3-1 on just about every batter he faced in the first couple of innings. But after that, boy, that changeup got dialed in. He was getting swings and misses on the changeup. He had 9 strikeouts for the day. He rolled at 14 of 15 that he retired there at 1 strike. He was fantastic. First Diamondback starter, the 3-win. That was a very good, complete kind of blow. The only downfall to yesterday was Joe Mansupply, who was dangerously close to making that game more of a game than it had a right to be. And I got to imagine internally they might be a little concerned about Joe and kind of mulling some of their options that they've got in case these struggles continue for him. He's really about the only negative downfall to yesterday's game. Everything else is great.
Absolutely true. But let's remember, I mean, they're on the verge of getting 2 relievers back. Now, I know they're not lefties, but they're on the verge of getting 2 relievers back. And Ginkel, a big fan of Ginkel. I think he's terrific. He'll be able to help, and he's really good at getting lefties and righties out. I don't think the Lavelle worries about him in that situation. But, yeah, the only blip is Mansupply. But, win the series. Just keep winning series. And, they won that Brewers series, and that was a hard-fought winning series. And now, you got a chance to win this series, win that one. Mel Kelly, outside of the game, the outlier game against the Yankees, he's been really good. I mean, he had a great outing last time out, and then he bounced back and had a great outing yesterday. And yesterday, you're right, the changeup was great, and the location of the fastball, he was able to put it wherever he wanted to. Just a terrific outing by him.
Brandon Pfaadt gets the start today, so I assume we'll get another edition.
Who's pitching?
Brandon Pfaadt. Brandon Pfaadt is this.
We got some really groovy tunes coming through for you and your lady on Burns and Gambo's Spot Rock.
1-2. Swing and a foul tip struck him out. That's a dozen strikeouts for Brandon Pfaadt. The 0-2. Swing and a miss.
Off-season. Did you like that, Lauren? That was just for you. The latest on what's going on with Kevin Durant and what to watch for in these playoffs next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
D-Backs, Marlins.
The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, hammered. Deep right field. Way back she goes. Oh, man, gone. Slam time for Carroll. He cleans the bases. It's his 6th home run of the season. And hang 10 for the Diamondbacks. They lead it 10-1.
D-Backs, Marlins. Game 2 of the series. Coverage begins this afternoon at 3 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Back here to say about V's Barbershop and their locations all across the valley. Jimmy V is the founder of V's Barbershop. I've known him for over 2 decades. Incredible guy. He's built an incredible product at V's, just in terms of the quality haircuts, the quality experience, the vibe that you're not going to get anywhere else, right? He was in here recording a couple of these commercials with me a few months ago, and our producer who was recording the commercials with us, after Jimmy V walks out, he's like, so is it really like all that at V's? I'm like, yes, it is absolutely all that. Everything that he just said, everything that we just talked about, because you know what? I'm going to try it. I'm gonna go to the website and book an appointment today. He came back, raved about everything, raved about the haircut, raved about the experience, raved about the whole V's vibe that we've been talking about. And so I would say to you, if you've been hearing me or Jimmy V talk about it all this time and you haven't tried it yet, the next time you need a haircut, make it the best you've had. Go to vbarbershop.com and book your appointment for a haircut or a hot lather shave today by V's.
If you're ready to build your dream home, let the Window Depot help. Our expertise spans more than 20 years helping contractors provide custom windows built to last. Our in-house design team works closely with you and your contractor to create the perfect windows. From design to delivery, your contractor will have exactly what they need when they need it. And with the largest inventory and unbeatable prices, your dream windows are just a step away. Visit us in store to get started or find a location near you at thewindowdepot.com. The Window Depot. Best prices, biggest inventory.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker and Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, your local GM dealer. And folks, there has never been a better time to get in a new GMC truck or SUV. Take advantage of low 0.9% APR financing on a 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 Turbo Max full-size truck. Or electrify your savings with an even lower 0% APR for 60 months on 2024 Hummer SUVs or Sierra EV Denali's. All offers require approved credit and end soon. So hurry into Earnhardt Buick GMC or find it all online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. 0% for 60 months is $16.67 per month per 1,000 financed. Based on approved credit, not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 4/30/25.
You know, I love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax because something I'm, very excited about is to, always been really interested in planning the future and saving money and investing money. But I've always believed, like, you know what, I don't have the time to do it myself. Like, I just can't. I got to work hard. But I'm going to make my money, but I need somebody to really help me with the investments, really help me get that financial plan, that retirement plan in order. And it's why I recommend to you the same guy I'm using, the guy named Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. 5 locations in the Valley, 5 locations here. He's a fiduciary, and he's here to help you. Right now, volatile time. The market's up big, then it's down big. Then it's up big, and it's down big. And a lot of people have a lot of concerns and worries. But if you have the steady hand helping you, guiding you through that process, you're going to be okay. I recommend Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. You can get a free portfolio review from him right now and help set up your financial future. Hey, you may not be retiring in the next year or two. You might be retiring in 5 years or 10 years. But the sooner you get that plan in place, the better off you'll be because you'll be able to work towards it with Stuart so you can reach your goals, accomplish them, and crush them. Contact Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax at 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
Oh, yeah, what's on tonight at 2:18 a.m. afternoon? It takes some
All right, thank you.
Good night, everybody. No, that's not quite the case, but it's close. Diamondbacks baseball is what's on tonight, brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. The reason why we're once again a short show. Diamondbacks baseball today, 3:40 first pitch. Brandon Pfaadt getting the start. We'll preview that game coming up at 2:45 and Diamondbacks on deck. And then tomorrow, the finale of the series is actually a morning game, so we'll have a full show tomorrow. Unless they play like 16 innings, which nobody does anymore. So
I don't do that.
Yeah, no. We will have a full show tomorrow, I would imagine, coming off the back end. You're not going to be here tomorrow? Is that what you're saying? No, really? I thought, what happened? I'm working hard all the time. What happened to that guy?
I am.
Okay, it's just not tomorrow when you have to do a full show and not this hour-long business. Also on tonight is Play-In Games Part 2 in the NBA.
I watched the Warriors last night.
We're going to talk about that in a minute. We're going to talk about that in just a second. Tonight, it's elimination games abound. Miami versus Chicago. The loser is out. The winner gets to go play Orlando.
Loser.
No, not Orlando. Gets to go play the Hawks. Thank you.
Orlando won.
You're right, I know. I got it confused.
The Hawks.
Yes, and then Dallas and Sacramento. The winner of that gets to go play Memphis for the right to get absolutely destroyed by Oklahoma City in the first round. So those two games are today, 4:30 for the first one, 7 o'clock for the second one. The 9-10 playoff games in the NBA. Speaking of the play-in games, I watched a little bit of that Golden State Warriors game last night too.
Ooh, Steph Curry hitting those two big threes at the end, man. Memphis was battling. They were battling. It was a close, hard-fought game. Jimmy Butler, oh, my God.
Playoff Jimmy.
Jimmy Butler.
Playoff Jimmy. Yeah, he's been playoff Jimmy the last two games.
I see these people on Twitter like, yeah, you guys didn't want him. I'm like, no, that's not true. We did want him. We did want him. The only time when we got to where we didn't want him was like if you're gonna have to give up the house for him, like everything, like the Durant and Dunn and Iguodaro and 2 draft picks, and there was a point where we're like, okay, it's too much to get him.
Yeah,
but none of us were like Jimmy Butler for Bradley Beal, done. Jimmy Butler for Bradley Beal in the first, done. Jimmy Butler for Kevin Durant, done. Like we were fine with that. I was fine with that.
I went back and forth a little bit, to be honest with you, because it wasn't Jimmy Butler. It really never was. I mean, no, that's not true. Sometimes it was Jimmy Butler because he can be kind of a pain. It was was this team worth it? Was this team worth Jimmy Butler? Was he, this terrible casting crew that was put together so awful and with a coach that got fired the day after the season ended? I know what Jimmy Butler did in Golden State, but think about what Jimmy Butler was joining in Golden State. He was joining Steph Curry and Draymond Green and Steve Kerr, guys with unbelievable pedigree and unbelievable history of winning. They just needed to change the equation a little bit. I don't think it's a guarantee that what Jimmy Butler does there, he's doing here, because he's not joining the same team. He's not joining the same coach. He's not joining the same star. He's not joining the same team that has the same experience that Golden State does. I don't think it's a given that Jimmy Butler comes in and he just fixes everything for the Phoenix Suns, because that's a vastly different organization he joined in Golden State. One with way more history than the Suns have.
And leadership and other leadership.
All the stuff the Suns were so lacking in all
he would have been
long.
the only guy. He would have came in and he would have changed the culture and he would have helped them. Look, if they had gotten Jimmy Butler, the Suns would have been playing either last night or tonight. Okay, no doubt in my mind.
I believe that.
No doubt
I do believe that.
Now, would they have beaten Oklahoma City? No. But would they be playing right now, yesterday or today?
Yes,
100% in my mind, Jimmy Butler's got them play. If you traded Durant, you got Jimmy Butler, you're going to be playing in one of these games. You're going to beat out Sacramento or Dallas for one of those spots. I truly believe that.
So here's my theory, and I think you're going to agree with this, all right? If you're a Suns fan, I believe it is in your best interest to root for the Golden State Warriors in the series against the Houston Rockets. I believe you are a big Warriors fan.
You want the Rockets to get KD.
You want the Rockets to get out. You want the Rockets to fail and get out as soon as they possibly can, so that they now we get a nice test on their desperation to get Kevin Durant. What do you think of my theory?
Yeah, I think there's part of what I think and part of what I know. I would expect that. Look, Houston was interested in Durant at the deadline. They didn't do anything, but they were interested. I think Houston, New York, and Minnesota are locks to have interest in Durant. Houston, Minnesota, New York. I think that San Antonio could have interest, and I expect that there's going to be other interest, too, that I don't know about at this time.
Okay.
But do I expect the Timberwolves to kick the tires on getting Durant, the Rockets, and possibly and so Minnesota, New York, Houston, to me, are going to be teams that would want Durant. To your point, yes, I agree with that. If these teams fail in the postseason, it makes them a little bit desperate. It makes them a little bit like, oh, okay, we got close, but we're not close enough. We got to get over the hump. Could Durant get us over the hump? So, now is it better for Houston to go to the Western Conference Finals and lose? And maybe then they're like, oh, man, if we had had Kevin Durant, we would have won this series.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose there's a counter-argument to say such a thing. It feels like you get to the Western Conference Finals with that young core, you might be more inclined to say, why the hell would we want to break this up, man? We're right there on the doorstep. We are so close to our breakthrough that we don't need Kevin Durant. Whereas if you fail in the first round, then you really have so much more of the offseason to kind of ponder what it is that went wrong and what you need to add. Look, Houston might be interested either way. I just think an early exit helps the marketplace for Houston. I think it definitely helps the marketplace for the Knicks. Certainly that's going to make them more desperate if they bow out a little early. The Knicks they're interesting. They might not have the young players that Houston does, but they do have a former Sun that they might not want to sign to a long-term contract extension in New York that I'm sure Suns fans would be more than happy to see back here, as Lauren nods her head as I see her out of the corner of my eye.
Listen, if it is the Knicks, it's probably going to be him.
That I know you do.
You got to make the money, man. You got to make the money work.
You got to make the money work. I'm just talking from a pure satisfaction kind of feel. Can you imagine how good that would make Suns fans feel to get Mikal back in a trade for Kevin Durant? Again, you got to make the money work, and I totally understand that. And I haven't even begun to figure out a way to do it. No, he didn't. He didn't.
He did not have a great year, but you had to try to fit in with all these other terrific players and. Look, he's still dynamite, but yeah, I would think, look, I think if you could get Green and Jabari Smith in a Houston deal, look, you might not be able to get the three guys that I said, Eason, Green, and Jabari, but could you get Green, Jabari, and something else? Maybe. I love the Minnesota roster, but I got to kind of find out what you get there. The Knicks, I don't know, could you get Josh Hart? The one thing that people, you're not going to get all these, you have to make the money work. Like, everybody, like the people that are saying, you're not going to get that much. You are. Like, you're going to get a good package. You're probably going to get back, I would say maybe 2 players in a pick or 1 player and 2 picks. But you have to make the money work. So it's going to have to be, somebody that's good. Like Minnesota, Houston, and the Knicks don't really have bad contracts. They don't have guys that, none of those guys have Bradley Beal that they're going to trade for Kevin Durant. You know what I'm saying? Like, their high money guys are all like pretty good. So you're going to have to make a trade that brings back Phoenix something good. Are you getting back anything close to what you gave up? No. You're not getting 3 players back in 3 first-round picks or 4 first-round picks.
I think we all know that at this point, don't you think?
Right.
I mean, that's we know that. I mean, it's impossible to, considering what they gave up to get him, it's you're not going to get that back. But I do think you're rooting for the Golden State Warriors, and I certainly think you're rooting for the Knicks to get out of this thing fast too, so that market can develop itself. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, we'll continue to talk about Diamondbacks baseball. Joining us as we go in the booth, we'll talk Diamondbacks with their broadcaster, Josh Colmenter. He'll join us next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Morana mornings.
It's a bad situation, but it's a bad situation born from a desire to win, which is opposite. If you want to talk about the worst owners of all time, there's been a litany of owners in professional sports who didn't care one lick about winning. They cared about making money and saving money, and that's not the case here.
Listen,
there's been a lot of swings
and
a lot of misses. Matt Ishbia is saying, I'm going to take 1,000,000 swings at this. He needs to start connecting.
He needs to get one of those new bats in Major League Baseball. He needs to get a torpedo bat.
Torpedo
you don't matter. Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Lund Mortgage Team helps people every single day with all of their mortgage needs. Refinances, new home loan, getting you pre-approved for a mortgage. What I love about the Lund Mortgage Team, and I've used them ever since I moved to Arizona, is that they truly are local. They're right here, 30 years of experience right here in the Valley. Family-owned company, from Stan Lund to Lisa Lund, Matt Oliver. It is a family-owned business. They take a lot of pride in helping people get the right mortgage. And trust me, there's a lot of companies out there that's all about the volume for them. Oh, get as many as we can. Let's make as much money as we can. It's all about the volume. And many times they often sell somebody the wrong mortgage because they don't get to take the time to understand what their needs are. That's never going to happen with the Lund Mortgage Team. They're going to take their time to get to know you and find out what your needs are, so that way you get the right mortgage. It's important. That's why I recommend calling the Lund Mortgage Team for any and all of your mortgage needs. Call them at 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
New Harley-Davidson starting at $99 a month. That Desert Wind Harley. Over 600 Harleys in stock. Only $99 a month for a brand new Harley-Davidson. That Desert Wind Harley. Visit DesertWindHarley.com.
Payments based on Nightster models and base color with 30% down, 84-month term, 6.99% APR with approved credit. Doesn't include freight, setup, tax, title, and license fees. See dealer for details.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Testing.
We're live from Chick-fil-A.
This is Grant.
And this is Laura.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that sweet bun.
And that chicken filet was perfectly crispy and soft at the same time.
And that Smokehouse Barbecue sauce, it's a lot of fun. And the brown sugar bacon definitely had a little bit more pizzazz. Also, the Mac, one of the all-time greats. Man, I'm getting hungry.
Order the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich and a Coca-Cola on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Hey, it's Wolf from Presidential Pools, a long-term partner of ours over a decade, and they built my pool. They're also now an official partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Starting this season, Presidential Pools, Arizona's largest pool builder by volume, is teaming up with the Diamondbacks to bring you even more excitement on and off the field. Go with my pool builder and the Diamondbacks' new partner and see how they can help you at presidentialpools.com.
Back here for Global Credit Union locations all across the Valley. There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now because they are celebrating a decade of member service, and that's the important part to note there. Member service, offering the full range of everything you would get from a bank, except a bank doesn't answer to their members. A bank answers to a bunch of shareholders and stockholders. Global Credit Union answers to you. The strength is in their membership, 750,000 members strong, trying to reduce fees, always available to you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to answer any questions that you might have. A real person with real answers about your financial goals. And as I mentioned, they are about eliminating fees. No fee checking, no fee savings accounts. It is a superior way to handle your money. Explore all the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker and Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks go for their 4th straight win tonight in Miami against the Marlins. First pitch is at 3:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Brandon Pfaadt gets the start for the Snakes. And Arizona State football news, Sun Devil sources Chris Cartman reports that cornerback Plas Johnson has a torn ACL and will miss the 2025 season. And we are just about a week away from the NFL draft. For the latest Arizona Cardinals draft news, head on over to arizonasports.com, brought to you by YRefi. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
The home of the D-Backs. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. It's D-Backs on the road with Burns and Gambo.
Every road trip, we get the opportunity to catch up with a member of the Diamondbacks broadcast team to talk D-Backs baseball. And joining us right now, listening to him last night, in fact, when I was driving back from the show that we had, doing the color commentary during this trip, and oftentimes when they're on the road, Josh Colementor, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show. Josh, how's South Beach treating you? All right, I trust?
Yeah, it's nice. They got the roof open here, so we get some sunshine and glitter in the stadium, which is really nice.
Glitter?
Yeah, it kind of reflects off everything. And
okay.
They make everything very South Beachy down here.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. Gambo, go ahead. I'm sorry.
You pitched there. Do you like pitch? Did you like pitching there?
It's so different with the roof closed. I was telling the guys when we first got here, I don't know if I've ever played with the roof open, taken BP and stuff, but usually there's rain or something, and it's so different and cavernous and just dark. So I didn't mind pitching here when the roof was closed, but I'm sure it's completely different because we can even feel a breeze with everything open, and they have panels that are open too, so it just feels more like a baseball field. It's a lot nicer.
When I look at yesterday's game and I start to see, Mel Kelly, and you're starting to see these guys rack up these quality starts. And for the first 11 games, there was only 2. There was the one by Brandon Pfaadt and then one by Zach Gallen. But now you're seeing what we all thought we would see. Dominant starting pitching, night in, night out, quality starts. What does that do to lift up a team?
It's huge, and hitting's contagious, but so is pitching. And if you just hand the ball to the next guy, we talked so much in spring training, one guy's going to go out and set the tone, the next guy's going to try to best that, and we're finally seeing that. It not only does that, but it lets the offense kind of relax. They don't have to go out and score runs. They can just play a relaxed game because they know they're getting good starting pitching, and they don't have to go out and put up 10 runs like they did last night, even though they're capable. And another thing is it just saves the bullpen so much. There's only 2 guys, I think, that have thrown in the last 4 or 5 days that have had 2 appearances. So everybody's getting rest, everybody's fresh, and Torrey can just kind of pick and choose how he wants to attack the 7th, 8th, and 9th innings.
I mentioned I was listening to you on the broadcast when I was driving back after our quick little show yesterday, and for most of what I was listening to was the struggles of not Shelby Miller. I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you about him in a minute. Of Mel Kelly, and falling behind 2-0, falling behind 3-1. From your perspective, what adjustment did he make that turned that script as quickly as it did?
Well, it's a far more patient Marlins lineup than we even anticipated with so many young guys. They would take pretty good pitches down the middle in those 2-0, 2-1, 3-0, 3-1 counts. So he was able to just steal a strike that way. And then with such a young team, he could go to a cutter, a changeup, something that moves a little bit and just get some weak contact. So he did a really good job of pitching himself back into counts. And then they gave him a bunch of free strikes that usually those are pitches that guys try to zone up on and hit when they have a positive hitting count.
All right, I did want to ask you about Shelby Miller, so I'm going to ask you about him. You guys overlapped by a year or 2 when you were both with the Diamondbacks. Is that right?
Yeah, yep. He was. I was there for 2 years when he first got traded over.
Okay, I understand it's a totally different role, but tell me what you're seeing out of him now compared to what he was doing then.
He developed a split finger, and a couple years ago, having opportunities to pitch in the bullpen with the Dodgers and then with the Tigers, he still has really good velocity. He pitches at the bottom of the zone, and then he found a really true out pitch, and that's something you need in the bullpen. He'll throw the splitty to righties and lefties, and then he has a pretty good little sweeper slider that he can get swings and misses from the righties. But the biggest thing is he's got good fastball velocity, and he just throws a ton of strikes. So he's never putting himself in situations where he's got to pitch out of jams. At least he hasn't yet this season.
With a guy like Geraldo Perdomo constantly battling, we've seen 7, 8, 9, 10 pitch at bats. We saw him walk 10 times in 5 games. Give me the pitcher's perspective. How frustrating is it for a pitcher to have to battle a guy for 10 pitches in, and do you eventually give in? Because usually the longer it goes, they say it favors the hitter. What he's been able to do to opposing pitchers, give me some insight from the pitcher's perspective on that.
Incredibly frustrating, and not just from the fouling off pitches. He has no problem getting down 0-2, and you think, all right, I have him. You throw 1 or 2 pitches out of the zone trying to get him to swing and miss, and he won't. And that's the beauty of Perdomo, is he can take your best out pitch, and he'll just watch it go by, and he'll force you to get back into a 2-2 or 3-2 count where you have to throw strikes. And then he's so pesky because he can just slap the ball, foul it off, do whatever, get a 10, 12 pitch at bat, and then draw a walk. And that's so demoralizing for a pitcher. If you give up the hit, you're still pissed because you gave up the hit, but when you walk a guy after that many pitches, it's really demoralizing.
The other thing would be Corbin, because we're seeing this. He's on pace for 57 homers. I'm not saying he's going to hit 57, but this tear that he's on right now, he might be striking out a little bit more, but the speed of the bat getting through the zone, the hard contact, I would imagine that he is a nightmare right now for opposing pitchers to go up against.
He's eliminated everything that happened in the first half of last year. Everyone tried to crowd him up and in, and he was trying to hit that pitch, and you would see infield pop-ups or swings and misses. He just doesn't have a real hole that you can attack him at, and he'll get out or pop up on a good off-speed pitch or something, but you can't beat him anymore with velocity almost anywhere. It has to be the perfect pitch in the perfect count, and guys have been challenging him up and out over the plate, and I'm not sure why, because he's getting to that ball so quick and pulling those balls instead of hitting them the other way, and he's just pounding them every time he has a chance.
Josh Colemenser is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Stay with us because in about an hour from now, he and Chris will have the call of Game 2 between the Marlins and the D-Backs here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. As far as tonight's game goes, let's talk about Brandon Pfaadt a little bit. He's off to a good start for the D-Backs this season. From your perspective, is it something different he's doing this year, or something, not that he had a bad year last year because he didn't, but what adjustments has he made from last year to a few starts into this year, Josh?
A little bit of the usage stuff. He was so fastball and sweeper heavy last year, and he's starting to mix in a lot more curveballs to steal strikes and changeups. He's facing a lot more left-handed hitters too, and I think he just worked on that changeup, and from his arm angle, it can really run away from left-handed hitters, and I think he's doing a good job of keeping the ball out of the middle of the plate. What got him big time last year was just one blow-up inning. Whether it was the first inning and then he'd cruise for 5 more after that, or he'd cruise for 5 and then struggle either getting out of the 5th or the 6th, and he's done a really good job of eliminating those innings that just all of a sudden get away from you and you give up a crooked number.
All right, Josh, well, we appreciate the time, man. Thanks for coming on for a few. Have a great rest of your road trip. We'll see you when you get back, okay?
All right, thanks a lot, guys.
You got it. Josh Colemenser, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. When we come back, after I remind you about Kyler Murray and how you can join Kyler and friends for the first annual Kyler Murray Foundation Celebrity Softball Game. It's happening on May 17th at Salt River Fields, and if you want to be there, you can register right now for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for all the details and for your shot at winning. D-Backs Marlins Game 2, we'll preview it next here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Friday afternoons at 2:30 on Arizona Sports. Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-Backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 Friday afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Love telling you about JLC Roofing, and there are some of you out there that are going to need a new roof. And you might be saying to yourself, I'd like to get this roof done before it's 125 degrees every day. Let's get this new roof done now to protect my family, because the heat does a lot of damage to roofs too, especially the underlayment. That's why I want you to call JLC Roofing, get a free estimate, or get $1,500 off. $1,500 off. a full replacement roof with JLC Roofing. All you got to do is mention my name. Say, hey, I listened to the show. I love the Burns and Gambo show. I like the Burns guy better, but I'll take the $1,500 off by mentioning Gambo. You'll get the tile, the shingle, the foam, the rolled roofing. They do it all. Third-generation roofers, grandfather to father to son, ready to help you with your new roof. Call 602-ROOFING. That's 602-ROOFING. Or go to jlcroof.com. Get $1,500 off your next roof.
In 2012, I said, hey, let's restart this moving company under a different name. It's got to be something with veterans. My dad's a veteran, my sister, my uncles, aunt, everybody in my family. And so we came up with Moving Team 6.
Tim Lee, founder of Moving Team 6.
As a family, we've kind of all joined in ranks, and we love what we do. Giving back, that's, to me, that's the most important thing when you're running a business. That's important. We're passionate about it.
Contact us at movingteam6.com. Your move is our mission.
Dan Bickley here, and New Life Dental Implant Center is doing more than giving people new implants and new smiles. They are giving people their dignity and their happiness back. And that's because they offer amazing quality, great convenience, and unbeatable prices, the lowest you are going to find anywhere. And that is how they are transforming the lives of so many people in the Valley, and you can be next. Call 602-855-0000 or online at newsmilearizona.com.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel walk-behind zero-turn and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
This is Greg Hagan. I want to put cash in your pocket. Have you thought about selling your home? Well, Inc. 5000 just named 72 Sold the #1 real estate firm in the state of Arizona. Why? More money for Arizona home sellers. Our competitors must wonder if we have a secret playbook to get more money for you. Turns out we do, but only for you and only at 72sold.com. Get more money for your home at 72sold.com.
Dan Bickley here for Sonic, where you will get more than a great experience and a great menu. You'll also find great value, where their fun $1.99 menu has expanded to include junior chicken sandwiches, juicy, perfectly seasoned chicken, available in honey chipotle or original, and you can save big with the rest of Sonic's $1.99 menu that includes Southwest and Bacon Ranch queso wraps, French toast sticks, small floats, and small groovy fries. Live free, eat Sonic.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Phoenix spring means warm weather and big savings. So what does Liberty GMC have on special this month?
What's up, Dave? It's a perfect season to get into a new ride. Right now, with only $3,300 down, you can lease a 2025 GMC Train for only $389 a month for 36 months. Whether you're hitting the road or cruising the city, the Train is built for it.
Spring into savings at Liberty GMC, or shop and buy online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. D-Backs on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Winners of 5 of their last 6 games and looking to make it 3 straight series victories. The Arizona Diamondbacks in South Beach tonight. Game 2 of their 3-game series against the Miami Marlins. First pitch is coming up at 3:40. And you'll hear all the action right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. That's why we're stepping aside a little early here on the Burns and Gambo Show. This is D-Backs on deck as we get you ready for tonight's game and today's pitching matchup, which is brought to you by the Window Depot. More than a window store. Visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. Max Meyer, the righty, getting the start for the Marlins, 1-1 with a 2.0 ERA. Brandon Pfaadt, a.k.a. Pfaadt Rock, 2-1, 3.50 ERA. He gets the start tonight for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Yeah, they call him Mad Max. Mad Max. Max Meyer coming off back-to-back quality starts. One against Atlanta and one against the Mets. This will be his fourth start of the season, and his first career start against the Arizona Diamondbacks, similar to Gillespie yesterday. Not the Gillespie that plays for the Suns, but the one that pitches for the Marlins.
Yes, that one.
So he's looking for his third straight quality start. He's pitched very well in his last two.
Whereas Brandon Pfaadt, his last time out against Baltimore, he was terrific. 6 innings, gave up 4 hits. Didn't give up any runs. Walked 2, struck out 3. He has given them good starts in just about every single appearance he's made so far this year. He's given them at least 6 innings, only gave up more than 3 earned runs one time, and that was against the Washington Nationals. Looking to make a leap this year, Gambo, and so far Brandon Pfaadt appears to be, at least early in the season, doing exactly that.
Yeah, he's trying to pass Mel Kelly to be number 2, according to you. We got a little battle going between Pfaadt and Kelly, but I love it. I love the competition. You know, it used to be when Gallen pitched well, Kelly felt he has to pitch well. And now with Kelly, I love that Pfaadt follows Kelly. I really do. I think it's a real positive because now Brandon Pfaadt, I look what Merrill Kelly did. Merrill Kelly has been a solid pitcher in this organization as a number 2 or number 3 guy, and Brandon Pfaadt, when Merrill Kelly's not here anymore, he wants to take that mantle and be that guy. So I love that he gets to watch Merrill Kelly pitch against this team, and he gets to go pitch against them. I think that's a positive. Third start against the Marlins. For him, he's got a career ERA of 8.71 against them, so he has not pitched well against them in his career. But same as Merrill Kelly. Merrill Kelly had struggled against them before yesterday.
For the Arizona Diamondbacks, more of what you would expect from their lineup with a few tweaks. Carroll's batting leadoff, Perdomo hitting second, Pavin Smith handling the DH duties, hitting third, Josh Naylor batting cleanup, hitting fourth. 3 struggling Diamondbacks in a row, and Gambo, for all the positive, there are still the concerns about Lourdes Gurriel Jr., Eugenio Suarez, Gabby Moreno. Their struggles still continue very much. All 3 are riding big slumps. Tim Tawa's getting the start tonight at second base. He's batting 9th. Alec Thomas is in center field as well. For as great as Carroll has been, for as great as Perdomo has been, heck, for as good as Pavin Smith and Josh Naylor have been, I'm sure the Diamondbacks would love to get one of those 3 right-handed hitters on track starting tonight in Gurriel, Suarez, and Moreno. It's been a real struggle for them the last few weeks.
Yeah, it really has. And, Eugenio Suarez got off to that incredible start. He had the 5 home runs right off the bat. He had homered he homered 4 times against the Chicago Cubs and then got one against the Yankees, and that was only 5 games into the season. Hasn't homered since. Last time he homered was against the Yankees on April 1st. So now we're 15 days later, and he hasn't hit a home run. And he's just really struggled. I mean, his batting average this month is 111. 111 in the month of April. He has 5 hits in 45 at-bats with just a 1 home run against the Yankees on April 1st and just the 4 RBIs. And all 4 of those RBIs, by the way, Burnsy, came against the Yankees on April 1st. He has not even driven in a run in all the games since that Yankee game.
Yeah, struggle for him, hitting 153. Struggle for Gurriel, hitting 150. Gabby Moreno doesn't have an extra base hit so far this season. No doubles, no triples, no homers.
Crazy.
Got a slugging percentage of .225. Yeah, those 3 guys, and it's not the case tonight with a right-handed starter, but it's not the case tonight with those guys are struggling. They represent a big bulk of the Diamondbacks' production from that side of the plate, and so when they're struggling, it really adds to the problems from that side of the plate for the Diamondbacks. We'll see if any of them can get on track in tonight's game. The injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. Do have an update on Ketel Marte, and this came from Torey Lovello yesterday, who, after Marte got some at-bats at the Salt River Fields facility yesterday, Torey Lovello said, quote, "I said the end of April, the beginning of May. Let's stick to that for right now. I don't want to say exactly what the information is that I'm getting because we're very hopeful that it's going to be sooner than later and that he feels as good as he has been," close quote. So without saying anything specific, suggesting and kind of hinting that maybe Ketel Marte is at least getting closer to a return.
Yeah, I think the great thing, and we talked about this when Marte went down with the injury, that, man, he might be their most important player not to lose. He might be the most important guy for them not to lose. He went down. He had the one at bat on April 4th. That was the Washington game. So he went down in the first game against Washington on the 4th. But if you look at, like, since then, right, you won a series against Baltimore without him. You won a series against Milwaukee without him. Good chance you could win a series against Miami without him. That's great signs to me. That's a really good sign to me, is that take the Washington series out because he did play the one game. But in the Baltimore series, won. Milwaukee series, won. Hopefully get a win here. That's good because, when you can win games without your best player, that's a really good sign of how good your baseball team is.
The other two injured players to keep an eye on right now are Kevin Ginkel. Kevin Ginkel was scheduled to pitch in that game yesterday as well, in addition to Ketel Marte playing. He's returning from right shoulder inflammation, so him facing live hitters was an important piece, according to Torey Lovello, and if that went well, they'll look to get him in a game as soon as possible. Kendall Graveman was also scheduled to pitch a bullpen in Arizona yesterday as well. Those are the three injured players for the Diamondbacks. MLB standings, they're brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. Starting the day today, the Diamondbacks 10-7, fourth in the National League West. Padres are 14-4. Giants are 12-5. The Dodgers are 13-6. That's 1, 2, and 3 in the National League West, with the Diamondbacks in fourth. The Colorado Rockies 3-14, dead last in the National League West. Miami Marlins 8-8. That's good for third right now in the NL East. Let's get you a key to tonight's game. Gambo's got one for you.
I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-Backs keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G Protein Bars. Gluten-free, protein-packed, and ridiculously good. G2G Protein Bars are grab-and-go goodness.
Bernsey, I'm looking at the leadoff hitter for the Miami Marlins. I'm like, man, how is this guy so good? And then it hit me. I mean, he's from Long Island, New York.
Ah, of course.
He's from Mineola. Like, how could he not be good? Xavier Edwards, 2 more hits yesterday, by the way, against the Diamondbacks. He's batting .378 this month. .378. He has been their best overall player. He has been terrific. .387 with a .500 on-base percentage during the team-leading 8-game hitting streak that he has, the longest for Marlin this season. He also draws walks. He's got 7 walks and a team-leading 20 hits and 10 walks through the first 16 games. You got to keep the leadoff guy off base, and that is Xavier Edwards.
It's clearly that New York water, right? Like nothing but greatness coming out of that area. Yes, absolutely. Corbin Carroll also has an on-base streak this season. He's been on base every single game. We'll see if that continues tonight. That's going to do it for us. Diamondbacks baseball is next. We'll see you tomorrow, straight up 2 o'clock, right here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Have a great night, everyone.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
You've been listening to D-Backs on Deck. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home. D-Backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-Backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Good lawyers changing lives. That is not only the slogan of the Berg Simpson law firm, that is their belief, that is their philosophy, and that's what they embody every single day. Good lawyers changing lives every single day. In a world filled with so many choices when it comes to who to represent you in case you're in an injury, you're going to want to choose Berg Simpson for those reasons right there. Good lawyers changing lives. Some of the best lawyers. One of the most influential law firms in America as rated by the National Trial Lawyers. Some of the best individual attorneys as ranked by those who rank such things in America. Clearly, they're nationally recognized. They have the resources and reputation to be able to represent you. The results speak for